Earlier this winter, I shot at one of these dogman creatures with my .22 rifle. Probably an incredibly stupid idea, and I almost got myself killed. These dogmen are scary looking, with tall ears, huge heads, and huge sets of teeth. The one I shot at was easily 8 feet tall. I shot at one of its ribs and fired another shot at its shoulders to try and deter it away from getting into my trailer. They looked like they could cut me wide open if they wanted to. I didn't care though. I wanted to get it away from my trailer. I knew a measly hollow point wasn't going to do anything to this thing, but it did seem to deter it for the time being. The next few days, I felt like I was being watched and followed everywhere I went around the outside of my trailer. This one dogman in particular, the one I believed to be the alpha male of a pack, he was hunting me. He was large and black, the same one I had shot at that seemed to keep trying to come back behind the house. It was very muscular, broad, and honestly resembled a living killing machine. I shot at him with my .22 again, but it didn't seem to do anything to him. It wasn't even remotely bothered that I shot bullets into it. It's like the bullets didn't even do any damage. It kept its pursuit, and I hid inside my trailer for the evening. I knew it was waiting outside for me, but I never gave it the satisfaction of going outside to greet it. The following day, I started to hear strange noises and activity around my trailer. The dogs all throughout my property started to go crazy regularly that day. I could hear them trotting back and forth between my trailer and the thick woods. They had been acting strange the whole day when they were not acting strange the few nights before. Whenever these creatures were around, they knew. Oh yes, they knew. They could smell it. And these things gave off this awful scent like blood and dog. But it's worse than that. It's rotten. I can't even describe it to you. The entire day I was on edge, waiting for this thing to show itself again, as it had been. I knew it was going to. You just have this feeling in the pit of your stomach, this anxiety that something is going to happen. You just don't know when. Imagine being tied up and blindfolded, and know somebody's going to just stab you, but you never know when. I know, weird analogy, but that's the best I can come up with. I don't know why it was so headstrong on trying to break into my trailer, but it wouldn't stop. I clearly couldn't hurt this thing with the measly .22 that I had, but it was the only weapon I owned that could somewhat deter this animal and make it stop. So, I lied in wait most of the time, waiting for it to show itself again. Maybe if I shot it in the eye or something like that, it would go away. Sometimes it would be sneaky and work its way right up to my trailer by crouching. Other times it would just do a bluff charge and then disappear. This creature really liked to show itself at night, so I lied again and wait, because I know it would be more active then. This is the night where things really took off. I remember it. It was starting to get dark, and I began hearing a strange noise that I had not heard before outside. The moon was bright enough that I could see. It was actually a full moon, which in and of itself was eerie, considering what I was dealing with and the situation at hand. I had my .22 with me, fully loaded and ready to go. Maybe I could shoot this thing in the face and get it to go away once and for all, but I wasn't too hopeful. My dogs were quiet, which was a good sign, because they've always gotten kind of anxious anytime these things are in the area. So I walked outside to see if I could see what was making the noise I was hearing. That's when I realized I walked right into the middle of a damn trap. And then I saw a pair of eyes that were staring right back at me. That's when the situation that I was in turned from mild to absolute horror. Then I began seeing multiple sets of eyes all around me and all around the trailer. There had to have been at least 12 of them, and as my eyes began to adjust, I could see more coming. All of my dogs were dead and were being feasted upon by these creatures. That's why they hadn't made a sound. I just dropped my gun right there and ran back into the trailer and locked the door. There was no way that crappy little gun was going to do anything against a horde of these things. I started to have a panic attack, not knowing what to do or what I was going to do to face these things. Then these things started getting rowdy. I heard growling, howling. They started charging into the trailer, knocking me off my feet, scratching on the windows and the siding. They were just toying with me at this point, like a sadistic monster. These creatures were easily strong and large enough that they could break in if they wanted to. It's like I was an injured or poisoned mouse, with a bunch of cats playing with me right before they were going to eat me. I was sure that this was the end of it, that I was going to be eaten alive and torn into pieces by large werewolf-looking creatures. But something bizarre happened. About 20-30 minutes goes by, and the commotion stops. Everything outside was silent. I didn't even hear the crickets. It was just dead. I stayed inside my trailer the rest of the night, and I did not get a drop of sleep. I wasn't sure if they were baiting me, waiting for me to step out, giving me a false sense of security while waiting for me. I wasn't going to step out into that trap though, not like I did the first time. I'm pretty sure they were baiting me and trapping me. I knew the second I would have stepped foot outside that trailer, they would have grabbed me, and bam, I would have been gone. So, I sat in that trailer for what felt like an entire month, even though it had only been 9 hours. As soon as the daylight began to break, I got outside, stepped out, and to my horror, there were no dog carcasses like I thought there were going to be. Just torn chains where I had them, and blood everywhere. It was like a slaughterhouse. I had about 8 dogs that I kept around me to keep safe. They were all gone. Some might call this next move drastic, but I felt like I was in a dire situation of life or death, and so I just stopped and abandoned everything I owned in that trailer and hitchhiked to an entirely different state and remained homeless for a while. Sure, I took my wallet, my identity, important information like that, but I said screw it and left what little belongings I had in that trailer to rot with those monsters. That was just this winter, and I hope to stay far away from anything like those things again. Alright, look, I'm already extremely paranoid just listening to your channel as it is, let alone submitting what I want to send to you. Because of that, I don't want to give away the exact location of which this is happening, but I will say the state of Mississippi is in dire need of help. Over the last several years, people have been being found mauled to death or just turned up missing entirely when they were last seen around a heavily wooded area. I think you know where this is going, and what I have to say is that I'm pretty sure there is a large cover-up going on. I'm more than sure that you are aware of this from all the encounters you probably receive, but it's getting worse. Sure, how do I know this? Because a couple of the people that have been killed so far have been family of mine, because the only thing I've been told so far is that it is an unidentifiable canine animal. Well, let me tell you something right now. There is no ravenous wolf just running around killing and eating people. Not the size of a damn moose. The police know well what's going on, and they're choosing to keep it under wraps. I don't know anything about proper protocol or what they do and how they keep it under control, but they're doing it. And people are being left in the dark purposefully. People need to be warned about this kind of thing. They need to know that these creatures exist and that they are out there. It's not safe to go into the woods alone anymore. Just a few months ago, shortly after quarantine set in, there was an older gentleman who lives near right by me. He went fishing at a pond who somehow vanished. All they found was his fishing pole and his fishing vest that was bloody and torn up. Ready? They found it about 1.5 miles away from the pond, towards the thicker wilderness. You tell me what happened there. He would have no reason to go further into the woods, which only leads to more national forest. I'm telling you, there is some huge conspiracy at hand here, and I don't know exactly what it is, or why they're trying to cover this whole DOGMAN thing, but it's been really bothering me lately, and I feel that it's my place to speak out. I hope you decide to read this to your listeners, because I want them to know that it's getting worse. They need to be vigilant and hypersensitive to their surroundings around them if they choose to be out in the woods. We need to stop this nonsense of writing Dogman off as fake creepypasta crap. People are out here dying and getting mauled to death by these things because the general public refuses to accept the truth. As far as Bigfoot goes, I don't know anything about that, and I don't have any personal experience with Bigfoot. From everything I've learned cryptozoology-wise, they're much more docile, gentle beings. But that's besides the point. You wouldn't be hearing about a large unknown predator eating people if it was Bigfoot out there doing this. And I don't know if you know this, but Mississippi is kind of a hotbed for these creatures. If you've ever heard of the town of Taylor, Mississippi, well, they are plagued by these creatures. They call it the Rougarou down here, but I know it's also known as a dogman. I stand firm in my knowledge of cryptozoology and what these creatures are, and I know they are out there. You will never find me out there in the woods alone, because I don't trust that a pistol, a magnum, a machine gun will be enough to stop these things from killing you. I don't know if they are born or put together by the government, or natural or supernatural. I don't care. All I know is that they are killing people, and something has to be done to stop them. The police and government are working together to make sure this happens, and that any word gets out is hush hush. Before I end this, I don't want this just to be a rant. I need to go into more detail about my 2 family members that were murdered. They were found partially eaten, and what the police report described was a large canine. A known large canine. Now, you tell me what you think, knowing all that you do with all of the encounters and stories you get sent. Please, I'm begging you. I want you to read this to your viewers. People need to know this is going on, and it's severe. I'm hurting, and I'm trying to mourn right now for the loss of my family, because these damn things are not being taken care of the way they need to be. Pray for me, listen to me, take warning. If you're going to go out there in the woods at all, whether you are exploring or indulging in recreational activities, you need to be heavily armed to the teeth and watching your back at any given moment. From what I know, these things are highly advanced predators. They are masters of camouflage, incredibly intelligent, and if you think you can outsmart them because they are a quote-unquote animal, well, you're highly mistaken. Anyway, thank you for taking the time to read this. I saw something that really alarmed me on the night of October 16th, 2016. It looked like a dog or a wolf. It was on its hind legs, kind of leaning up against a tree. When I saw it, it had stepped over a 4-foot barbed wire fence with incredible ease, and then quickly put itself up against the tree as to stay hidden and remained out of view. But I got a good look at it. This thing was busted. I saw it. It had pointed ears, dark in color, and was the overall shape of a werewolf. I got a good look at it for about 2 minutes until it climbed up into the tree. Then it leapt right out of the tree and ran off. I had just stepped outside to go chop up some firewood and get some kindling when that was outside waiting for me. I must have startled it, which is why it tried to hide itself. At the time, I had no idea what I was looking at, but it didn't feel right. I knew right away from the look of it that it was not a natural creature of this very world. I know that whatever I saw scared me so badly that I stayed inside up all night. Then, a couple of weeks later, I went on vacation with my family at the Gulliver Lake in Michigan. It's in the Upper Peninsula. I and my brother would usually take a walk after dinner time. We came across a pond that was very thick with berries and bramble. We stopped to look at them for a while, and then decided to go walk back shortly thereafter. As we're headed back to the house, we saw a very large man-like thing standing under a tree. I thought it was a bear standing on its hind legs at first, but this was much larger. It had what appeared to be a large snout on its face, hence why I thought it was a bear at first. We just left the area shortly after that. My brother and I had zero plans to stick around to see what would happen. Over the course of my time in the state of Michigan, I had witnessed 2 different types of dogmen, a creature I had heard so much about living in a state in which I never saw until the year of 2016. In a 3-week time span, I saw 2 different variants of the same creature. At the time, I didn't even know there was such a thing as dogman variants, but after listening to Vic Cundiv's Dogman Encounters show, that's where I learned that there are different types. I'm thankful that in both situations these creatures never seemed to notice my presence, because had they did, who knows if they would have tried to strike. I have never felt fear in my life had I been around these 2 kinds of creatures. Hello, fellow cryptozoologist. I wanted to share with you my experience, my very own dogman encounter from late last summer in 2019. I was visiting the Cumberland Falls Recreation Area in Kentucky. At the time, I was with this girl that was my girlfriend on and off for the remainder of the year. We broke up indefinitely in November, but that's not relevant to the story. At the time, briefly, we were dating on and off. It was during our time here together that we saw one of these creatures. It was very muscular and very dark, so dark that it stood out clear and plain as day. We were in total awe at what we saw. It was walking by the Cumberland River, and we just happened to catch a glimpse of it in the daylight. That's about it for this encounter. Just wanted to share with you that these things are indeed real, and we need to be aware of our surroundings, regardless whether out in town or out in the woods. Mid-September 2005, July 20th, 2015, and February 21st, 2017. I have had 3 different encounters with 3 different creatures. Maybe they were all the same creature. I know what I saw. When I was younger, I saw what looked to be a big German shepherd on its hind legs, running through a very thick patch of woods. It only happened for a second, but I very much remember the long muzzle and pointed ears distinctly. That sight will never leave my head. It was chasing a big buck that had just ran through the same area only moments before. And when the buck ran through, I could tell it wasn't just running, but running from something. I had no idea that is what I would have seen next. The second encounter was more exciting, at least from a reader's perspective. It was later in the evening, and we were having a small family party/barbecue miles outside of town in an area in Pennsylvania, about 63 miles away from the state border. I had just walked away to the far side of the lot to go pee in the trees because the only bathroom at the time was being remodeled, and you bet yourself I wasn't about to go and use the porta potty. Those things are so nasty, and everybody had been blowing that thing up all day at the barbecue. Thanks, but I'll take my chances in the trees. Just as I was stepping away from the tree line, I heard some branches nearby moving. I turned to see what it was, and I flinched immediately at what I saw. The first thing I noticed was a long muzzle. Do you know what it's like when your eyes see something shocking? It will be like you noticed one detail, and then your eyes slowly trail off to the full thing. That's exactly what happened in this case. I was seeing before me a creature about 7 feet tall, full-figured. This thing was not any further away than 20 feet to maybe 30 feet right there in the trees, staring me down as if I was some injured deer ready to be pounced upon and devoured whole. It would appear to be blackish long fur and a big mane, kind of like how a lion has. The face reminded me of something you would see in a movie. It resembled a human, but it also resembled a wolf. It was very humanistic, especially the cheekbones and how it showed its expression, and the expression on its face was angry. It was using both of its hands to hold onto the trees next to it, as if to pull the trees apart so it could fully see me, and I it. It was the scariest looking thing I've ever seen. It had huge teeth sticking out of its mouth with exaggerated canines. The second we made eye contact, it made an even angrier expression, and then let out a nasty snarl of disapproval. I felt all the blood drain from my body, and I ran cold, even though it was easily 85 to 90 degrees outside. The barbecue we were having, which wasn't too far away, had some music playing through one of those new music boombox devices. If you've never seen one of these semi-large cylindrical speakers that are amazing, they can get pretty loud. We bought ours at Costco, and other places sell them too, but anyway, that had started to play loud music. So this creature looks over in that direction as the music begins playing. Then it looks back at me and slowly backs away into the forest without ever breaking eye contact, not even for a second. But it starts backing away in the direction headed towards where the barbecue area is. Once it fully immersed itself back into the tree line and I couldn't see it anymore, I took off running back towards where the barbecue is being held. One of my friends, one of the ones I invited, made a joke saying, "What's wrong? Did you see a ghost?" Ha ha ha. That's when my family began to notice I was paler than a corpse and was full of anxiety as I was scanning the woods all around us. They thought I was having some sort of schizophrenic episode, even though I'm not schizophrenic at all. My other friends said, "Man, you don't look so good. Why don't you just sit down, relax, have a beer?" He sat me down, handed me a beer, and so I sat there for 20 minutes, not saying a word, full of anxiety, and continuously scanning the wood line meticulously. I was waiting for that thing to appear, or to somewhere along the way pop its head out and show itself, so that way everybody could see it, knowing that it was watching me still. But it never did. I wish I could tell you that this thing came out and charged at us, or something crazy, but that was the end of that encounter, and I never saw it again after that. The last time I would see this thing would have been in the winter of 2017. I don't know if it was the same creature, but it looked very similar. I saw this creature on a Sunday night. After seeing it previous times, I wasn't about to let this thing get to me. Not again. I kept a small pistol on me at all times, and I actually did not have a permit to carry, so shh. I ended up shooting at it a few times, and I screamed something horrible, and it ran off. I'm pretty sure I hit it a few times because I'm not a terrible shot, but it was just a crappy 9mm, and I didn't expect to do any damage with it. I know that a creature of this size and intelligence would only be annoyed by such a tiny, minute weapon. So get this, the thing came back and popped every tire on my tiny car. I woke up around 2:30 in the morning to 4 loud pops, like somebody taking a Bowie knife and jabbing it into each tire. After the 2 pops, I jumped up out of bed, thinking, what is going on? Because I didn't realize the popping sounds I heard were the tires. I jumped to look out my window, and I see that large creature again, what appeared to be biting each tire, and then fleeing. So I ran outside. It's freezing cold, it's winter, I'm in my boxers and a shirt, and I start firing in the air, screaming at it to show itself, because I wasn't about to sit there and let it do whatever it wanted to do. I was going to put a few bullets in its head. It had ran off, but I seriously think that this thing was so intelligent that it came back for revenge and decided to pop my tires with its teeth. Ever since I had my last encounter at that barbecue, it has not left me alone, and it's been bothering me since. It's almost like I've been targeted, and that's the most accurate way I can describe it. I got to the point to where I was sick of it. I regret not having any larger weapons or anything with me, like anything crazy, but I felt like even a 9mm is enough, at least to give it a warning, if not to piss it off more, which is what I probably did. The year was 2013, and I had spent the day with my girlfriend at the time at a nearby lake when we saw this huge hairy creature with a snout crossing one of the smaller roads. It scared us, but I tried to joke and play it off and say, "Oh look babe, it's your dad." Her dad is a really lumbering, tall, and very hairy man. My girlfriend at the time was very into the weird side of science, like Bigfoot and things of that nature. We talked about our sighting together, and she said that from what she knows about Bigfoots, they don't have snouts, and they don't look like a bear or a dog, and their heads are more cone-shaped. So we weren't really sure what to think about the whole ordeal. Later on in the day, we went and checked for tracks, which we couldn't find any. We looked where it had walked, but where it had walked over was gravel and thick grass with hard ground underneath. This thing walked from one side of the woods to the next, but it was in an open enough area where there was only sparse amount of tree coverage, and this is where we had full view of it without it ever seeing us. The sighting happened at around 3 p.m. in broad daylight. We had a perfect view in our sighting. The creature we saw was bulky and massive and covered in long reddish-brown hair. Since it was walking semi in our direction, we got a fairly decent look at its face and can see that it had a strong brow ridge and a shorter snout, resembling that of a bear or a bigger dog. I didn't see any ears to recall seeing any ears. Its arms were very long, and I couldn't really see any feet or anything specific about the hands, just because of the angle we were at. Its stride, though, was pretty humongous, considering it cleared the small gravel road in just 3 to 4 strides and was already off to a different segment of woods. Driving down a back road at around midnight with headlights and brights on, I saw a large, tall black animal walking on its back 2 legs toward my vehicle at first, and then off into the road. It crossed the road really fast. When I saw it, it was in the middle of the road, approaching me, and there was no other traffic on the road. I was coming around a sharp curve or bend in the road when I saw it. It had a surprised expression on its face. I was in shock myself, and I did not even think to put the brakes on. So this thing jumps out on the road, turns and walks towards me, and then is off to the other side of the road in a flash. I drive through, and I'm still in total shock at what I saw. I was on my way home from a late family outing, and one of the quickest ways is through this backcountry road. I've been driving through here for years, and I've never seen anything like that creature before in my life. I'll never forget its glowing yellow eyes. They look so unnatural, like you can get lost in them. I almost felt like if I would have stared at them long enough, I would have been in a trance. This entire thing was unnatural looking. Afterwards, I had to keep rubbing my eyes just to make sure I wasn't hallucinating or in a dream. When I got home, I spent about an hour researching and trying to find anything I could that would point me in the direction of matching the description of what I saw. I stumbled upon things like Bigfoot encounters and the BFRO, but nothing on that website that I started looking through pointed me in the right direction. So I continued to search more and more, and that's when I found a creature called the Dogman. I spent some time reading up on stories that people had submitted, and that's when I came to these cryptid encounter YouTube channels, just like yours. I noticed yours, however, was one of the bigger ones, and so I began listening to the stories submitted by eyewitnesses. I was so shocked to conclude that this is the same creature that I saw that night. I must have caught it right as it was crossing the road, and I didn't realize I would be whipping right around the bend like that. The speed limit around the bend is 30, but the road was 45 itself. Since I know the road pretty well, and I would consider myself a local, like I said, I drive it a lot, so I was probably actually driving closer to 40 to 50 around the bend, and wham, my brights lit this thing up like a Christmas tree. I'm a guy that normally doesn't believe in Bigfoot or any of that silly stuff. In fact, I've always found it very silly. But now that I've had my own sighting of a dogman creature, maybe there's more out there than science refuses to acknowledge. Maybe science can't explain everything like I thought it could. Anyway, I wanted to personally reach out to you and thank you for being such a good resource for us out here to submit our encounters to, and for us to share our experiences and stories to those who may not have had any. While my encounter with this creature wasn't necessarily violent or hostile, It could have gone that way rather quickly, because from what I know, these creatures can be very unpredictable. And sure, it might have just been crossing the road innocently, for all I know. That doesn't mean I would have wanted to run into this thing while I was out of my truck. I'll never forget my horrible sighting of a living, breathing nightmare. I saw a horrible sight at night, back in the wintertime, when me and 3 of my friends and I were around this frozen lake nearby. We started seeing this large black humanoid creature walking on 2 legs through the brush on the other side of the lake. The creature never saw us or would stop to look at us. It was about 8 feet tall, judging by what we know of the area, and walking like a proud giant. We first thought it was one of our friends in a costume trying to prank us. But then why would any of our friends come out here in the winter night where it's cold in a costume? But when we got a little closer, we realized that it was indeed walking just like a human. We were all hunters and have had extensive firearms training, and even we felt compelled not to shoot at something like this. We could not believe what it was we were seeing. We got so scared, we broke off from our group and went back to see if we could see this thing again after it moved away. However, we were unsuccessful in seeing it. It walked around the frozen lake and walked over a little incline deep into the dead woods. The lake or pond is only about 15 feet deep in the deepest parts, so some of the water is frozen, if not all of it, but it is shallow, and the shallow parts you can fall through, which is only about 3 feet deep. The one thing that does amaze me and scare me is the creature's feet did not leave any human-like tracks, even though it just walked like a human. They were large bipedal canine tracks. Again, the creature was completely black. I know the area well and have hunted here my entire life. In fact, very recently, the wildlife up here has almost totally disappeared in just the recent years. I don't know if the sighting we had any connection to that. I've been up north for hunting and fishing for years and have never experienced anything like this, so I don't know why I did down here. I do know of 2 other incidents that happened in the same area. Maybe I can get one of my friends to share this with you. But one was a sighting years ago in the same area, and the other a couple of months ago in another different area. I can tell you quite bluntly and very firmly that this is not a case of mistaken identity. This creature clearly resembled an upright walking creature, black as the night and covered in dark, long, matted hair. I have never seen anything like it in the area, and I've spent endless days and nights up here before scouting. Whatever this creature was appeared to be on a mission because it was walking on a fast pace, not to be distracted by anything, like us. Who knows where it was headed and what it was planning on doing. Dogmen are very real creatures. I have had 2 different encounters with 3 of them. My first encounter took place in March of 2018. I was walking in the woods behind my parents' house. It was around 11 p.m., and I was walking through an area where you have to go down around a pond. As I was walking down, I began to hear a very loud guttural growl. At first I thought it was a bear, but it was too loud, and the growl was very close to the left of me. Then, about 1.5 meters away, there was another creature that I did not hear, but I saw movement. That's when I realized whatever this was, there were 2 of them. One surrounding me, and the other off to my right that I then heard another growl from. That's it, I thought. I was in grave danger. When I got to the spot where I saw both creatures, they both growled again, and then the tree that I was near began shaking violently, which again was right near me. I slowly began to back away, but the 2 creatures were still there, almost as if they were trying to bait me to walk closer. I slowly made my way back to my parents' house without either of them following me, by going very, very slowly. If I turned and ran, I thought they would just give chase and I would be a dead man. My parents were outside talking, and they asked me what was going on, seeing me coming back up so soon, since when I normally would go down there, I would spend a long time. I told them what had happened, and to my surprise, they appeared to believe me. Or maybe they knew something I didn't, because both of their faces went white. I didn't have the words to really describe what I saw myself that night. I felt like I was walking around in a real, live horror movie. The second encounter took place on May 7th of 2018, around 12:30 in the morning. I was walking back to my car after dropping my friend off at the airport. I was roughly a quarter of the way to my destination when I started hearing a sound that reminded me of a wolf or a coyote, a howling, very distant in the wind. My windows were rolled down, and the sound kept getting closer and closer. I was driving slow. It sounded like something was running directly at my car, and it began to get so loud that the vibrations hurt my chest. I could feel something big was coming, so I slowed my car to see what I was hearing, to listen closer. I saw two eyes, a large head, a torso that was massive, and a long strides breaking out of the trees on the side of the road, headed towards my vehicle. The creature was about to cross and jump into the road, but stopped in its path as soon as it broke into the opening, staring me down from the woods. This thing was a hulking behemoth, and I wasn't going to waste any time staring at that thing more than I needed to. I got out of there as fast as I could. To give you an idea, a visual, so to speak, if you've ever seen what a minotaur looks like, very humanoid looking, a fully ripped bodybuilder body, ripped legs, ripped arms, huge hands. Imagine that, with the hocks of a dog and dog feet, with huge hands and claws, and then for the head, just a big dog head that more or not resembled a German Shepherd. That's what this thing looked like, and it was probably around 8 to 9 feet tall, if not bigger. When I say this thing was huge, I mean it was unrealistically huge. Anyway, that's my story. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm submitting my encounter to you because I too have had a horrifying experience with a werewolf-like creature, just as you described in many of your encounter videos. Here's mine. I have been hearing strange noises and sounds outside of our house for weeks now, on and off, before I actually saw what the cause of it was. The sounds were like a really large animal groaning outside. It was strange. My husband works late, so he doesn't get home till closer to midnight every night. One night, during the week, this thing must have walked by and ticked the motion sensor on, and that's when I saw it. I was terrified. I didn't know what to do. I thought at the time that if I turned on all the lights in the house, maybe it would deflect this thing from wanting to get in. My husband arrived home a little earlier that evening, and my husband was furious that all the lights were on. I never actually told him why I had all the lights on, because I don't think he would have believed me. He probably did not see what I did, because he acted very normal, but he thought I was strange for having all the lights on, and I told him the darkness was getting to me. He just kind of smirked and laughed about it, and thought I was acting very strange. This is still going on to this very day, and I don't know how to break it to him. He is a very stern, no-nonsense science kind of guy, and would believe that kind of thing, unless he thought for himself. The sounds don't appear outside of our house every single night, but they are often. It's that weird animal groaning noise. Imagine like a large animal, like a moose or a horse, who has had a bad raspy smoker's cough, is giving birth, or pushing something out of its birth canal. I know, it's a bizarre description, but it's the only way I know how to describe the noise. There's a lot of strange development around here too, and we're not surrounded by woods or forest like many people who encounter these creatures are. I have no idea where it's coming from, and why it's targeting our house and us. Ever since this whole COVID-19 thing has taken place, things have gone a little crazy, and it wasn't until around April this year that this has all started happening. Maybe you can find a way to help me break it to my husband that we have a nightly visitor, a dogman. I used to live in Maine for a while, way back in the day, when me and my neighbors all saw the largest coyote that we've ever seen in our lives. Here's the kicker though. We would often all see it walking around on its hind legs. That was enough for each of us, and we thought we were going crazy until we kept frequently seeing it. Some of us described it as a large dog or wolf, while others just described it as the largest coyote they've ever seen. Same color, same stature, same build, everything. That's how we began to notice we weren't crazy. This is how I would best describe it. The neighborhood we were in was near a heavy amount of forest, so we think this thing would come in and out of that whole area and would go through our neighborhood. We would all often see it running a nearby field that bordered the neighborhood. We had a huge amount of deer that would frequent the area, so I don't know if that had any part to play. I guess if we're talking in terms of zoology, if that is the right term, since I'm not a scientist or a biologist, whatever, that would mean that the high deer population would give way for a massive food supply. So it's only natural that predators who feed off deer would be drawn to the area. But I don't recall ever seeing a cougar or anything like that, not even a mountain lion. None of us have ever had any problems with animals in the area, let alone this problem. I've listened to a few of your Dogman shows, and to my recollection, I've never had anything close to violent or terrifying with such an animal. The other neighbors that I talked to about seeing this same creature had the same conclusion I did. I think we all just realized it was there to feed on the deer, because it never tried approaching our houses or coming onto our land to do anything to us. I firmly believe it was just a large predator. We might potentially be seeing direwolves coming back to life that people are mistaking as dogmen. Maybe direwolves also just happen to walk on their hind legs too for a short time. I mean, it is very possible. Until anybody catches a live specimen of one of these things, really anything and everything is kind of just up in the air. My grandfather and my mother lived a little bit out in the countryside while she grew up. My mother was an only child, and my grandmother passed away shortly after my mother was born, so it was just the two of them, roughing it out by themselves. My grandfather had a large chicken coop, 50 chickens to be exact, and 13 acres of land in backwoods, and she was basically raised on a farm. Their house was right next to the woods, and right next to a cemetery. She absolutely loved walking to the woods around the cemetery, especially after dark. She even went so far as to walk down into the cemetery at night because she enjoyed how quiet and how spooky it got. My mother had a saying that she almost never told, but that you should always carry a light with you wherever you go, even in the daytime. On the nights when she was just a kid, probably 8 or 10, she described these eyes staring back at her from around the cemetery. Those eyes were attached to something much larger, a shadow that resembled that of a large standing dog. My mother believed for a long time that those eyes were indeed those of a werewolf. Even though it scared my mother, she still kept going down there at night because she was curious as much as she was afraid and wanted to see if she could make friends with this monster, or so she told me at the time. She tried telling her father, aka my grandfather, and he told her it wasn't a werewolf, and she was just probably trying to pull his leg. My mother kept going down there after dark and seeing this large shadow moving around the cemetery, but never being brave enough to actually get close enough to talk to it. She said that she would always get too scared and end up running away. It would only ever appear there at nighttime. She tried to tell her dad several times about this being there, but he just wouldn't believe her. At one point or another, he threatened severe punishment because she was just making things up and wouldn't stop the storytelling. This is when he had a sighting all of his own. That night, my mother went to bed and he was sitting out on the porch smoking pipe tobacco when he noticed all the crickets and frogs he would normally be hearing making lots of noise around them were dead quiet. Even the chickens were quiet, and even they would sometimes be making noise. Then, out of the darkness, he saw what looked to be a tall figure standing by the trees, watching him. This figure had red eyes, All he could see was this large silhouette shadow and the eyes. It really frightened him. After that happened, the next day, he forbid my mother from ever going back down there to the cemetery after that night. My mother doesn't have much memory after that of seeing this creature again, but she did not know what it was for the longest time. I thought that werewolves were an actual real creature, she's told me. Later on in life, as more information came out about cryptids like Bigfoot, she began to believe that these were actual things that lived. Then, she started hearing about the whole Wisconsin werewolf thing, the Beast of Bray Road, etc., and all the Linda Godfrey stories and narrations. As she was able to get more and more stories from people who had seen similar creatures, she realized that this was a dogman that was visiting her. Some quick information on the cemetery that was near her house. It didn't belong to her family or anything. I believe it was just a tiny community cemetery that they just happened to live by. My mother said it was maybe a 5-minute walk at best from her back porch through some small woods. That small patch of woods was really the only thing separating the cemetery from her property. Because of where they lived and the road they lived on, that cemetery hardly if ever got any traffic, and mainly belonged to the many of the older people that had passed living in the area from long before. When I tell this story to people, most just laugh and say, no, that couldn't have been a werewolf. It couldn't be a dogman, they say. But this did happen, and I saw it. For the very first time on that dark night, I played tag with my brothers. Long story short, I saw a werewolf creature coming back towards us from the woods. My younger brother saw it first. Then I saw the wolf. We all got scared and ran back to the house. At the time, there was acres and acres of undeveloped land behind our house. It's now either an apartment complex or a strip mall. Probably both. At the time, it was just a bunch of mess of overgrown weeds, blackberry bramble, and trees with those orange markings on them to signal which trees they were going to start taking out. The development of that land did not start till after we moved out, and we were there for roughly 6 years. But this particular night was when we saw what we call the werewolf, because that's what it resembled closest. We played night tag often, and never had a sighting like this before, until my younger brother saw it, just like I said. It was coming towards us slowly, like it was trying to be sneaky. I don't know what it was planning on, but it was being sneaky, and it was out in the open, which frightened all of us. Once we all saw it, we thought it was a person in a costume, but it moved wrong, and it was just way too big to be somebody dressed in a costume. We all screamed and ran back to the house. My younger brother tried telling my mom, but she didn't believe us, whereas me and my older brother kept our mouths shut and didn't say a word. This was in September, right before we were about to start school up again, and things were just starting to cool off. We didn't really go back there the rest of the school year, until the following spring and summer when we were able to play tag again at night. Never had another sighting of this creature ever again, even if it was back there in secret watching us play. When I think back on these memories, I think, what if it had grabbed one of us? Had my little brother not seen it moving up from behind a tree in the open? There's no telling what could have happened. This thing also made no noise, and it was just by luck he saw it. Probably for the better. Driving home one afternoon from a dentist appointment when I decided to take a long way home to head through a backcountry area that's primarily all old native territory. There wasn't much back here, truth be told, but the scenery was beautiful. That's when I had the sighting of my life happen to me. I almost hit a big black dog. I saw this figure run in front of my car. It was running upright, just like a person, and looked just like a werewolf. I stopped the car and just sat there gaping at it as it ran across the road quickly. I never did see something like that before in my life. I slowly started to move again after it crossed. When I got about 300 yards away from where it crossed, I could see in my rearview mirror that it was looking back and peering its head back out at my vehicle. That dog was huge. It was nearly 8 feet tall, had pointed ears, a long snout, and a huge chest. When it crossed and jumped down the embankment on the road, it let out a growl unlike any I've ever heard. I could feel the vibrations in my body. It was so intimidating. I couldn't stop thinking about this sighting until I reached my house. I told my husband about what had happened, and he told me to never go through that area again, that it was supposed to be a cursed place of dark magic, and that people have gone missing after going to that area. Lots of strange things have gone on in that area besides just missing persons. Weird loud metallic banging sounds, bright lights at night, figures moving in the sky in the woods. I guess that entire area is a hotbed for UFO sightings and encounters, among even Bigfoot sightings, I guess. My husband, who has grown up here in the area, where I haven't been growing up here, him and his friends avoided that area like the plague because people he knew went through there and turned out missing. Even many of the natives that live around here don't venture through that area much. Just kind of makes you wonder. I probably should have never driven through there, but oh well. I'm kind of glad I did, because had I not, I would have not seen such a marvel of an animal, if you could even call it that. Personally, I don't believe in werewolves or creatures like Bigfoot, but I do believe that there are monsters out there. In fact, I have a story that I could share with you, in which I have an experience with a monster all of my own. It was one night when I was left home by myself playing video games while my parents were out, and a monster, what I would believe to be a monster, tried to break into my house. I use the term monster because that's the only way I know how to accurately describe the way it looked and its behavior. In reality, it closely resembled that of a werewolf, but I try to be logical about it, and I realize that werewolves aren't necessarily real. I personally don't believe that there are people turning into these things under a full moon, but I cannot deny that the thing that I saw that night, that thing, a monster, was most certainly real, and had it gotten into my house like it wanted to, there is no telling if I would still be here today to tell you my story. All around our house we had a yard, and then beyond that, on both sides and the back, was probably about 3 acres of small woods, which then led directly to a neighbor's house. Directly in front of the house was the driveway that led to the road, and on the other side of the road were tall hedges. Had we not had as much privacy, and maybe were closer to the neighbors, just maybe this wouldn't have happened. Anyway, this happened to me when I was 15 and still in high school. I was a freshman, so I believe I was either 14 or 15 actually. My parents went out for a date night, and when they did, they usually did not get back until super late, like after midnight. So I was left at home to play video games and watch TV. You know, stuff that typical teenagers do. Since my parents have a large screen TV in the living room, I think I hooked up my PS3 and was playing games through that. I'll give you a quick layout of our house. As soon as you walk in the front door, the TV is directly to your right, facing your left. To your left is the couch, which faces the TV, and there's a large window perpendicular to the front door. From the outside, if you were to look in this front window, you have full view of the living room, as well as the dining area, which sits back behind the living room. If you're in the living room and you walk past the TV, you can go right down the small hallway, which leads to my parents' room and a small bathroom, and my father's office. If you turn left and go down that way, you go down another small hallway, which leads to my bedroom and a small bathroom. The bedroom is on the other side of the living room. So if I'm in my bedroom and I was facing where the TV is in the living room, there's a wall there. Going back to the living room, as soon as you walk in the front door, directly in front of you is the dining room, and in the kitchen curves inward, blocked by a wall. Now that you kind of know what the house is like, this is what happened. I stopped playing games and I quickly got up to go get a drink of water, and as I'm walking back from the kitchen, I noticed something I didn't before. I see big red eyes peering at me through the window at night. When I saw those eyes, I just lost it. I turned around and I ran, and I locked myself in my bedroom. I was freaking out. I felt like a little kid who had just seen a monster outside. When I went inside though, I started looking through the blinds just a little bit. I didn't want to move the blinds that much because I knew that it knew where I was, so I didn't want to move the window blinds. Then I saw it again. This time, it followed the movement. It followed me to where my bedroom was, and it noticed that I had gone into the next bedroom over and moved over in the front of my window. Because of its big silhouette, this thing must have been around 7 to 8 feet tall. It had a long tail which curled up behind it. I really couldn't believe what I was looking at. I thought to myself it was a werewolf even before I saw it in full. The shape gave it away. Crappy for me, but I had broken my window blinds months ago by wrestling too much with my friends, and I hit it, and my parents never bothered to replace it because they were mad, so they didn't close quite all the way, which meant that this thing had free rein to fully look into my windows right at me, and there was virtually nothing I can do but try and hide out of the way in the corner. I had my light off, and I was hiding in the corner while this thing scanned my room, looking for me. I really couldn't believe what I was looking at. I thought it was a werewolf, even before I saw it in full, just by its silhouette alone. The head and its mane looked just like a werewolf you would see. It looked to be huge, and it stood upright on 2 legs. It was covered in long dark fur, almost like a matted fur, and it had pointed ears just like a dog does. The eyes glowed red, like a deep dull red, and even had a hint of yellow. Its face was what really confused me, because the way it looked totally defied understanding. It leaned in so close to the glass that you could see its breath on the window and the condensation building up. I don't think it could see me, because I turned my light off, but after a few moments, it pulled its head back and walked around to the other side of my house. This thing was heavy, and you could tell that it weighed a lot, because every time it took a step, you could just hear this dull thud on the ground. I jumped up quickly, locked my door, and ran back and sat in the corner, listening intently for whatever this thing was going to do next. I could faintly hear my game, which was paused, and then it was silent for a moment. I kept listening, and then that's when I heard the back sliding glass door rattling. To my horror, this thing was trying to open the sliding glass door to get in the house. It was shaking it harder and harder, more and more violent each time. I began to cry. I was so scared. I left my phone out in the living room, so I had nothing I could do, nobody I could reach out to or call. I didn't know what to do. At the time, it was maybe 9:45 p.m., and my parents wouldn't be home for a few more hours. I had no way to contact anybody, nothing I could do. If this thing broke into the house, I was a goner. It tried and tried at the door for a while, before just stopping entirely. I didn't hear anything anymore after that. I didn't even hear it walk away like I could hear it walk all the way around the house. I still heard my game, which was just a fainted noise, but it was still sitting there paused, just like I had left it. I decided I was just going to sit there and wait until my parents got back. I didn't know how long it was, but eventually, my mother and father came home. It was only around 11 p.m., but felt like I had been sitting there waiting for hours. They got back because my mother has this habit of coming down with terrible migraines, and she wanted to cut their date shorter. When my mother and father came home, my mother got some aspirin, and they were both wondering why I had locked myself in my bedroom with the lights off, when I told them that I thought I heard an intruder trying to break into the house. My father looked at me very strangely and investigated the back door, where I told him that I had heard somebody trying to break in, but there was no signs, no footprints or smudges on the glass. It's like I just hallucinated the whole thing. I know what I saw, and I know what I experienced. I am no fool, and I wouldn't dare tell my parents this because they would never believe me. Now, fast forward in time, I'm in my 20s and currently enrolled in college, and that is still one of the most horrific things. I didn't believe in monsters before that, but I do now, and I know for a fact they are real. Back in 1992, I was visiting the lovely state of Michigan for a close family friend's wedding. It was summer, and everything is incredibly lush and full of life. The wedding went by, and we got to the best part, the reception, where many drank and partied far into the night. I had struggled with alcohol a lot growing up, so I was one of the only few sober individuals there at the time, besides some other apostolic elders who were pretty anti-alcohol and drinking altogether. People were starting to leave and head home when, clear as day, we all heard the most disturbing, loud howl yell. It was so loud that you could feel the vibrations from it in your chest and ears. It hurt that it was so loud. This got everyone's attention, and we all looked over in the direction that it came from, which was the heavily forested area just beyond the reception area outside. Many started looking panicked and confused, not knowing what the sound was or where exactly it came from. People started whispering and talking in hushed, panicked tones. It didn't quite sound like a human, but had a quality to it that sounded remotely human, just much more visceral. It was like mixing a wolf howl with a person yelling, and making that very guttural. My friend, the groomsman, and his newly bride, the color had drained from their faces completely. I knew then that what we all heard wasn't normal. We weren't crazy. We knew it. There was easily still 60 people minimum at this reception at the time. For those that were drinking, I bet it sobered them up real quick. I still think about this happening, and it gives me the shivers. I've grown up in areas where I've heard wolves howl, and I've heard coyotes plenty of times. This didn't sound like either. Wolves and coyotes don't also have that guttural quality to it, like this did. The volume alone was unnatural, and the size of the animal would have to be immensely large for it to have that kind of volume. I can only imagine the lung size of whatever animal made this howl. I got a really interesting story for you. So interesting that in fact, I honestly thought I was having a joke played on me at the time. This happened back in the early 1980s, when at the time, I was fishing at a secret location on a creek that only I really knew about. This was in northern Michigan, so funny enough at the time, I had just seen the movie American Werewolf in London, like a week or two prior before this happened. This is the major proponent to why I believed at the time that I was being pranked. I got to my fishing spot very early, right about sunrise, and spent the better half of the entire day there. It was probably about lunchtime, because I had just gotten done eating a turkey sandwich, and the sun was directly overhead. I noticed some movement coming across the embankment that caught my eye. At first, it was the brush and bushes moving around, but then there became more and more movement. This led me to believe that it was a larger animal, maybe a bear, since I know there are bears up here. I've just never seen one in the flesh. Now I started paying a lot more attention to the movement than I did my line in the water. Then I saw it. 2 long cropped ears. Then the entire head and the upper body popped up out of the brush, looking down to the west at something. I was caught in a state of surprise at what I was looking at. This looked to be somebody in an elaborate werewolf costume. I kind of chuckled to myself, thinking, wow, one of my friends must have gone to great lengths to follow me here secretly, getting into a suit to try and scare me. But there were just some things that didn't fully line up with that way of thinking. This animal was intently looking down at something behind the bushes that I just could not see. Then I saw it crouch down again, with the only tops of its ears poking out. After about a few more minutes, or seconds, I don't remember, it fully stood up, looking still and looking down. Its focus was intent on something. At the time, I don't think I was buying it, and I thought it was still one of my friends, and they were waiting for the perfect opportune moment to try and scare me. So I entirely dropped my rod, stood up, and yelled out to this thing that I thought was my friend at the time, "Hey, asshole!" And as quick as you can snap your fingers, this thing turned its head, looked right at me. It stared at me for about a second or two, very curious expression on its face before jumping 20 feet in the air into the tree line and disappeared. My jaw about dropped to the ground. In that moment, my pants became 20 pounds heavier, and I should have brought a new pair of jeans with me. That, my friends, was a tough pill to swallow. I had seen a real living animal that resembled that of a werewolf. What are the odds of that happening just a couple of weeks after I saw a werewolf movie? I packed my things up and I left in fear that this thing would return, possibly with more of them. I kept trying to tell myself, no, this isn't possible. These things don't exist. I was just seeing things and I was just having a joke played on me. No man in a werewolf costume, I don't care how big or small, can jump 20 feet up in the air and into the trees like this thing did, at the speed that it did. It was completely unnatural. I don't know if dogmen or werewolves truly exist, but I do know for sure that there are unknown animals out there living among us. When I was a little boy, my father acquired a rather large property from an older gentleman who used to trophy hunt a lot in his younger days. Along with the property, he was giving my father all of his prized trophies that came with it, because he was getting older, much older, and got tired of lugging them all around with him, and really wanted to start minimalizing his living. He just wanted to find the right tenant who would appreciate all of his years of love and labor. As a little boy, I do remember all of the trophies. Everything from large exotic bison, bucks, African exotic animals, alligators, I can go on and on. Things that would make you squirm. Then, he had a whole room dedicated to skulls that he had found during his time hunting. The one that I wanted to talk to you about was this colossal-sized canine skull that had far oversized canines. The other unorthodox part of the skull is that all the teeth, besides the canines, were like needle pins, razor sharp, and even with the aging and wear and tear of the skull, they were still very much intact and sharp as ever. The skull was larger than a cow skull, and my dad, nor the older gentleman who sold him the place, really knew where it came from. He had forgotten the location that he found it in, but thinks it was up in the Rocky Mountains, if he remembered correctly. Growing up, I always thought it could have been a dire wolf skull, but the teeth never made sense to me. Isn't a dire wolf just a larger version of a wolf? I don't think they had exaggerated canines or razor-bladed teeth. This thing didn't even have molars, just razor teeth. It was not until my later 20s that I got into cryptozoology that I started to realize that maybe that the skull was from something much more. Well, my father sold everything in that house and then sold the property a while back, so we lost all ownership of everything that was there. To this very day, I kick myself for not taking that skull, but it surely was incredible. I might just be overplaying it here, and hyping up the issue when there's nothing really there. I can't guarantee that this was a dogman skull, but in my heart of hearts, that's what I want to believe. It doesn't match up with any other known canine skull that I've ever seen, and the size alone was abnormally large. I believe these creatures are really out there, but I've never seen one. Maybe whoever acquired that skull and the property has a potential connection and one foot in the door to actually proving these things do exist. There might still be DNA on that thing, and maybe, just maybe, I could track down whoever bought the property. I've already submitted my encounter to several other big YouTubers like Swamp Dweller, Darkness Prevails, and that's just to name a couple, and I wanted to share it with you. I'm almost certain that there is a dogman, or a small pack of dogmen, living out by where I live. There is a large field that is empty along the main road that I drive to leave this area. It's probably about 15 acres of just large field with no development on it, filled to the brim with tall grass and even a small pond. I believe it's full of rabbits. We see them all over the place. Every spring and summer, they are everywhere. They're constantly dead on the side of the road, and I'm always seeing them hopping around. That's not counting all the other little animals we have, like possums, skunks, raccoons, all your typical little American animals that live out here in the boonies. I truly believe that I have seen several of these dogman creatures. I've had several sightings, and it's usually all in the early morning or evening time when it's dusky outside. They resemble very closely a German Shepherd with very pointy ears, walking around on two legs. I've never seen them running, only walking, but they are out visible in the field without a care in the world to whoever drives by and sees them. I know the road that it's close to isn't necessarily a busy road, but people still go up and down it. I'm sure I'm not the only person to have witnessed what I have, and I firmly believe that they are dogmen. The only time I've ever seen more than one was in the early morning a few weeks back when I saw a really tall one, and then a smaller one next to it following after. They're always headed in the opposite direction that I'm in, or they seem like they're headed back into the woods. I don't know if they are here seasonally or if they're here for food, because I know with all the rabbits around, there is plenty to eat. There's almost like an infestation of rabbits. I've never gone adventuring into that empty, undeveloped land, so I don't know how many hollows and little dens there are full of rabbits, but I'm sure it's plentiful if there's that many dogmen around. From what I know, the woods surrounding that undeveloped plot of land are state game land or state-owned, and it goes on for miles and miles, up against several of the rolling hills and mountains behind us. I'm not sure if anybody really lives back there, or there's really any other property development, but to my knowledge, there is not. This would equip a dogman with plenty of places to hide and thrive, without ever being discovered by a human. A little too close to home if you ask me, but I've never seen or had any issues with them around my house. Now that I think about it, I'm honestly surprised because I have quite a few cherry trees, apple trees, apricot trees, and even pear trees, and I know they are generally attracted to those things, or maybe just attracted to what kind of prey those things bring. You wouldn't even begin to believe the high amounts of deer and other animals those trees pull in, and that means my property is probably just a ticking time bomb to be pulling these creatures in. I fear that once the rabbits and other small animals have been eaten up, these creatures will move on. I only live right up the road, a couple of miles, which is practically a stone's throw away for these things. I do feel fortunate that I am very well versed and knowledgeable about cryptids and dogman, especially that I feel equipped to deal with the situation if it ever does arise. I have plenty of firepower, and I could even put bars on my windows if needed. I've heard too many horror stories of people dealing with these things who don't expect it, and I refuse to be a statistic who is found dead, or my body is missing, and only blood to be found. I will fight to the death if I have to, but for now, I'm just going to keep my distance and respect that they are here, in hopes they will never find me and leave me alone. I had an absolutely terrifying experience that happened to me just a few weeks ago on the night of the 4th of July. I had stayed at a friend's house since we were having a large 4th of July get-together party, and because I had worked the next morning, I had to stay sober. Even though I did have a few drinks earlier on in the evening, I couldn't fully enjoy myself like I wanted to. I stopped drinking, probably about 6, to allow my body to fully metabolize the alcohol. Around 10 or 11 p.m., after we hung out and did some fireworks, I decided it was time for me to go home. Quick note, my friend lives about 2.5 hours away from me, and I only see him a few times a year. This was a long drive back to my house, but I pulled up good old Google Maps and decided I would take a detour through a really windy mountain pass kind of area. The good news is that with this route, I'd shave about 45 minutes off my overall trip. This area has sparse towns throughout and is very low population. Houses are very spread out, and there are little to no lights at all. It's in the middle of nowhere, and I've never driven it before, at least prior to this night. So, I get on the road, and as I get onto the highway, there must have been an accident because I was backed up for probably quite some time. I probably spent about 50 minutes in one spot waiting for traffic to clear. It didn't help me that everybody else was leaving their locations for the 4th of July, and so it was very backed up. What I assumed happened is that some go-happy drunkard probably hit somebody when they shouldn't have been driving. Driving by, I was right. It was an accident. Somebody had T-boned somebody else, but luckily, I saw no ambulances, so that was good. By the time I got past the wreck, it was a little after midnight, and I'm really starting to get exhausted and worried how I'm going to fully make the drive home. I'm usually an early bird, and I'm up by 5 or 6 in the morning, so you can imagine my utter exhaustion. I hate driving late at night for this reason. I regretted declining my friend's offer to stay and just drove home in the morning. Stupid me. I spend the next hour, give or take, on the highway until I get to the pull-off that Google is having me take. According to Google Maps, I had about 37 miles until I would pull out onto another road that would go for another 14 before I got back to my house. This road isn't an easy straight shot where you can just cruise at 60 and autopilot. There's lots of curves, hills, and blind spots. To make matters worse, I was literally fighting to keep my eyes open. I blasted music loud. I did everything I could just to keep myself awake and alert. I know deer love to jump out at this time of night, so that alone had me on edge. Once I made it around most of the curves, which seemed to go on for an eternity, I had a portion of the road that was just gravel for a good 2 to 3 miles. I'm guessing it was road construction due to the bump signs, assuming it was going on during the day. But if anybody knows anything about driving on gravel, it's that you have to drive around 10 to 15 miles an hour, or you can say goodbye to your tires. This is just even more painful because now it's going to take even longer, and I'm already at my wit's end. There's no streetlights out here, no other cars on the road. I'm in the middle of nowhere, driving on this 2-lane gravel road. I finally reach the spot where the road goes back to normal, so I keep driving and driving. Finally, I get to a point where I realized if I continue to push myself, I'm going to cause an accident. I was on the verge of falling asleep at the wheel. I figured I might just pull over to the side of the road and sleep for about 5 to 6 hours, wake up in the morning, and then go home. Gather my things quickly and go to work. I set my alarm for 5:30, so I was going to be up and ready to go. Luckily, there is a pullout not too far from where I was. Again, it's pitch black, there are no other cars on the road, and there are no lights anywhere. I'm surrounded by fields and mountains all around me. For sleeping, it was wonderful, because it was so destimulating. I had pulled over into this little spot on the road, turned my truck off, and made sure my phone was charging. I reclined my driver's chair, and before I knew it, I'm lost in the land of sleep and slumber. This is where my story transforms from normal to what many would consider fiction, but this really did happen to me, and because of this, I will never go down that road again. So much for a shortcut. Efficient shortcut, I should say. I never in a million years would have considered the price tag that it had attached to it. For starters, I'm a fairly light sleeper, so it doesn't take a whole lot for me to be jolted awake. Do you know how it is when you're awakened when you're asleep, but your eyes are still closed, but you become fully conscious of what's going on around you, like noises and such? Well, that would describe right now. Besides, it was so dark, it's not like opening my eyes I could really see much. I woke up to a strange tapping on my driver's side window, but it wasn't like a person tapping their finger. It sounded like a rock or something being slowly tapped on the glass. There was no order to it or pattern. It was just random, and I woke up to this. I sat there for probably about 5 to 7 seconds, just listening intently to make sure I wasn't going crazy or still in a dream. I opened my eyes and reached down for my phone to turn the flashlight app on. I immediately shined it over at the driver's side window and screamed at what I saw. In turn, I dropped my phone. Pressed against my driver's side window from the half second that my light reflected on its face, was a very angry dog or wolf, something. All I saw were the eyes, the face, and huge teeth, and it caused me to drop my phone. Now, I'm frantic. Besides the teeth, what terrified me the most, I think, was the intensity in its eyes, the expression and intelligence they held. In that flash of a half-second moment, my brain, for whatever reason, seemed to input everything it needed to fully register that this was a real being, a living creature. The second I saw its face, time had slowed down to a halt, and my brain supercharged, super-absorbed everything. I'll never forget the hateful expression it had on its face. I don't know if I parked in its territory, or if its intentions were to come and hurt me and kill me. I don't know. I don't want to know. I've never felt such anger from eyes like that before. So I'm screaming and fumbling for my phone. I grab my phone, shun it to where I put my keys at while I'm going a million miles an hour. I never leave my keys in the ignition, and I'm regretting that because this could have gotten into my truck. I put it in the ignition, and I don't even waste a second throwing my truck in drive and pulling out of there at 60 miles an hour. I went so fast, I know I made a dust storm. The sheer amount of fear and adrenaline I had pumping through me brought me home in record time. I did more than that, actually. I didn't sleep the entire night. I get home, get out of my truck, and I'm checking all around just to make sure that freak of nature wasn't following me, didn't hop in my truck bed, or do any damage to my truck. I didn't even want to waste my mental energy trying to figure out what it was or what kind of animal it was. I didn't care. I was too terrified. I drive a larger truck that you have to climb up into, so it's not like some small dog that can easily just get on his hind legs and press his small face against the window. The head was huge and filled up almost my entire driver's side window. I don't know why it looked so angry, whatever it was. Its mouth was in an open position, kind of like it wanted me to see all of its teeth, which were oversized to begin with, and way, way too sharp to be a dog. Why was it tapping on my window? I have no idea, but I wasn't going to stay around for another second to find out. So, then the very next day, I call up my buddy, the same buddy who had the 4th of July party the previous day that I was just at. I told him about what happened and I said, "Man, you're not going to believe me," and he said, "Try me." So I told him, and he went quiet and said he's had a few other similar experiences over by the West Coast. "I think what you encountered is a dogman." I said, "What the hell is a dogman?" He began to explain to me that there are such things called cryptos and cryptids, Bigfoots being one of them. I stopped in mid-conversation because I told him Bigfoots don't exist. I'm definitely not a believer in that nonsense, but this had changed my mind and my world. It made me realize there are things out there that force me to reconsider. I'm not saying Bigfoots are real, even as of now, but whatever it was outside of my truck that night, it certainly was real. So after our conversation, and him going into detail about all the few times he's had weird feelings and experiences out in the woods on the coast, I began to look around to see if there's any evidence I can find online of these things. That's when I stumbled across multiple YouTube channels, and I got to read a variety of different eyewitness accounts. A lot of accounts seem to point to you and your YouTube, and you seem like a very credible individual to share my story with. I'm a diehard believer in science, actually, but the problem with science is that it does not explain what I saw. In fact, it flat out denies that it exists, and I can't wrap my brain around that. I know for a fact I was not hallucinating, especially considering that many of the accounts that I read nearly match the description of what I saw to a T. You can imagine how terrifying that is for somebody like me, who has that horrible face forever seared into my memory banks. I've had nightmares about it since, it pressing its face up against the glass and breaking into my house and eating me. It's pretty horrifying, and I'm not gonna lie. It's like I had a monster step off Hollywood and stand right next to my truck. I don't know how long it had been standing there, and I don't know if it would have opened my door had I left it unlocked. Those are things that are best left not thought about, because if I dwell on them too long, I will get terrible anxiety. I had taken my time to set up my hunting camp on early October in preparation for deer season. On October 4th, 2017, I had heard a strange howling outside of my trailer. It sounded like a wolf howl, except much larger. I thought it might be from a larger alpha male, so I looked out the window out of curiosity, and what I saw truly scared me. It looked to me like a large coyote walking around on two legs, baring its teeth as it walked and paced around the trailer. Then, it did something that made my blood run cold. It quickly jumped into the woodline where I could not see it. Puzzled and afraid, I quickly looked around to see where it had gone, and not even a split second later, it charged out of the woods and smacked right into the travel trailer. It knocked me off my bench, and I fell back, dazed. This thing possessed superhuman strength and nearly toppled over my trailer. I felt like a semi-truck ran into us. I jumped up to grab my gun, but the only thing I had near me was my loaded 12 gauge, and it was ready to go. I picked it up, cocked it, and I was ready to go all Arnold Schwarzenegger on this thing. I kicked the door open, and I had the shotgun up on my shoulder, ready to fire. I didn't see it anywhere. The woods around me were silent. It was eerie. It was like being in a horror movie where you know something bad is about to happen. I slowly scanned my surroundings and crept around the trailer to see if I can find it. I was gonna fill it full of slugs. I made it all the way around the trailer, 360 degrees, scanning every nook and cranny, but I never saw anything. Nothing. No tracks, no eye shine. The spot that it impacted right where I was looking out the window, there was nothing. No footprints, no dents in the trailer even, and even though it felt like I got hit by a car. But this awful stench lingered in the air. It smelled like blood and rotting meat. And that's when I started to question if I'm just hallucinating or I'm going crazy. And that's when I heard this nasty, god-awful howl, growl, scream that came from close by in the woods. I ran back in the trailer and decided I would just be better off holding up in there. And if this thing decided to break in, it's going to meet its end with a couple of slug shells. Safe to say I didn't sleep that night, and I promptly moved to a different area the very next morning. I was only 15 years old at the time. I'm 27 now. At the time, I was going to high school like any other normal teenager, and back beyond our house was this huge area that was fenced off. The fencing was tall, wooden fences, and I believe the neighbor or someone or something owned it, but to my knowledge, it was just an empty field. Beyond that was woods, and then I think it went to another neighborhood a ways after that. This fence went right up against my backyard, and then paralleled the entire sidewalk all the way down a couple of blocks. On the other side of this fence was this giant field that we would sometimes hop to get across the neighborhood, and then on the other side of that field was a totally different neighborhood. If you hopped the fence to the left, you would be in the woods. In front of you would be the next neighborhood, and to the right of you would be our neighborhood. My friends and I only hopped this fence a couple of times, but there was really nothing back there. It did look shady though, like I'm sure people bought drugs back there or did heroin. I did actually see some trash and a homeless person's tent back there once. Who knows? But this was in the wintertime, and every morning when my father would drive me and my sister to school, we would hear these horrible noises and screams that sounded like they were on the other side of the fence. My sister and I would always hear it, and it creeped her and I out. My dad was in denial about it, but it was clear as day, and it was every winter morning. It was loud, and I was not the only one in the neighborhood to hear it. It wasn't until around my senior year of high school that I befriended one of the neighbors on the far side of our neighborhood, who also just happened to be a registered hunter. One day, we got on the topic somehow of the noise I had heard a few years back, and he confirmed that there was indeed a strange creature that he had seen living back there, and that I was not crazy. He said this thing was tall, black, had pointy ears, and resembled a wolf. It nearly tried to break down the fence and get into his house until he fired a couple shots a few years ago. He hasn't seen much of it in the last year, but it still comes around from time to time. He believes whatever this animal was migrates through the area through the wintertime. There's times that he has heard scratching on the fence, like somebody pressing and dragging a bunch of knives onto the fence board early in the morning, the same time in the morning that I had heard the howls years ago. It's very strange. After I graduated, I moved off to college and moved the heck out of Dodge, and now live states away with a new life, new career, and new girlfriend. Luckily, I don't have to deal with any of that now. My wife and I, just this last fall, were on our way, driving up to British Columbia from Oklahoma and our small motorhome. We were making our way along the highway at nighttime when a large black dog stepped out and crossed the road quickly. This large dog was walking erect on two legs, and I would estimate the height at over 8 to 9 feet tall. It had very thick fur and had tall pointed ears. Because of the darkness, it was hard to get a total estimation of its features, but it did have amber glowing eyes that seemed to glow unnaturally. When your headlights hit an animal and they have that eye glow, this animal had that, but without even having any headlights in its eyes. It quickly crossed the road and then looked over at us mid-stride. Then it was gone, across to the other side of the road. It happened so fast and so close, I was afraid we were going to hit it. There was no other traffic present at this time, and no really spot to pull over. It scared my wife more than it scared me, but I still get the chills just thinking about it and describing it to you. It was 1999, and I was driving east of Charleston, Missouri. I was driving later on at night, and I had pulled over to put some water in my coolant tank. Quick note, I had been having some serious issues with that truck that I was driving at the time because it was overheating. For whatever reason, I had neglected to get the proper coolant for it, so I would literally be carrying around jugs of water with me and stopping every 10 or so miles to be pouring it in there just to keep the engine from overheating. Dumb, I know. So this was one of my routine pullovers to the side of the road to quickly put some water into the coolant. My engine was really hot, so I think I was trying to let my truck cool down because it was starting to get really, really hot, and the engine was nearing smoking. I lifted up the hood and poured in the water, and sat there and waited. I thought that while I'd give the engine a minute to cool down, I would take this opportune moment to have a cigarette break. As I'm lighting my cigarette, I hear this high-pitched, long, drawn-out echoing sound. Then I begin to make it out as a howl of some sort. This makes my skin crawl, and I begin to feel on edge. I try to brush it off and finish my cigarette, but this eerie feeling crept over me. Out of the corner of my eye, as my eyes began adjusting to the darkness, I can make out the outline of a figure standing upright across the road, just beyond the trees a bit. It was very tall, taller than me, I'm sure. As I can make out the outline more and more, it resembled that of a dog, or so I thought, but the ears were very long and pointed, and the body seemed very broad, like a bodybuilder. It began moving and swaying side to side, as if trying to get a better look at me. That's the vibe I got. I didn't know what I was looking at, but I was seriously getting creeped out. I remember thinking, well, that's enough for me. I threw my cigarette down, stomped on it, closed my hood, and jumped back in my truck. I wasn't going to wait around another second. I got out of there and just got to a nearby gas station and finally bought some coolant. I don't know what kind of animal I was dealing with that night, or why I felt those feelings, but I do know that because of that situation, it's taught me to really be prepared. In my case, it means not being neglectful and making sure your vehicle has plenty of coolant, which I stocked up on, and quit being lazy about. A few years ago, I went out with a couple of my buddies to do some bass fishing at night. I'm not going to tell you where, because I don't want anybody to listen to this and to think they're brave and to go try and find this thing. Nobody should try and find what we saw. It needs to be left and forgotten about. What we saw came straight out of a nightmare. When we were fishing, we began hearing a loud crashing sound coming off far to the left of the woods, when my friend shined the spotlight right in the spot that we heard the noise coming from. And lo and behold, this monstrosity is standing there. A creature with the height of around 8 feet tall and covered in dark brown to black hair at the very edge of the tree line, fully lit up by the spotlight. It had its large hand on the side of the tree and was watching us menacingly. This thing looked like a flipping werewolf out of the movie The Howling. It looked evil. It gave us a scowl, or at least that's what the expression on its face resembled. Then it stepped out of the tree line and began walking towards us. My friend, who was already screaming and panicking after seeing it when he shined the light on it, was now screaming and running, leaving behind everything, as we were all leaving our equipment behind. The creature behind us started to pick up the pace and began grunting and letting out a panting noise, as if to let us know it was giving chase. We made it back to the main trail and then back to our truck in one piece, and it seemed that this creature had stopped following us somewhere along the way. We were terrified. One of us had to go back the following morning to retrieve our equipment, which was left untouched. Still, one of the scariest things I've ever been through in my life. Normally, I'm not a believer in what I'd call fictitious fairy tales like werewolves, vampires, and such. But I will acknowledge when I find proof of the existence of unknown animals that I didn't previously believe in. I've spent a lot of my time in the Sierra Nevada mountain range, exploring and looking for caves to dive into. I've camped out there many times. I've heard all sorts of wild, hairy tales. Things that will make your skin crawl. I, too, have found evidence to believe that there might be a predator at large that's far more potent than your typical mountain lion or black bear. I've come to find evidence of what I would best support the hypothesis that there is indeed a large alpha predator, more likely a wolf, that dominates much of the range on this mountain. I've heard stories where people talk about seeing bright lights, or even Bigfoot. I can't confirm nor deny any of that. I myself have had zero experiences with all of that. What I can confirm is the things that I know I have found that I cannot explain, and evidence that would point to a large, upright walking predatory wolf. The first major player in the evidence that I've mustered is finding large canid prints in multiple spots on my trek. There's one major component to these tracks, and it's that they don't adhere to your standard wolf-sized tracks. Your standard wolf track, on average, is around 4 inches in width and height. These that I've found are easily doubled, if not a little larger than double, and the indent is very visibly noticeable. This leans toward the fact that whatever large canine made this is not only larger, but much heavier due to a deeper indent into the soil. Here's where things get even hairier. They don't follow your typical quadrupedal pattern that a dog or a wolf would follow. They are bipedal by the pattern, following a 2-step pattern with a 4 to 5 foot stride. Massive strides. Does this support that there is some sort of large upright walking wolf around these parts? I'm not sure myself, although the evidence I've found seems to strongly show support of that for my findings. The real kicker to it all is I have found 4 to 5 sets in total of these same large canid bipedal style footprints throughout my time out here, all in varying locations and different spots. I struggle with the concept because I believe that if a wolf was to walk bipedally, it would walk like a bear in the sense where they only walk for a short distance. But the longest stretch of tracks I found went on for well over 15 feet. All of these tracks were much in the same with indentation into the dirt, size, stride, and stepping pattern. It's possible that there could be a large pack of wolves out there that have grown to an abnormal size, learning to walk bipedally for short distances at a time. I have never found sets of tracks where it's more than just one. These are all just singular wolves that I've found on my time out. That is just one, what I like to call set of evidence, if you will. Now, I'm not saying what I'm about to tell you is necessarily evidence leaning towards my hypothesis, but it makes you wonder what's going on. What's killing these animals in the way they're being killed? I have discovered multiple deer and 2 black bears on account, dead. To dive into details a little more, I'm going to discuss with you the black bear deaths. Black bears do inhabit these mountain ranges, and although I don't see them as much, I do know they are here. I respect their space and that this is their home. To my knowledge and understanding, black bears don't have any predators that are above them. They don't have to worry about being killed due to them being omnivores, and their size and stature alone is enough to ward away mountain lions, for example. I'm sure a mountain lion and a bear have gotten into it before in nature, but I wouldn't put it past me. But I don't believe that is how these 2 black bear that I found were killed. I had come to almost a small valley where there's more tree coverage and lots of rock. Great as a protective enclosure with a small little cavern-like den. I had stumbled upon an actual black bear den. If I hadn't traveled down a 50 feet steep rocky incline of this hill into this little pocket of an area, I wouldn't have found what I did. Outside this small bear den, I know it was because I did check out the den after finding these bears, I discovered the cadavers of what looked to be 2 deceased black bears. The manner in which these black bears were killed was gruesome, to say the least. Both bears were within 10 feet of each other, killed by an unknown and unforeseen predator. The larger black bear, what I believe to be a male, but I didn't check, only judging by its size, had its head completely torn off its body. There was no head to be found anywhere around the area or visible vicinity that I was in. All along its body was large, deep gashes that looked to come from claws of great size. It was a bloody mess. Although the blood was coagulated, you could tell whatever happened that this bear suffered severe damage. The other bear, which lay no more than 10 feet away from the other bear, appeared to be smaller in size and frame. My guess was a female. As with the first, I didn't think in the moment to check the genitalia. The similarities in damage to this were mainly the deep gash wounds all over its body. It made me think of grizzly bear gashes, how they're so long and run so deep. These bears' body were shredded. The claw pattern wasn't even that of a bear though. It was different. If we're being honest, the flesh was far too mangled to get an accurate look as to what any claw pattern was exactly. The difference between the 2 bear is that this one was smaller, had its entire throat torn out. There was a lot of dried blood around it. Both of these bears had just died within the last day, judging by the freshness of the kill, so they were still rather fresh. Had I not wandered down into this area, I wouldn't have caught this grisly scene. Sorry about the pun. I just wanted to shed some light into a bleak scenario. The smell of decay hadn't even hit me until I wandered into here. The tree coverage and enclosure was so thick with rocks, it was almost encasing this area loosely, if that makes sense. I can see why it made for the perfect den spot. Anyhow, after spending maybe a few moments observing these dead bear and looking for any clues, I found bits of long, stringy black hair. This hair did not belong to the bears, but something else. I found it in small clumps and random sizes around the general radius of, I'd say 20 feet around us if I had to guess. The dirt beneath our feet was disturbed. I could see there were tracks of both bear and another animal, but I couldn't make out anything distinct. There had been too much ruffled dirt. It was clear there was some sort of fight, a struggle, and some form of mountain predator tore these bears to shreds, ripped off the head of one, and tore the throat out of another. Last I checked, mountain lions don't kill like this. especially not two black bears. Their claw size also wasn't capable of making the gashes that I saw. These were huge. The entire scene of this upset me so much, I had to get out of there, and fast. I figured whatever did this to these bears was still close enough to this area. So, I'm left with the question, what does that to a black bear? I always thought black bears were pretty much never challenged by other animals. I guess I'm wrong. Then I think about large canid tracks that I've seen over the years, and I can't help but put two and two together. I have never seen anything like the black bear seen since then or before. I'm not sure if those tracks have anything to do with what killed those bear, but I speculate it might. If the tracks I found really do belong to some unknown upright walking canid that lives out there, you're talking about a several 100-pound canid predator. Wolves themselves are large, so something more than double its size and bipedal. Now that's scary. Who knows what kind of damage, if exist, this animal could truly be capable of. The last and only other out-of-place findings I've really had have been deer. I found deer dead in all various ways of being killed. Just in the mountains, of course, which is the context here, where I primarily spend much of my time. I've seen them with their throats torn out and mangled, which could easily be explained by the current standard predators in the area. Then there are the ones that I find are stranger than fiction. Two ways, actually. The first is I've only found maybe 4 in total like this, but these deer are ripped to pieces. Quite literally, I mean that. Torn to shreds. Whatever killed it didn't even bother to eat it, only tear it to pieces, including its guts and all. Some of them were more disemboweled than the others, but they were generally just ripped apart. The worst one I found was a young deerling, slightly older and larger than just a little fawn. All 4 legs ripped off its body. The body was ripped in half with intestines spilling. Head and neck were both ripped off and apart. Part of the face was smashed in from the left side, and it looked to be smashed by a large rock to me. This small fawn, like the rest of the other deer I saw that died this way, are found within a small space, no more than 30 feet from each body part. It too was a bloody mess, as all of them are. Of course, my spacing estimates are just guesses, of course. Nothing is ever formulaic. This fawn had to be there for a few days, so it was decaying thoroughly. But surprisingly, there seemed to be no predators that had come and taken the free meal. The fawn didn't even appear to be eaten on, just butchered. Some of the other deer I found were in fresher states of decay, as all the kills I find are usually fresher. Probably because, out there, the bodies can decay so quickly due to climate. The same case was said for the other deer that I had found. Virtually zero signs that they were eaten on by not only what killed them, but anything other than maggots since. There is zero known predators that will kill a deer, tear it to pieces this way, and not eat on any of the meat. I see no reason, any logical reason why any predator would waste food in that way, considering it takes time and energy of the predator to take down a prey. Biologically and by nature's law, it doesn't make sense. It's something I'm still researching and looking into. What animal kills prey aggressively just for the sake of killing? Number 2. The other way that I'll find them dead is far more disturbing in my opinion, just because of how unnatural the death itself is. I found more like this than I have torn to pieces. These ones die and have random parts of their body cut open, or missing parts of their body, with no signs of blood. In fact, the first doe I found had both of her front legs and right calf and right half of her face gone. They looked to be perfectly cut out, like a fine laser or something. No drop of blood, and the body had begun to mummify under the sun. There were zero signs of decay other than that. No flies, no signs of maggots, not even an odor of death or decay actually. No signs of predators even coming to check out the cadaver. This doe was probably a week old dead, if I had to guess. It was just lying there in the middle of a small clearing, higher up in elevation.
Other deer I found that were killed in this manner had very similar death patterns. Another one I found had its entire neck and head missing. Bigger doe it looked like, but the same as the first. No blood, no signs of decay or flies or maggots. Not even predators. No smell of rot or death. And the cut once again looked surgical in nature. It was extremely clean, not a single imperfection was made. They were so clean that it looked to be man-made. At the elevation I was at, I had no answers for these happenings because I go to areas not others go to. Why would somebody be out here taking pieces of deer? It just doesn't add up to me. That also does not explain the strangeness of it all. No smell, no animal or insect touching the body. It's weird to me. Things just don't die and not give off an odor. All of this, paired with the killings of both bears, is kind of frightening, to say the least. Adding the deer in, and assuming there's all one big grand connection here, don't mind the conspiracy. This might be some sort of undiscovered, lone canid alpha predator. I'm no stranger to the weirdness that goes on in these mountains, along with many other mountains in the country that are notorious for UFOs, Bigfoot, and other things of that nature. I know the natives out here have many stories about these mountains, as well as a plethora of explorers and hikers alike. However, the things I've told you about are really the only encounters that I put in that category of mysterious. Everything else has just been pure survival in the wilderness. For me, to believe there is something, there needs to be a strong, suited sense of evidence for that something. That's how I've always lived by, and this situation is no exception. I cannot deny the evidence that there is something that is somewhat canid. I have no idea what it is, and others that I have talked to and spoke to don't seem to know or have an idea. Everything I know and have heard points in the direction that it is not an existent animal currently. Then we go back to the deer and the bear situation. That's very unnatural of any predator to do, whether it to be another predator or its prey. Maybe this is all a part of the weird stuff that goes on. I will continue to be vigilant, aware, and respectful of my surroundings, of the animals and places around me. This value is held true, especially when I am out in those mountains. I can't say for a fact what I've pieced together is indeed a real living creature, although it very much so is in my head. But it is definitely evidence that is based on something. What I'm not sure, I can only hope to find those answers as time goes on. This happened to me about a week ago. I live out in a big area that's primarily used for agriculture, so there is seldom houses and lots of long empty roads around here. Because of this, my nearest neighbors are about a quarter mile in both directions. Beyond that is sparsely spread out neighbors on both sides of the road, with large fields full of varying grains and plants. Between properties and areas of housing, there are large amounts of land for cattle. Think flat plains with a few trees here and there sprinkled in. Because of this, there's not a whole lot of traffic going on either way of the road. Most of the time, the entire road is dead. It makes it enjoyable for living out here. So, I have a 5-month-old son that is in this new sleep phase of his where he needs to be put in the car at night and driven to sleep. Usually, at night, I will put him in his car seat and put him in the car, get in, and go for about a 20-minute drive, turning around at a certain point and driving him back. This always seems to help him lull him into sleep and works every time I do it. Alright, so now that we've got some background info cleared, here's what happened. About a week ago, it was around 10 p.m. at night. It was clear out, decent weather. Not too cold, not too hot. I come out, put my son in the car and hop in, pull out of the driveway, and we're on the road driving. If you keep driving down a road, it just continues on straight, with a sharp 90-degree turn that heads south. This road continues only for a few houses on either side, but mostly vast empty farm fields and grasslands that haven't been used. It's pretty barren. On both sides of the road, there is the typical road ditch that you would have, and then there's a small fence. In these ditches and along these fences are very tall grass. I don't know if wheatgrass is the correct term for it, maybe just wild grass. It's the tall grass that you see out in the country that reminds me of how wheat looks. It gets very tall along here because it's never cut. This is important, and I'll explain why here in a minute. I need to mention that because we live where we do. Animal and nightlife is very common. Deer are nocturnal by nature, so we see does by the dozen out here all the time. Blacktail, actually. Skunks are commonly seen just as much as raccoons and possums. You'll even see the occasional coyote sometimes, but that's more rare. We have cougars and mountain lions out here since they come down into the valley, but I have not personally seen one yet. Deer will sometimes pop out in front of your car at night. Same with other smaller critters. This is just something anybody that lives out here will know about and understand as common sense. I know there's wild animals at night. I just don't know what it is that I saw. I know it was not a deer, plain and simple. Okay, so I'm driving down this road, and the road begins to incline slightly. As I'm going up this long, drawn-out, slow incline, I notice the tall grass rustling on my passenger side, or right side of the road, and it's caught in my brights. I immediately get ready to brake because I'm thinking it's a deer about to jump out across the road, or maybe a skunk or something, and up stands this dark shape, hyena-looking animal that seemed to stand up on two legs. It was tall, taller than a man. It scared the crap out of me. It all happened so fast within just a few seconds, but I got a look at it. It reflected a dark crimson kind of eye shine because my brights hit its eyes. It stood up out of the tall grass, facing my direction. I don't know if it looked directly at my vehicle, but I saw its face. It was very twisted and hyena-looking. I wish I could describe it better for you, but I can't. It gave off a really bad vibe that I felt the second I saw it, and it lingered. It was this horrible feeling I felt in the pit of my stomach that just screamed I shouldn't have seen what I did. When I first saw the grass rustling, I had let my foot off the gas, but not pressing the brake. As soon as I saw this, I had about 3 seconds of shock and, "What is that?" and then slammed the gas to go. The whole time, trying to rationalize what it is that I saw and what it could have been. Even though I got to see it from the front, I couldn't see any specific details like what its arms or hands looked like because they were down on its side, but it resembled a very hairy person with an ugly hyena-looking head and face. That's what I made out from the few seconds of my brights hitting it through the grass. And then, that evil feeling. Gosh, it's hard for me to type this out without getting chills just thinking about it. I've never just felt that overwhelming sense of evil before. Once you feel it, if you ever have felt it, you'll know. It's uncomfortable. The spot I usually stop to turn around at, I sat there for a minute and hesitated on what to do because I had to turn around to go back home. The exact same road. I didn't want to cross that spot again and see that thing. After sitting there for maybe 5 minutes, debating with myself, I talked myself into doing it. I was very nervous the entire drive back home, even though it's only a 10-minute drive back. As I drove back through that spot, I didn't see the animal again. I even looked in the same spot I saw it before. It was gone. The feeling too was gone, and it didn't seem to be anywhere around that I could visibly see. Anybody out there who's listening will understand where I'm coming from if they've ever had a sighting that's truly frightened them as this did to me. Whether it be something that doesn't exist or a true animal, fear is fear. There's just something far more to this than seeing something that I didn't know what it was. It invoked this awful feeling of fear and dread. I've never had that happen before. I don't think it was a natural animal either. Nothing besides bear will stand up on their hind legs like this did, and it was skinny looking. The face is what still haunts me when I rethink about this encounter. I don't want to dwell on this too much, but thought if I told you about my sighting with whatever this animal is, I could possibly get some answers. What did I see that night? Years ago, I was working as a chemicals operator at a company near the airport here around Huntsville, Alabama. I was scheduled to work a third shift, and I had extra time on my hands before going into work that night. So just before dusk, I went down to a swamp I knew had some good bass and bluegills to try out some new fishing lures I had just bought. Now, mind you, this is in the afternoon hours, and some people were still driving up and down this road, getting home from work, so traffic was pretty frequent. As I stood along the edge of the road in the swamp, casting my lure out, I hear a very large tree snap and crash in the backside of the swamp. I've never heard a tree fall in the woods naturally before, other than someone with a chainsaw cutting it. Then, 2 minutes later, another tree snapped and crashed close to the same area. Totally not a coincidence, so I'm no longer fishing at this point. Instead, I started walking down the edge of the swamp on the road to get a better look into the woods. I couldn't see anything moving or standing, at least as far as I could see anyway. Since the sun was going down behind the swamp, it was very dark in those woods. I started to hear something running towards me. I wasn't scared because I could tell it had to be small, running my way. Then, out of the thicket of the woods, came a red fox, running straight at me, and passed by me by about 2 feet, crossing the road, not even looking for cars or anything. It was completely scared out of its mind, like something was hunting it. I turned back towards the swamp that this fox had ran from, and I could smell it. The smell of a wet, dead goat that had been rotting in the hot summer sun for about a week. It was god-awful too. I got that eerie feeling that I should leave, so that's exactly what I did. To this day, I've never gone into those woods to investigate what made me feel that way. I know that foxes don't normally run toward people, but that fox was scared of something in those woods, and it didn't give a damn about me or heavy traffic. No, I didn't see a Bigfoot or a dogman, but then again, I have never seen a black panther either, and I know they are real. 2 trees falling, fox running by my legs, that horrible smell and that eerie feeling. Too much to be a coincidence for me. I took my cousins out for a night stroll out this last month. Some backstory. Usually every May, a lot of my family will go out to my wife's cousin's house, which has tons and tons of woods surrounding it. It's very peaceful. Every May, a lot of us cousins will go, see each other, and have tons of food and hang out for a few days at a time. Think like a big Christmas get-together, but instead it's in May. This time, we decided at night to do some night hiking around these parts, to explore and to see what we could see. My wife's cousin has great sets of high-powered flashlights. They're the rather expensive kind, but they work great. They have multiples of them, so I decided to take a few of the little ones out with me. So it was me and my 3 little ones, aged 8 to 13. So maybe not little ones, but they're still just kids. The entire time we're walking around, we aren't seeing a whole lot of anything. Mainly just deer from time to time, and that's about it. They were terrified that a cougar was going to get us, because cougars are nocturnal hunters. But I kept them calm, letting them know that we were making too much noise to draw in a cougar and would scare it away. That's when they decided it would be the best idea to travel into even thicker woods, where the underfooting wasn't as safe due to unseen rocks and brush. At the time, I wasn't aware of that, so I said of course, being in the moment and not wanting to disappoint them. I feel like bravery got the best of all of us as we traveled into the thicker and thicker, dense parts of the forest. It was quiet, but I had noticed that there had been no crickets out at all this night. Having really nice flashlights, we were pursuing to push as far as we could. The part of the forest that we were descending down was a hill that eventually drops off to a steep canyon, which drops off again into a small river that flows around the area. During the daytime, the scenery and the sights are beauties in their own right, but during the night, it could be a death trap. As we're descending down to that point into the thickness of the forest, we hear branches breaking and the sounds of something big moving around just a little past us in the trees and brush. The time of year was not in our favor. Being springtime, everything has grown back, full and lush. You don't have a ton of visibility because of that. The kids and I halted, listening quietly. That's when the 13-year-old started panicking, thinking it was a mountain lion, but I kept trying to signal to him to be quiet and to listen. That's whenever it was stopped making noise. We stood there for a minute, thinking that whatever this supposed mountain lion was doing, that maybe it heard us and walked away. We didn't hear anything though, and had it left the area, we would have heard it trot off into the night. It was just quiet. I kept signaling to the others to slowly start to back away in case it was, and that's when we heard whatever it was start coming towards us in the trees. It sounded so much bigger than any mountain lion because each step it took was a heavy thud. That's when I started to grab the kids and swiftly retreat back up the hill we were coming down. We were all trying not to scream. It was an incredibly scary situation to be in, and I think even the more experienced and tough men of the mountain would have been terrified. I turned around to hopefully, or not hopefully, catch some sort of glimpse of whatever was moving in our direction towards us, and I see this big yellow glowing eyes higher up than I am. That's when I lost it, and just bolted it with the kids out of there. When I saw those eyes, that was enough for me. I never shined my light at them. They were just glowing up there in the trees. Luckily, the kids never saw it because they were busy running up the hill, thinking it was some big mountain lion. I know for a fact that it was for sure not a mountain lion. It was big, tall, and sounded like the weight of a great weight. Why it started aggressively approaching us, I have yet to know. I don't think it bothered to chase us up the hill or anything. When we got out of that thicker part of the forest and the land had flattened out, there was nothing behind us and no signs of anything following behind us. I didn't care. I just got us all back to the house, and that was that. They were freaked out, telling their parents that we went out there and almost got eaten by a huge mountain lion. I played along and agreed, but I know it wasn't a mountain lion. It's probably for the best the kids never know it was either. I will never tell them that and risk scarring them for life, especially about those eyes. It was a scary experience, and it's kept me out of that area at night. First off, this happened about 3 years ago. I live in rural Tennessee, farmland, small town USA. So, one night early fall, my friend called me and wanted help with his newborn calf. I told him sure, jumped on my dirt bike, headed over, and when I got there, he had done deliver the calf, but the calf's mother was freaking out, mooing a weird kind of sound. My friend said he was going to go lock her in the barn and would stay with the calf. So, I did, and he was gone not even 3 minutes, when I caught a nasty wet dog, dead animal smell coming from my right. It was putrid. I thought it was a great dead deer rotting nearby, but then I heard some branches break about 40 feet to my right. I thought great, now a bobcat or some dog was going to eat the rotting deer and make the smell much worse. But to my surprise, the smell moved. I'm like, what? Smells don't move. So I shined my light in the area and caught a glimpse of something black. It was a blur and moving so fast. I thought, oh no, a bear. But I have never seen a bear in these woods. Just then, I heard something to my left, and I turned towards the sound, shined my light in front of me, about 20 feet away, and what I can only describe as a werewolf, like right out of a horror movie. It was standing on 2 legs, glaring at me. My mind was thinking that this is not real, and can't be, but there it was, 7 foot tall easily. I'm 6'4", no small guy, 280 pounds. But this thing made me look small. It was sniffing the air, and it showed a mouth full of teeth. Then I heard a branch break from my right. I turned. Another one, but smaller, about 6 feet tall, standing on 2 legs, so I positioned myself so I could see both creatures when the bigger one freaked me out even more. It took its arm, pointed with a huge claw looking hands at me. I was like truly terrified, and I remembered the newborn calf still hiding in the grass. So I reached down, pushed the newborn between my legs. The larger creature looked at me, shook its head like to say, "No, don't do that." Just then, I remembered I had my father's World War II Colt 45 he had passed down to me, so I pointed it at the larger creature, thinking I'm going to get one shot in before I die, but I was going to go out fighting. Just then, the larger creature made a weird clicking sound. It hurt my head, made my eyes water, and to my relief, the larger one went to all fours and took off with the smaller one beside him. Like I said, it's been almost 3 to 4 years since my encounter. I never told anyone. I mean, who would believe you if you saw a real werewolf? I mean, you hear Bigfoot, but werewolves. Anyway, you can believe me or not. I truly don't care. My 2 friends, best friend, my twin and I are playing in the woods, because we had nothing better to do that night. My friends were playing a game when we find the missing man. Basically, one person has a couple of minutes to hide, then the group attempts to find them, as if people have never played hide-and-go-seek. My best friend hid the longest, technically, because I didn't want to rat him out, because he's my best friend. So, me and him met back up, and decided to scare the rest of the group. So I started screaming, "Get it off," over and over again, hysterically. Nearly scared the rest of the group dead, because they were scared for me. We ended up getting a kick out of it, so we all went back to my house and grabbed some water and snacks. By then, it was about 11:55, so the group decided to go back out while I stayed, because I was bored of the woods. 25 minutes later, they come out scuttling and panting. They thought I was out there messing with them. They didn't tell each other what they saw. They all knew at the very least someone or something was following them. I asked what did they see. One friend said he thought I had a wolf mask that I was following them, and I would like squat or move towards whenever they shine the light that way. My twin said, "Yeah, I saw something out there, like the one friend described, but as they were headed." So I got excited because now I wasn't crazy at 8 years old. So we all went back out there to try and see it again. They both showed me where they saw it, and I asked where on the trail this happened. So we all ended up sitting quiet on the trail, hoping to see it for about 15 minutes. Instead, we got a blood-curdling scream. It wasn't a coyote, and we all know what they sounded like. The problem with it being a mountain lion is they don't. Their screams don't hold, and they don't sound like a woman. It lasted for 40 seconds. Just one big, deep, continuous scream. They asked what it was, or what it means. I said, "That means it's time to get out of here." So we all ran out. By then it was getting later, so we all went out for a drive with my 5 of us in the car to get away and forget what we saw. We come back, it's like 1:20 in the morning. My friend dropped off my best friend, my twin, and I. 5 minutes later, my best friend got a snap that the 2 friends saw something on 2 feet, covered in fur, running in Kelly Myers. I was walking down the fence line in the pasture, heading towards the corner where the fence went off to the left, towards the apartments, when I heard something large in the woods coming straight towards me, crashing through the brush, and sounded bipedal. It made me really curious because it was very thick woods and hard to walk through. And besides, that no one would ever went in that part of the woods except for me. These were like my woods. I called out, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" And no answer. So I repeated it. Still no answer. Yet they kept coming closer to me, till they got about 25 feet from me. And it made me mad. So I almost jumped over the fence and ran over there to see who was only 25 feet away from me and did not want to answer. But then I remembered that I had seen a man in his 40s with a long-barreled revolver on his hip. across the creek, coming from an area that had an abandoned barn. That area always gave me the creeps, so I just never went there. So I caught myself right before I jumped over the fence and said, "No, something does not seem right here." By this time, I was at the corner of the fence line, so I turned left and continued to follow the fence line towards my apartment. Then I heard bipedal steps of this, what I thought was a person, because 40 years ago, we did not believe in Bigfoot or anything like that. I stopped walking and it stopped. So I started walking again, and it also started walking along the side of me, about 25 feet from me. The woods are very thick here in Louisiana, so you cannot see through them. As I walked, I made sure my razor blade arrow was well notched, and never took my eyes off of who or what was walking parallel from me. And then it came to a part of the woods that I could never get through, because there was a different type of bush there, about 6 feet tall, and they were very, very sharp. And tried everything I could to get in there to get my bird, but could not crawl under it or go over it, and I was afraid not to go through the brush. I had scratched my left eye twice and had to get the top layer of skin removed by an eye doctor from going through brush in those woods. This thing started crashing through this brush as I started to walk very fast, and then I just saw for a split second a very, very tall black figure crashing through the stuff. It was solid black, maybe 10 feet tall. It had to be huge to step over the top of these 5 to 6 foot tall bushes. I could see them from about the chest up. It had its arms in the air and out in front of it, and its torso leaned forward, but I did not see any cloths, which I thought was weird. That's when it hit me. It was not a man. This was something else. I had no idea what it was. All I saw was a black silhouette type of figure. I took off running, and it did also, and paralleled me all the way to the parking lot. When it reached a large tree right there next to the parking lot, it sounded like it started smashing and snapping large tree limbs from the tree, like maybe 4 to 6 inches in diameter. I jumped the fence and ran right into my apartment, which was facing the woods by about 50 to 75 feet away. I was hesitant to bring this story and even tell anyone about it due to the weird nature of it, but I see others are sharing, and I'm hoping somebody could have I have an idea of what this could be type of answer for me. Little background. I am originally from New Zealand. I was a horse trainer and lived literally at the foot of the mountains. I know all different wildlife and can say I've had no fears of ever walking at night through the woods. Have lived my whole life doing this with no issues whatsoever. I come to the U.S.A., and my husband knows how much I love the woods, so he takes me on my first trip to Mount Hood. He decides to surprise me with staying in a random off-beaten path place. It's legal to be here, but it's not a campsite or anything. Imagine a 7-hour drive and not seeing a car or soul for about 2 to 3 hours. That's just how far into the woods we were. So we set up, I take a walk around the entire place. First time in American woods, and I am bloody excited. I go chop some wood for a fire and splash around in the river, 6 feet from where our campsite is. Afternoon turns to late afternoon, and we both take a walk along the winding river. Forest is thick, mostly something like pine trees, but you can see space in between. We sit to chat and enjoy the silence. Dead silence, I may add, which I have never heard before. Then, my husband says, "Don't look behind you." I say, "What?" "Don't say that. That's like a horror movie line to scare people." He said, "Let's get out of here. I just saw something watching us from a tree." I look, and we heard 2 feet running like lightning, and I saw a tall shadow, but that's all I saw. I said, "What was it? Was it a man?" And he said it stood up like a man. So it was maybe some pervert watching us. Maybe a criminal hiding out here. I thought that it was bloody weird. Who would be out here just peeking at us from the tree? It felt wrong, but I did not question him. We got back at the tent, and I couldn't let it go. The logic of a single man being out here, just stalking us, and then bolting off like lightning speed, just didn't make any sense. So I decided to investigate and see if anyone was around. I told him I needed to do something, and he said, "Yell if you need me." I found claw marks in the dirt, and the size was of a dinner plate. I saw them next to some type of poo. I'd never seen poo that big, or so weird looking that I couldn't identify. I found no evidence of anybody in the area, and I even did a 20-minute walk, foot, along the road, seeing if anybody was camping out like where we were. Nothing. Not a soul. Not even one car drove past. So weird. I thought maybe he saw a bear, then didn't worry too much about finding after no humans around. Go back to camp, made some tea, and was sitting looking at the river with the thick woods to my back. I started getting very dark and death-type feelings, like something is watching me. Then this idea flowed through me that something is going to kill me, stalk me, then attack me once darkness falls. It was like something was laughing at me, about it like it was funny. Weird to say this, but this is what it felt like. It was terror, like nothing that could ever be imagined. I was sweating now and absolutely terrorized. As this feeling felt so real, I kept looking in the direction this feeling seemed to be coming from, which was from that thick wooded area behind me, and I could not see a thing. I got it so bad I could not function normally and told my husband. He laughed and said I was just a Kiwi and didn't know American woods. I said, like hell, mate, something is planning to kill me out there, and I could feel it watching me 24/7. I asked him if a bear could be emanating its ideas to me, and he said that's not usual for animals to do. Maybe I'm just not used to the deep woods. He didn't believe me, so he just looked at my face and faced the woods. If you feel the need, I have a gun, so you won't need to worry. Then when he mentioned the gun, some weird emotional feeling came at me saying, "A gun won't stop me. Nothing can save you if I choose to get you." Now this is why I've never told anyone, because this sounds bloody crazy, I know. But there was something sending me real, dark vibes telepathically. I knew it wasn't me. I'm literally at this point like a crack addict, looking left and right, and left again, planning to see the thing when it comes at me. Nothing happened, and then darkness fell over us. I'm listening, but it's dead silent. I can't even hear little bugs making sounds. I can't take the suspense, so I go to the tent, and my husband is still laughing. He joins me 20 minutes later, gives me a hug, and realizes I'm feeling like death is coming. He hugs me and drifts off to sleep. I get that vibe again, and it's like it's playing a game with me to make me more scared. I know something is out there, and then I hear walking to the tent, and I am making gateway plans in my head, when I hear breathing at the tent right by my head. I see nothing because it's pitch black, but there is silence, dead silence, so I could hear something outside my tent right by my head. I freeze and cannot breathe. I am too scared to move my hand to grab my husband's hand, because I know if it hears anything, we're dead. Then boom! It hits the tent, and the entire thing shakes. My husband startles awake. He gets mad at me, thinking I did this to scare him. I said it's not me. There is something out there. He hears the sound like a big old buffalo breathing, as if it had smoked for 30 years. He finally believes me and whispers, "I'm loading the gun." Then movement hitting into the tent again. He said, "Okay, this is serious. If it happens again, this thing breaks in, you run, and follow the river upstream, and I will stay and fight it off with a gun. Give you a chance to escape." Something moves, and as soon as my husband grabs the gun and makes that loading sound, there is silence again. We do not sleep after this. I am alert like hell, and morning finally comes, and I go outside and see claw marks in the dirt and dinner plate size again with this huge pile of weird poop, and I think, is this a monstrous bear? And it can send feelings to me in my mind? But then my husband says that I've never seen bear prints that big, and it could have been a Kodiak or giant grizzly just passing through. We were both so shaken, we packed up and ran like hell out of that place. Sorry it was so long, but can anyone just tell me if they think this was a big bear? Do bears send feelings like this to your mind telepathically? I'm pretty sure I've never heard of this before, but I am also not an American native. This had bothered me for years because I've never had a force of emotion come over me like this that has totally crippled my emotions and body. I feel like I can't rest until I know what this was. When I was a teenager, I had a few experiences with some kind of creature. I'm not saying that it was an upright canine or a Sasquatch, or really anything else, because I honestly don't know what it was. I'll give you the details, though, and you can come up with your own conclusions. All I know is whatever it was huge and stalking me, and was massive on a scale of 8 to 9 feet tall. Perhaps there was a huge football player running around the woods near my house. I don't know. But the story still gives me the chills to this day, and is the reason why I never keep my windows open at night anymore, or ever open my blinds except during the daytime. These events happened nearly 15 years ago, back when I was just a teenager. I came from a small town in rural Northern California called Paradise. It was a beautiful, safe community, where kids like myself could go out at night without fear of getting kidnapped. A place where almost everybody knew everyone else, and the town was incredibly tight, with a lot of local traditions. We had things like Golden Nugget Day, where we would hold a massive parade through town and celebrate that one of the largest golden nuggets found in America was discovered right there in our hometown back in the 1800s. We had celebrations to remember our roots to the apple farms that once grew all over the ridge, and we would cook apple pies and sell them in our downtown park. We even filled all the main streets with American flags during the 4th of July every year, where on both sides of the street, you would see massive flags for miles and miles. The town was a pristine, beautiful community that was nestled right in the heart of the Sierra Nevada mountains. Unfortunately, the town no longer exists, as it burned down last year in a massive fire on November 8th, 2018. So even if you wanted to send somebody to investigate my claims, all you will find, unfortunately, will be ruins of a once thriving community of nearly 50,000 and endless mountains scarred by flame where forest once stood. But all the events that happened to me are true. As beautiful as the town was, I always had this dread about the forest. I lived across the dam in a suburb of Paradise called Magalia. Just behind my house was an old forest that we called Dogtown. From what I know, there wasn't anything nefarious or dogman related in regards to the name, but the name is as old as the town, and considering my family lived there for 7 generations, the reasons for the name I'm sure have been lost to time. My father used to tell me that Dogtown got its name because some old lady once owned a lot of dogs in the area. Another legend has it that it was what they once called an old Native American tribe that once lived in the region. There were other stories as well, but honestly, I don't give any of them merit, because the honest truth is that's just a name. Those woods always gave me the creeps. I'm not sure why, honestly. Probably the legends the school children used to tell each other about how teenagers died on the road once by seeing something they shouldn't have seen, and it deformed all their faces. Learned later in life this never happened. But even after I got a car, I didn't like driving the long way through Dogtown unless I had to during day or night. I never drove the road at night. I was always too afraid to do so. Near Dogtown, there was once a river that had been turned into an artificial lake by a dam. There aren't any houses or anything there, just the water in the dam, but it's a perfect spot for anything to live if they needed food, water, and shelter from the environment due to the thick, tall canopy of trees. The backyard of my house led to this forest, and the town in general was built in the forest itself, which led to an abundance of wild creatures, from bears to mountain lions, and deer were always walking around our house. When I was 15 or 16, I started playing video games fairly late on my computer during the summer, and when I say late, I mean like 2 or 3 in the morning sometimes. I was pretty addicted to one game in particular, and stayed up hours playing it. Unfortunately, nearly my entire life, I've always had this curse that for some reason, the air conditioning doesn't get to through the vents. I now live in Florida and have the same issue with this new house. It's a wicked curse. In California, this wasn't too much of an issue at night because the nights were always so wonderfully cool. I would just leave my bedroom window open and the cool air would come in, right in. I had been doing this for a while with no problems and didn't see any need to close my window when I went to bed. That is, until one night when I began to hear it. I'm going to guess it was around 1 to 2 in the morning that night, and I only had gone to bed shortly prior. I was already mostly asleep when I heard a really weird noise that woke me. It was like a screaming yowling that was the mixture of a screaming baby and that of a cat. Now, I've heard mountain lions my entire life, and I know they can sound like a screaming woman and make all sorts of strange noises. This wasn't like that. It's very hard to explain the sound, but closest sound I could say was that of a dying cat, child, or something. At first, I just felt it annoying and assumed that it was just some stupid cat having sex down the street. But the sound kept finally getting louder and louder as whatever it was walked down the street toward my house. Finally, I got annoyed and creeped out enough to where I closed my window and quickly fell asleep. I didn't think of it the next day because it wasn't that big of a deal. That is, until it came back the second night, and the night after that, again and again, repeating always between midnight and 3 a.m. The first week this happened, it only annoyed me. But after about 2 weeks of this creature constantly walking down my road at the same time every night, screaming its head off and always heading toward my house, I started to not like it at all. I tried peering into the darkness to see if I could see anything in the street, but I never could. I couldn't make out any figures or shadows in the darkness, and I never got to see what it was that was making those yowling noises. The part that freaked me out the most was that every night it would come to as close to the area across the street from my house, and that is where it would stop. I felt like it was watching me, and I had no idea what it was, and my young mind was going through wild thoughts of a crazy demon cat creature trying to eat me through my window. So eventually, I just stopped opening my window. I kept it closed, and soon after, the issue had stopped. It had been about 3 weeks after that, and I had no problems at all. I no longer heard the sounds, and I was no longer hiding in the darkness, trying to find out whatever it was that was terrorizing my neighborhood. I'd asked my parents if they have ever heard anything, but since they took sleeping meds, they never woke up to anything at all. So I was completely alone with my knowledge of what was happening at night. Eventually, my fear subsided, and I forgot about the screaming beast thing because I hadn't heard it in such a long time. And then, things totally got a lot stranger and freakier. My bed was located against the window in my bedroom, with the head located directly underneath it. When I would sleep, the window would be located right above my head. One night, for whatever reason, I left my window open again. I'm not sure what woke me up that night, but I don't remember hearing anything. In fact, it was completely silent, both inside the house and outside. I just remember waking up and looking up and seeing nothing but darkness. Usually some light of the moon, stars, and lights from the neighbor's porch would come through my window a bit, but this time, there was just absolutely nothing. Just pitch black. I was still mostly asleep at this point and closed my eyes to go back to sleep. That is when it hit me, what I had just seen, and I jumped out of my bed faster than I ever had before and was looking right out over my window, terrified. I couldn't really make it out, but what I did see was a massive shadow covering the side of the window where my head was that was quickly moving to the right out of view. I thought I was just dreaming, but then our motion sensor light turned on, and I knew somebody had been watching me in my sleep. I ran and woke up my dad, and he grabbed the gun. He ran outside the house, but unfortunately, he didn't see anything at all. My dad thought I had just imagined it and didn't really believe me, but I know what I saw. It was a massive silhouette of a man-shaped creature that was so tall, it went all the way to the top of my window, and even a tad bit higher. I couldn't see a face. I couldn't see if it had a muzzle, or if it was flat because it was so dark. I couldn't see if it had a tail or ears. I couldn't even tell if this thing was a man or if I saw a Bigfoot or Dogman. All I know is that somebody very, very tall was absolutely right there watching me while I was sleeping, only a mere foot away from my face. I never opened my window at night again, and to this day, I always keep my blinds closed and windows closed at night, even though I live in the suburbs of a city now. That wasn't the end, however. Although I never heard the yowling outside my window again, and I never did see another creature peering through my bedroom window, because I kept my blinds and windows closed, I did experience more later on. I think it was about a few months later that I was hanging out with my friend outside the front of my house in our driveway. My parents weren't home, and so it was just me and her, and it was about 11 or 10 p.m. at night. She and I both heard this screech nearby from the woods, and it freaked us both out, which is when she decided it was a good time for her to go home. At this point, I was home alone, again, in my kitchen. The kitchen is set up as an open floor plan into the living and dining room area, and a huge floor-to-ceiling sliding glass door in the dining room, which was clearly visible from the kitchen. I called my friend on her phone to chat with her while she drove home. This was during a time when driving and talking was legal still, and that is when a massive bang slammed against the back sliding glass door of my dining room. I jumped maybe a foot off the ground and dropped the phone as I spun to look out the door. I couldn't see anything because the only lights that were on were the inside house lights, not the back porch light. I dropped to the floor completely terrified at this point. It literally sounded like somebody drop-kicked my back door. I picked up my phone and I told my friend what had happened, as I was going to try and see what it was. Just as I was raising my head to see if I could see anything, an even larger slam hit my front door this time. This is how I know it wasn't just an owl or some deer accidentally running into the window. It first happened on the back door, and then whatever it was had to run to the front and then pound on the door as well. I was beyond scared at this point and ran to my bathroom and locked myself in there until my parents came home. Anyway, those are the scariest events that happened to me while I was there. I didn't see anything, and for all I know, was pranked or was being stalked by some really big guy. I know this story is probably a lot more disappointing than you thought it would be, and you are hoping for an actual visual sighting of something, more than just something pounding on my doors and windows and screaming at me. But honestly, these events freaked me out a lot. Enough that I've changed my behavior, even to this day, where I'm now 31. I had a rather terrifying experience with one of these large Doberman Pinscher-looking creatures that you called dogmen when I was only 8 years old. When I was a little girl, I had this beautiful Labrador retriever named Sassy because she was always a very spunky dog. She had an almost sassy-like attitude, hence her name, and she was my best friend. That goes without saying. My mom and dad lived a bit out in the countryside, and we had this beautiful creek not far from our house that I spent a lot of my time playing as a little girl. Me and Sassy went on evening walks often. Being a little kid, I loved being out in the forest. I even set up several hammocks out there so I could sit with my dog and read my books and enjoy the sun and summertime. This evening, I was stopping to look at a bug that I had never seen before, while Sassy ran ahead of me to the creek. I usually stop her and tell her to wait, but I figure she was just as eager as I was to get in the water. After all, it was a pretty hot and humid day. The creek was just beyond this little hill that we were by, so I couldn't physically see her, although I knew where she was going. A few minutes go by, and I'm intently looking at this weird caterpillar-like bug. Looking back, I think it was just a type of millipede. My 8-year-old self, of course, never saw one before, so I was deeply intrigued. I began hearing my dog whimper and cry out, and water splashing. So I run up the hill where I can have full view of the creek in front of me, and I behold the sight before me. I see this giant Doberman Pinscher-looking creature standing up, holding my dog under the water, while she's gasping for air, flailing,
and fighting for her life. This thing was easily double my height, and I remember it being extremely muscular and having tufts of gray and black hair all over its body. I also remember it having a mane around its head, if that makes any sense. The eyes were a dull amber, but they did not glow, and I never saw its teeth. It must have been holding my dog down with tremendous force, because my dog began vomiting up blood while underneath the water as it struggled for her life. I ran towards it in such a state of panic and fear for my dog. My 8-year-old self didn't care as I was running headfirst into a monster. It nonchalantly glanced over at me as if I was just a mere ant to a giant. It wasn't even fazed. It looks back down to my dog, presses even harder, and that's when I heard a cracking sound. I don't know if it broke her neck or her skull or what, but she became lifeless after that fluid motion. It pressed down on her hard, cracking her skull, is what it sounded like to me. In another single fluid motion, it leapt up behind her, up in the trees, and was gone. It disappeared just like that. This all happened from my run to the top of the hill to my dog, which is probably only 50 feet, if even that. It happened so fast that by the time I got to Sassy, she was already dead. Her eyes had rolled to the back of her head, and she was lifeless with her head still in the water. I pulled her out and cried for probably 3 hours straight before returning home and telling my parents what happened. Her neck had been broken, her skull had been smashed, and she had drowned. Of course, they didn't believe me and thought I was making it up, and so I was severely punished by my father, and he beat me. I was never allowed to have any more animals after that, because my parents were convinced that I drowned our dog. I just remember crying out, and explaining to them I'm not making it up, but they wouldn't hear me out. Every time I would bring it up, my dad would get so angry and smack me across the face with his belt, making sure his buckle would be sure to hit me, and usually cut my mouth open. That was his idea of punishment for lying and killing our dog. Everybody in the family loved Sassy, so it wasn't easy for anyone. Of course, all the brute emotions landed on me and were taken out through my physical punishments. As if I wasn't already suffering enough emotionally. I was the most attached to her. She was my dog after all. Moving aside from what my parents put me through afterward, I never paid any heed or any real attention to cryptids or dogmen altogether until much later on in life, when I was told about the Michigan dogman by a friend. I ended up picking up a book about it by Linda Godfrey. After venturing down that rabbit hole a little more further, I quickly was able to put A and B together, and I realize now that what I had seen was a kind of one of these things that she talks about in her books. I have a question for you. Have you ever heard of big black wolves in Arizona or the southern United States? I have some close cousins that live on the southeastern side of Arizona. After speaking to them, they want to keep their identities and their location as private as possible, so I'm trying to reveal as little information to you as I can, while also trying to be as informative as I can. My cousins are half native, and the area that they live on has a huge coyote problem. Not just for them, but the surrounding community. They are constantly having to pay people to come in and take care of them every year and dwindle down their numbers because they go out to their livestock and cause a bunch of issues around where they live. This year, however, my cousins were telling me about this pack of wolves that stood upright and were killing these coyotes left and right. I didn't think wolves even lived in Arizona, but my cousins were telling me about these large black wolves that stood up on 2 legs that would rip through these coyote packs like paper. They would find dead, torn up coyotes around where they lived, and one evening, they stood outside because they heard a bunch of commotion coming over a small ridge in a nearby valley. After running to the top of the ridge and looking down into the valley, they saw these 3 large black wolves attacking and viciously ripping apart and eating this pack of coyotes. They never even heard a coyote scream like that. They didn't know what species of wolf attacks and devours coyotes. These wolves are easily 4 times the size of these coyotes. In the last few months, they've been hearing weird howls that don't sound like coyote howls. Coyote howls are very distinctive, and when they're howling together in a pack, it's unmistakable. This other howl was something very different. Right away, they were telling me how amazed they were by this animal's lung capacity, because the howl went on for probably 15 to 20 seconds, and had so much power and vibration that they could feel it, or so they said. They only started hearing these noises rather recently, and the coyote attackings have been very recent too. My oldest cousin believes it's a territory war between these wolves and coyotes. Since the coyotes have been in this area for a long time, it is the same large pack. That large pack is now severely dwindling down. I don't know anything about this stuff, as it's not my forte of information, but I thought I would start reaching out to people like you who seem to have a background on strange things. If you can shed some insight, or possibly give me some answers, I would really appreciate it, because they themselves are scratching their heads, wondering what's going on. Their biggest worry is these wolves can tear apart a pack of coyotes like that. What will they do to their own livestock? Or even worse, them? They've tried to do some research on their own, but they can't find anything about black wolves, or black wolves that stand upright. To their knowledge, these things are strictly nocturnal, and do not hear or see them at all during the daytime. But during the dusk and nightfall is a totally different story. They're the most active in the early morning, from what I've heard from them. They've even gone as far as bringing in a medicine man in the local area to bless the area of the house, assuming it might be something more than just a large predator. Possibly a skinwalker, or something along those lines, but it doesn't seem to have the characteristics of a shapeshifter, or a person who practices magic. This is what they told me. I'm not really knowledgeable about these kinds of things, as I said. The medicine man, after blessing their property and area around their house with the livestock, told them that this was not a skinwalker's doing, and was something much worse. He told them that they are in grave danger, and they need to retreat from the area. My cousins are freaking out, because they don't know what to do, and they're afraid to even shoot at these things. Their livelihood and business is at stake. The good news is that these wolves have not tried approaching the house, or going after the livestock at all. Their only interest for right now seems to be the coyotes. To give you a base of time, this has all been going on in the last couple of weeks. The time that I'm writing this to you is June 30th, 2020, and this has all been within the last 2 to 3 weeks that this has all transpired. I live as a caretaker for my father up in northwestern Washington state. My father is very old, frail, and he doesn't have much time left. I'm working on spending as much time with him as possible before it's his time to go. Hence why I've sacrificed much of my young life to care for him and to be there for him. Much of his passion was hunting, especially duck hunting and fly fishing. We used to spend so much time together when he wasn't sick. We would spend days at a time out roughing it in the wild, and he would show me all sorts of things. How to track small game, what to look for, being upwind and making sure game couldn't smell you. All of the essentials for being a competent and well-rounded hunter. My uncle, my dad's brother, being only 7 years younger, has come to live with us due to his failed marriage and him wanting to be there for my father's last days. He too is a rabid fan of duck hunting, probably more so than any other form. This story isn't about those things though. This is something much more spiritual in my opinion. This occurred this last December during duck hunting season. My uncle comes home early from a day of duck hunting, and I noticed he doesn't have anything with him. He's also moving quickly, like he's on a mission, and noticed that he's looking a little panicked. I was watching him through the window before he even came into the house. He gets in the house, and he is white as a sheet, and has this look on his face like he almost died. Before I go any further, we live near a very marshy area where there is ample grasslands, perfect for waterfowl hunting. Getting there is only a very short drive away, and we're very blessed in that sense. Back to the current story. So he comes in, and he is visibly shaken and pale. Before I can even get my mouth open to speak a word, he starts asking me if he has ever seen a large German Shepherd before, walking around the marshes where he just was. I gave him a strange look and told him no, I didn't know what he was talking about. He was about to land a shot when this German Shepherd dog stood up and shot out of the marshes and grabbed a hold of this duck and took a bite out of it, eating literally half of it, and then looked over at my uncle and gave him an evil grimace, exposing too many sharp teeth for a dog to have. Even the expression in its eyes were pure evil. I really wasn't sure what to say or how to respond when he told me this. My uncle isn't really bothered by a whole lot, and he is definitely not the fearful type. For him to be this visibly shaken and terrified spoke volumes about the truth of what he was telling me. When I tried to ask him more questions, he seemed like he was having a rough time responding and going into more vivid detail. He kept reiterating the same points, that it looked like a large German Shepherd that appeared out of the water and was clearly standing on two legs. It reached over and grabbed the duck he was aiming at like it was nothing, grabbed it and bit it in half with its teeth. Then it looked over at my uncle, exposed its razor-sharp teeth in the most wicked, evil way. It's like it was mocking my uncle and inviting him into the marsh at the same time. Deep down, I think my uncle knew that it was not a dog, because dogs don't stand on their legs like that, nor do they act like that. As soon as this thing looked at him and made eye contact, he could just tell that this being had intelligence and was much more than a dog. Due to its physical appearance, he really had nothing else to go by other than to chalk it up as a German Shepherd. When he asked to elaborate more on the whole German Shepherd appearance, he said that's what it resembled the most, that it was very shaggy and unkempt, like it had been rolling around in dirt and muck. Maybe this thing lived in the marshes. He wasn't sure. He did say, though, that he firmly believed it had intelligence. It smiled at him, and all he felt was an evil emanating from this thing. The teeth that he talked about weren't like a dog's either. This thing had more reptilian-like teeth, lots of tiny razor-sharp teeth filling its mouth. It didn't look right. It was almost dinosaur-like, he explained. After I extracted as much information out of him as I could, I think he called it quits for the rest of the day and retreated and stayed in the house. I wasn't really sure what to make of it at first. On one hand, I did believe him because he's not a liar and he was too physically affected that it would have happened. On the other hand, what he described to me was so far detached from this reality, I had a hard time wrapping my mind around it. That is, until this thing started coming up to our house. Over the next month, my father's condition would worsen, and it's as if his health was this roller coaster, ever moving up and down. There would be moments at night that you would just feel this evil presence surrounding our house. Even though we would have porch lights on, and sometimes you could see pretty visibly well and everything around the house, there was nothing. No eyes watching us. No person visibly standing anywhere that we could see. But you could feel it. It was so thick, you could cut it like a juicy steak with a knife. It's a combination of fear and being watched. And not just being watched. Like whatever is watching you is calculating its next move on how it's going to get you and drag you out of the house. That's the best way I can describe it. It was truly terrifying. At that time, though, I never thought about the encounter my uncle had. In fact, I had forgotten all about it. I wasn't sure what to make of the feelings I was having. When this would go on, my uncle was never home because he was working a job where he worked night shifts. These feelings only occurred randomly in the evening and night. It always seemed to happen as my father slept. As I progressed into February, I began to hear tapping and knocking on the glass. It wasn't like finger tapping. It was like the nails tapping against the glass. And then there was that horrible scraping alongside the house. It was like somebody took a board with a bunch of nails in it and drug it slowly along the siding. This would happen early in the morning hours when most of us were asleep. It was always accompanied by that horrible presence that we would continue to feel on and off. As we got later into February, I, for the first time, thought exactly what it was. It is to the T as my uncle described it. Until that moment that I saw it, I never paired his story with what we were experiencing around the house on random nights. I never told any of my family or friends about that, because I didn't want them to figure or think I was having severe schizophrenic hallucinations. Once I saw what it was, my mind immediately brought up my uncle's sighting, and it was like one big click in my head. I've seen it multiple times since this, but the first night I saw it came out of the trees, stopped, and looked around as if checking that it was truly and fully hidden. It was still winter, so there was a bunch of dead trees where it came out of. From my view, I just watched this massive black shape, blacker than the darkness around it, move slowly out of the trees and into the open. That's when I made out the definitive shape of a 9-foot-tall werewolf-looking creature that appeared very German Shepherd-like. I watched it then creep up to the back side of our house, right where my father's bedroom is. There was just enough light from where our extremely bright porch light was, where I could see enough detail that I knew exactly what it was. It really did resemble that of a large, upright German Shepherd. Very shaggy, thick, nasty matted fur. I saw the snout and other defined parts of his body, but I never saw any teeth or anything like my uncle did. I've also never seen it during the day. The first time I had a glance at it, fear overtook my entire being, as I was partially confused as to what animal this was. But then I realized it was something different altogether. Whatever it is highly drawn to my father, as it keeps going to his side of the house, where his room is. Is this a werewolf that came from the marshes we're dealing with here? I always thought about werewolves and knew they were a myth, and that they didn't exist. Perhaps I was wrong. My uncle has now had more experiences with this thing, with this occurring on nights that he is off and home. My dad spends much of his time sleeping and doped up on pain meds, so we really don't have the guts to tell him there's this 9-foot-tall, walking dog stalking your window. My uncle has tried shooting at it before, but it's like this thing doesn't even fear guns. It's never tried to break into our house or show my uncle and I any threat, but just seems to be attracted to my father. This has been ongoing since, and the reality is that there isn't many new things to share. My father is still struggling for his health, and it's slowly declining. I don't know how many more months he has left, but it can't be too long. We're all prepping for his passing emotionally and physically, and this nuisance, whatever you want to call it, keeps making its appearance very often at random times during the evening and night. Then, to say I'm beyond terrified is an understatement. We are tormented by this thing, and we don't know what to do other than to cower and hide like little scared children. I've started reaching out to people in hopes that I can get some answers on how to deal with this. Why is it so attracted to my father? Is it going after him? Is it wanting to kill him? My uncle said he had watched it at night, and it just stands there by my father's window, watching him as he sleeps. It's very creepy. To answer your question, no, we have not tried calling the police, because we know where that would get us. Blown off and blacklisted. With all the rioting going on right now, I feel like our situation would be the very last thing on the totem pole of importance. Part of this is written to you out of desperation, because I have no idea left what to do. I don't know what this thing's intentions are, but I know deep down they can't be good. If it was, we wouldn't feel its evil presence every time it makes itself known. The other part I'm writing to you is because I just want answers. Please, help me in any way you can. Thank you. I used to practice black magic and occultism very heavily. I was even training to be a master warlock, casting demonic spells on people, curses, and casting spirits onto individuals, the whole shebang. I would spend more time worshiping Satan and fine-tuning the harnessing of demonic energy than most American Christians do praying to God. My roots with Satanism and black magic ran deep, learning when I was just a child because of such an abusive upbringing. This also in part led to a severe heroin addiction, which would later kill me. I was so angry and bitter at everybody and everything around me. It wasn't until I was after 18 that I got involved with summoning demons and physical manifestations of darkness. One of these manifestations is what you talk about in your episodes of Dogman. These are demonic creatures, summoned and maintained by other controllers of darkness. Much of the demonic realm is allowed to take physical manifestation and shape when people of darkness are able to do correct rituals to allow them to breathe into this realm. This is why their characteristics are all hellbent on terrifying and hurting those they go after. Don't be fooled. It is very often that these things are assigned to specific individuals for a multitude of reasons. Many agnostics and atheists increasingly undermine the power of the demonic realm and what it is capable of to a non-believer. Luckily, I no longer serve the Lord of Darkness. See, when I served Satan, I was under the impression that when I died, I would go to hell and take part in reigning in his hellish kingdom. But after overdosing on heroin, I was taken to hell, and I came face to face with the very same beings I was summoning and casting out onto people. I became the tormented and suffered great agony before Jesus saved me and gave me a second chance. This is no joke. One of my common practices was astral projection, the art of your spirit leaving your body, and I was getting good at it, so I knew for a fact when I was outside of my body. My spirit left my body, and I entered into the dominion of hell, ready to hold Satan up to his promise of allowing me to reign over part of his kingdom, when he laughed at me and told me he deceived me just to get me here so I could be tormented forever. It was then that I was locked into my own hellish cell, where I was tormented and tortured by the same demons I summoned and manifested against others. At the time, I hated God and anything to do with God. I hated Jesus and anything to do with Christians. But for some reason, the name Jesus came to my mind, and in my darkest moments of torment and unending agony, I cried out to him and asked him to save me. He appeared to me. As a practicer of black magic, or previous practicer, I never understood why there were certain people of Christ I could never attack, and it wasn't until I became a believer myself that I now understand how powerful the blood of Christ is. I'm not trying to go too in depth on my change of heart and my movement away from dark magic, for I am now serving the true King. Even though this event is a large part of why I have to tell you what I do, the purpose of my writing to you is to inform you that these dogmen that you write about, that you read about, and hear about, are all a part of the demonic realm. There is no good cryptid. I know this because they operated in this realm of magic, or I control these beings and was their handler for a long time. With that said, I also want to confirm to you that yes, these beings do have authority over certain individuals to kill them, harm them, or terrify them, depending on the spiritual protection they have on their life. There are many instances where I've heard reports where people go missing after being attacked, or they're just plain out not there anymore. These beings take them and kill them. Same with much of the 411 individuals that go missing that are obsessed with. Because I had so many brothers and sisters who operated along my side in the demonic realm, helped bring these beings from the abyss and hell out onto Earth. Many are dying this very day by the same cryptids, and it's being covered up because the government knows what's going on. You would be so shocked if I told you how many government and military officials have their hands deep in the pie of occultism and serving Satan. They are all a part of the master Luciferian plan set aside. This is not a work of fiction. I know all of these things because I lived it for years and years. Masters of the dark arts are also great at masking our work. Remember, the best way you can trick your enemy is to make them think you don't exist. Why do you think we were able to have so much power over people? If the general public is convinced it's just a bunch of silly magic and doesn't do anything, then those people are the most susceptible to being controlled and manipulated to our bidding. People who truly walk with the blood of Christ were literally untouchable. And there were times I would become furious at the spirits I cast, because no matter what I did, they could not be touched. On the same coin, there are many quote-unquote Christians who do not walk in the Spirit and are just as susceptible to the demonic manipulation that I practiced. These are what I call lukewarm Christians, or people who haven't fully given themselves over to Christ. They live 1 foot in this world and 1 foot serving God. They're usually seen by us as society as hypocrites because they don't truly follow Jesus. These were some of the individuals that I was tasked with going after. I would be sent into churches, and Satan would point out to me specific individuals that were weak in their faith that I needed to send demons after. I would conjure up these physical manifestations, cryptids, and torment them. When I say demons, many would interpret that as cryptids because that is a lot of what these demons would take physical form as. Even though this information is important to share, I hope you read this to your viewers and share it with them. It is important for them to know, and I have to keep my identity hidden, because even now, you don't just change out of the darkness to light without having a massive target on your back. Many of my previous colleagues are still out on the hunt to kill me for turning to Christ. But if I can inform the many, then that's what's most important. So if you can take away anything from what I've told you, is that beware of cryptids and things like dogmen. They are demons and works of Satan and his minions. They are evil manifestations, and there is no such thing as them doing any good. If you truly do have the blood of Christ, then there is nothing they can do, nor any power they can put over you. If you get involved in the wrong things, the wrong crowd, the wrong walks of life, these beings will set out to come after you and reveal themselves to you, to terrify you, torment you. And once they reveal themselves to you, you are spiritually marked for more attacks. This is why many claim to see one, and then continue to have reoccurring sightings. There's a reason. I hope this has been informative for you. I can share with you much more, but I'll stop for now, so this doesn't turn into a mini novella. If you do decide to read this to your viewers, they need to understand that this is real, and these things are very powerful. If they are not believers in God or the demonic realm, they need to understand that there is power in Jesus, and that is the only thing that's going to save them. Take care.
My incident happened over a series of days, 2 days in California, usually about 5:30 a.m. in the morning. I was driving a large van on a 2-lane road through a canyon with a creek bed on my way to pick up special need passengers to take them to school. Suddenly, a mature deer came out of the woods and ran right alongside me, as if to get away from something scarier than people. As I took my foot off the gas, I slowed and then seemed to speed up, which I found odd. Further on, an apparently young man came to the edge of the road on my left, smiling where the creek was. I stopped on a dime to let him pass to the other side, a steep cliff going up. Instead of seeing him pass, all I could see was apparent fur across 2/3 of my windshield, and my driver door window went black. It was dark outside, and I could see the hair and fur because of my headlights. Then, in a swift motion, the fur went to a nearly straight-up cliff and disappeared, with an owl being knocked to the ground from its perch. The only way a human being could have ascended that steep incline would have been with a rope with a hook on the end and pulling himself up. But these apparent animals went up like the wind. What I later figured happened is the 6-foot person I stopped the car for must have been a young Bigfoot, and the 2 adult Bigfoots escorted it up the hill from my right for protection. The one in front of the van was so tall I couldn't even make out a shoulder. The one on the driver door was no doubt keeping me from stepping out. Bigfoot crossing guards, or I witnessed a human abduction. When I returned from the trip, I noticed an 18-inch muddy handprint on the back of the van, and it must have been made when I was accelerating, even though my foot was off the gas. I had apparently intruded upon their hunt, and he was pushing me down the road to get me out of the way. On a subsequent visit, I would roll my window down and whistle in the direction of the creek as I drove by. I did this for a week until one day I turned the corner to that spot, and there was a broken off tree in the middle of the road which made the hair on my neck rise. Upon inspection, later in the daylight, I saw that it had been broken off 50 feet from the road, 8 feet up the tree, and carried, since there were no drag marks. It was a healthy tree, 10 inches in diameter. On Christmas Day, I went out to look for footprints. The moment I opened up my car door and stepped out, there was a huge wood bashing on one of the hundreds of oak trees opposite the creek that echoed all over the area. As I said, it would be extremely difficult for a man to go up that very steep incline in those oak trees. I went to the creek area, but felt I should not venture further due to the warning knocks from the sentinel Bigfoot, and had to be 1 or 2 or more of them right where I was. I got in my car and left. There were 3 huge bashing wood knocks, 3 at a time, that echoed everywhere while I was there. One morning, when I was picking up one of the kids located directly over the hill from that creek, there was a huge wood knock in the woods behind that house. They know me, what I look like, and are warning me. The interest of that Bigfoot and this particular house came to mind. There are stacked rocks all over this yard, very carefully balanced. The owner lady told me that she did it herself, but sounded very unbelievable. Why would someone make 50 piles of carefully balanced rocks in their front yard? It's my opinion that she has developed a relationship with the Bigfoot, or perhaps more than one. I asked a homeless person if he knew anything about Bigfoot in the area, and he told me that he was fully aware of a family of 3 living in the creek area. I saw 3. He told me that one of his friends tried sleeping under a bridge at the creek, and his mangled and torn up body was later found, having been dragged out from under the bridge. The sheriff said it was a bear or mountain lion, but the homeless guy said no. The body was too severely shredded for that to be true. A lady actor from the local playhouse said she was doing her usual Saturday night traveling through that creek area after a show when, without warning, the car slid into the next lane. She stopped and nothing was there. She later went to the gas station and looked for dents or scratches, and there weren't any. She makes no conjecture as to what happened and by who. One morning, after the tree in the road, I looked over to the creek area and saw 2 glowing red eyes, very wide apart, impossibly high off the ground. Could have been 10 feet tall. Deer commonly come darting out from the darkness towards my vehicle before sunrise. This is a natural and a sure sign of seeking protection. I have tried to get any Bigfoot searching teams across the nation to come and find Bigfoot's lair, and they have shown 0 interest, and I've been snubbed. What is going on? Now, this isn't a story I share a lot. Coming from the back country of Idaho, I've met plenty of people who have claimed to see the famous Sasquatch of the Northern Hemisphere. These stories are often shared openly in bars of where I grew up, and are widely accepted as a quantity of people here have also seen them. But I saw something much different. Wolves have been reintroduced into the Idaho wilderness in 1995 and were a protected species up until the fall of 2011. So Idaho and the area around Stanley were particularly dense in wolves, and many people had problems with them picking off livestock and pets. It was in August of 2010 when me and some friends decided to take a long 50-mile backpacking trip through the Sawtooth Mountains and fly fish at a few lakes that were far from the trail most people would take. These often produced the best fishing, since they were rarely, if ever, visited. There were 5 of us, and we also brought 5 horses. 3 guys rode, and the other horses packed cooking gear and other essential equipment. Me and a friend, I will call Josh, decided we would walk 50 miles since we were both leaving for the military that fall. The first day, we hiked around 10 miles and stopped at Lake Taxaway for the night. The only other eventful thing that happened that night was a terrible high mountain thunderstorm that destroyed my tent and got me and all of my gear soaking wet. Needless to say, that next morning, I was in a pretty bad mood. Deciding I needed to be cheered up, Josh made a plan that the other guys and horses would continue on our previously planned route and set up a camp, while me and Josh went off the trail a few miles to try and fish a small lake we had both been previously and had good luck. We spent the day fishing this lake and, honestly, catching more brook trout than we ever had before. After eating a few of the trout we caught, we shared a few drinks out of a bottle of Jack Daniels that I decided would be worth the extra weight in my pack. We both decided to sleep under the stars that night, since it showed no signs of rain. I woke up at about 2 a.m. I remember sitting in my mummy bag, trying to figure out what woke me up. A few seconds later, I recognized the howling of a wolf pack somewhere in the mountains. I figured it had woke Josh, who I heard unzipping his sleeping bag to grab his Glock, the same thing that I was doing. Mine had been in my mummy bag the whole night and was currently sitting on my chest. The sounds of wolves were not new to us. Both of us were experienced hunters and backpackers, and we had seen our fair share of the furry animals. The area we were in was a saddle between two peaks and acted as a funnel for wildlife, including wolves. They would move from further up the mountains to the area we were in on their way to Grangine, where there was more flat grassland, which meant more prey. After a minute or two of the howling, I was starting to fall back asleep. Then it went quiet. But not just the wolves, the crickets, small rustlings in the bushes. It even felt like the air was shushed. That's when we heard the sound that we will live on in my nightmares for the rest of my life. It was deeper, throatier than the wolves. It sounded like a human was trying to imitate the wolves, and it was trying to call, like over a loudspeaker. The sound of it made me feel cold to my bones. It made me want to curl up in a ball. It ended, and the world stayed silent for a little longer before returning to the life-filled night that was natural. Neither of us slept that night. The next morning, we both started hiking again, joking about how scared we were in the previous night, both just chalking it up to maybe a larger wolf. But we decided to take a different route to base camp that our friends had set up as a shortcut. This path would take us through some back country that neither of us had ever been through, and by the looks of it, not many others either. The brush got thicker here, and the ground had leveled out. As we walked and talked, we both fell into a sort of nervous and cautious silence. There was something wrong. We both felt it, and it made us nervous. There was the smell. It was strong and musky, like the smell in a dog pound, but it was everywhere. At one point, we thought we could hear something moving in the brush off to our right. We finally started up the mountainside and got out of the trees and out into the open on a flat ridge. We got out snacks and started eating. Looking ahead of us, we could see the smoke from what we assumed was our friend's campfire, maybe 2 miles away. We started to talk and joke about bad juju that we had felt in that small valley. But suddenly, Josh got very quiet and pale. I looked behind me and followed his gaze to the opposing side of the small valley, maybe 400 yards away. It took me a second to see, but there was something dark and moving on the hill. For a second, I thought it was another hiker, but it was bigger, with the bulk in the wrong places. I'm not a big guy, just a little over 5'7", and around 165 pounds. This thing had to be around 7 feet tall, judging by the trees it was near. The thing that threw me off were its legs. They didn't seem short and stocky like that of a bear. They were long and thick, more like an Olympic sprinter. We were too far to see its face clearly, but it clearly had cropped ears and a short snout. It just stood there, still. I thought maybe my eyes were playing tricks on me, and it was just a bear standing in the upright position, a very weird position. Then it dropped on all fours and took off down into the trees. The way it ran gave me chills. Its arms looked longer than its legs, vaulting it down the hill at an angle away from us. Its back didn't stay flat like a bear's. Instead, it arced, like a man in a costume bending over to a bear crawl. It was out of sight before we realized it was moving. Me and Josh quietly stood up, more or less, and jogged the 2 miles downhill to our friend's camp. When we got there, we were both sweating and out of breath. When questioned, we made some excuse about trying to race to camp from the hill. One of the guys was fairly new to the outdoors, and we didn't want to freak the kid out. We spent the day at the small lake they were camped at and fished for our dinner. That night, we all shared some drinks and Dutch oven cobbler before turning the lanterns off for the night. Me and Josh decided to share a tent. Neither of us wanted to admit that we were both a little freaked out by what we had seen earlier. I woke up again around midnight. I could hear Josh slowly breathing and someone else snoring in another tent. While in a tent, it's hard to hear exactly pinpoint where noises are coming from, but I could distinguish where the horses were. They were gnawing and pawing at the ground, which usually means they are distressed or anxious. This put me off a little. Then I heard it again. That same guttural howl from the previous night, but this time, it was much closer. It howled about every minute and continued to grow louder every time. I could tell Josh was awake, and like me, he was paralyzed with fear. The horses had gone quiet, and the next morning, we learned that they had broken their high line and had taken off. We heard slow, hesitant footsteps to the other side of the camp. Along with the sound of it walking was the sound of low growls and sniffling. Then, it slowly started moving. The breathing was like that of a giant dog, and panting. I couldn't move. I couldn't even breathe. I was afraid it would hear me. I heard it walk past our tent. It stopped. I had visions of it ripping open the tent and tearing us apart. Then I heard the audible click of a safety being taken off a handgun in another tent. The thing turned and ran. After this, none of us slept. The next morning, we quickly broke down camp and found the horses in the nearby meadow that they stopped in. After this, we packed up and left our trip early. None of us wanted to try our luck with a second night. I have tried talking to hunters around Stanley and Grangian about it. They are hesitant, but say whatever it is, it kills cattle from time to time, and they think there are multiples of them. Local police departments have either a file for it, since it has taken so many cattle. People even believe it is responsible for the occasional hiker or hunter who disappears. Supposedly, leaves prints that are an elongated foot human with longer clawed toes. I have searched the web for it and other things like it. The images of dogmen are the closest thing that resembles what I saw. Easy to say, I don't have too many nights alone in that area of the Sawtooths anymore. I work as a road construction laborer. One day, earlier in 2019, I was in southwestern Kansas, just a few miles from the Colorado and Oklahoma borders. We were closing a main highway for stripe removal to allow the county to restripe it. The day was going slow, and the water grinder truck was overheating and having a few problems, and I found it my turn to be the flagman, since I was a new hire to this company. The fields around me seemed to be empty farmland and pastures of emerald and amber grass where there were hills and large segments of trees that I couldn't see how far back they went, but I could tell they were thick. There was a hole in the electric barbed wire fence next to me. Well, a few hours into the day, I feel an odd sensation and look in the direction that it feels like it's coming from, and see a large black dog running through the field near the trees, maybe 100 yards away from me, and I don't think anything about it. Later, the owner of the property comes out to fix his fence, and I ask him about his dog since I couldn't tell what kind of dog it was, and he looks at me like I'm speaking Greek and tells me I have no idea what you're talking about. I don't have any dogs on the farm. I then told him about what I'd seen, and he looked at the hole in the fence, and then the trees, and drove back up to his house. That's how the story ends. I had never heard from him again, never seen the dog or felt the feeling ever again. Hello, my name is Christian Morris, and boy do I have a story to tell you. It all happened in the span of a week. I was messing around with some friends after school by the Salt River. We were talking when we noticed something out of the corner of our eyes. It looked like some kind of human, but with a full set of fur on its body. You bet your sweet butt that me and my friends got out of there as quick as we could. I thought that would be the last we saw of it, but no. We saw it again a few days later. This time we were walking up the road near the first place we found it. My friend had to take a piss, so we went into the woods. A couple of minutes later, I heard him scream. I got the hell out of there as quickly as possible. It turns out he went to pee behind a log and found some footprints. Shortly after this, he heard what sounded like thrown rocks. That's when he screamed. This all happened about 2 years ago, and we haven't seen it since. I remember 6 years ago when I was 19. Me and a few friends went backpacking in the Appalachian Range of Pennsylvania. We had set up camp in the early afternoon. We knew it was a dangerous area, so we each brought guns for protection against bears. Anyway, as it got closer to the evening time, at around 5 p.m., I was fishing in a river about a quarter mile away from camp, and I started to smell something bad. I couldn't describe the smell. It was just bad. I heard some rustling in the bushes about 200 yards away. It was quite clear that it was footsteps from the sound. Almost thinking that it was one of my friends, I realized that they were south of me, so I began to panic. Whatever it was is getting closer to my fishing spot, and the smell began getting stronger. My fishing pole in my left hand and my right hand on my gun as I was getting ready to unholster it. I couldn't get over the smell, but at the same time, I was worried about my life. I kept my eyes looking in the direction of the loud footsteps. I can see a big open area, kinda like a pasture, about 65 yards away, which is where the footsteps are coming from. I see what I think is a man in a possible reddish-brown ghillie suit walking behind the trees on the edge of an open area. But the problem is that it was about 2 or 3 feet taller than me, as I'm only 6'2", which was unbelievable. None of my friends are close to my height, but that thing that I saw was built. I could see the muscle movement in its legs. Listen, I'm no expert about Sasquatch, but I do know what I saw was no bear, as it was walking on 2 legs, and not in a way that I've ever seen. Both the legs and arms are primitive-like an oversized gorilla. The thing probably weighed 900 pounds. It ended up vanishing as it went to my right in the deeper area of woods. But after the footsteps stopped, I heard what sounded like chatter, kinda like some sort of Indian language. After the chatter stopped, the footsteps started up again, but it was footsteps going in one direction, and another sound of footsteps going in the opposite direction. I never told my friends about the experience because I didn't want them to think that I was crazy. Some people might be skeptic about this, but I know what I saw and heard, that it wasn't in the ordinary. I grew up in a hollow in a pretty small town in rural West Virginia. The hollow is roughly 3 miles long, but surrounded by family-owned forest land, at least 10 acres or more deep in every direction. The only homes located on the hollow were all family. We lived in the very last house on the road. We were the dead end of the road, and our closest neighbor was an uncle, about 200 yards down a field. My brother and I grew up very poor, so we spent most of our free time outside, roaming the woods and whatnot. I remember so many times wandering around in the woods, and when it would just fall silent around us. Birds suddenly stopped chirping. Little animals stopped rustling in the leaves. Just complete silence. We always took that as our own personal signal to head home, like the woods were saying, "That's enough for today." As kids, we never thought much of it. But now recounting the story, it definitely makes sense. My brother and I grew up apart as we went to middle school, so we did not spend a lot of time together in the woods anymore, and mostly stayed in our moms, like preteens usually do. One evening though, our parents decided to go out for a bit of leaving, my brother and I with nothing to do. We decided to take a little hike for old time's sake. I was around 12, and my brother about 14. So this was roughly June 2004 or 2005. He had picked up cigarettes as a habit, so I credited his idea to head into the woods as an excuse to smoke freely and not have to worry about our parents popping in and catching him or smelling the smoke. We headed out and hiked a pretty decent distance from home, definitely far enough to keep his nicotine habit a secret from our parents, and way, way out of sight. We decided to stop and sit for a bit. It was mid-evening now, and the sun was dimmer, but left us just enough time to hang out for a while and make it back home, with time to spare before it was dark out. He set into smoking his cigarettes, and I had picked up a stick and was just whacking plants and digging in the dirt. We were sort of having short bursts of conversation, but mostly sat there, lost in our own thoughts. After about 30 minutes of sitting there, that strange silence fell over us again, and we looked at each other to gauge if the other thought that we should head back like we used to as kids when it got quiet out there. My brother just shrugged it off and lit another cigarette, so I went back to digging in the dirt, lost in my own business. I was feeling a little uneasy, but figured I was just being chicken because my brother seemed completely unbothered. I was so silent that I could hear my brother calmly breathing across from me and could even hear the tobacco crackle when he took a draw off a cigarette. I heard a little rustling that sounded a little off in the distance and some twigs breaking. We literally grew up in the woods and were taught about all kinds of wildlife by our hunter of a father. I credited the rustling to a deer or coyote off a ways from us and never even looked up. A few minutes later, though, something caused me to look up. The calm breathing I had heard from my brother seemed to be caught in his throat. I jerked my head up to see what was wrong with him. His face was pure white, and he was looking a little to my right and packed behind me. Normally, I would have laughed it off because my brother loved trying to scare me and playing little pranks, but the look on his face was pure horror. I turned my whole body in the direction he was looking. About 50 or so yards away was a creature. This thing was standing on 2 legs and stood every bit of 7 feet tall. Even at the distance, it looked huge. I backed toward my brother without taking my eyes off of this thing. It looked like it was covered in fur, dark brown or black. I'm not sure about the eyes since we were just far away enough not to make out the smaller details, but if the sun had hit them, I can guess they would have been a yellow or gold. We kept gaze with it for what seemed like hours, even though it couldn't have been more than a minute or 2. It didn't move the whole time we stared at it to this point, like it was sizing us up just as we were it. After what seemed like an eternity, probably about 3 or 4 minutes by now, it kind of huffed at us. It wasn't a growl or snarl. It just seemed to be testing us to see how would we react if it threatened us in some way. We stood concrete still. It then dropped on all fours and took on a single awkward step toward us, like it wasn't used to moving on all 4, but wanted to seem animalistic. Again, we did not move. After being told all your life not to run from predators or they will chase you, we weren't risking a race with this thing. It took one more clumsy step toward us. When we did not budge, it took off in the opposite direction. As soon as it was completely out of sight, we darted home. I don't think we had ever cleared the woods so quickly in our lives. We burst through the front door and locked it behind us. We had just collapsed in the living room and never even spoke. Our parents made it home shortly after and were concerned that they had to have us unlock the door to let them in. We never told them what happened, and we never spoke about it, even to each other. Not even to this day, and I am almost 28 years old. My brother passed away in 2015, and I wish a million times over we had discussed what we saw that day. I plan to tell my father and uncle about it this next week or so. I'm hoping with all the hunting they have done that they have seen something too. I'll write back if they have any stories to add.
My older cousin has served time, and not only in the military, but also specific branches of government that deal with things hidden to the public eye. He has gone on several diving missions with other very experienced divers, experiencing strange creatures, and nearly dying, but that's for another story that I'll have to tell you later. He has had other run-ins with things that are not supposed to exist, and it's even had a couple Bigfoot counters here and there. But today, I'm going to be telling you about how he had encountered a dogman nest, or so he tells me, when he had gotten hired by a secret security firm to survey an area of land due to an unforeseen threat, is what they called it. My cousin had been hired several times by multiple companies as a quote-unquote cleanup person. He's kind of a jack of all trades and has had his hands in quite a few endeavors, including being sent out to kill several mountain lions and packs of coyotes, some that were endangering nearby communities' farms and livestock, but then again, that's not the point of why I'm writing to you. My cousin, see, he refuses to tell me the exact location, but says it's somewhere between Ohio and Kentucky, and that he was in the thick of the wilderness surveying this specific area. My cousin wasn't the type of person to ask questions. Usually, he was just given an assignment and an order, and that was it. He was only given a few basic supplies with his most prized tool on a journey, a machete. He made it to a certain point where he told me that he was able to tell, just by the look of the wilderness alone, that man had never stepped in this area before, and that he was the first human to be in those woods. The further he got in, the thicker the brush got, and the harder it became for him to get in. He told me even the atmosphere around him had started to change in a negative way. When asking him what he meant by that exactly, he could only explain that it got harder to breathe, and he could feel the presence of something else, meaning he was not alone. After continuing on further and further, getting closer to the coordinates he was given, he stumbled upon what looked like a large den, half shallow cavern and half built out of dirt. He said it was just kind of there, and the opening was enormous, around 8 to 9 feet high and about 5 feet in width, and was large enough that he could just basically walk in. He said you could just smell death emanating from every corner of this small cave. Being outside the entrance, you could even smell it more. Even though every fiber in his being was screaming to not go in, he said he felt like there was just this mysterious force pulling him in and drawing him in as if he had no control over his own body. Taking his flashlight on and out and gripping his machete, he made his way about 20 feet when the cavern inside opened up to a much larger area. He said if he had to guess, it was probably about 30 feet high, and a room that's roughly 50 yards across from where he was standing to the back wall. He said the smell of rotting animal and wet dog was so bad that he could hardly breathe, and couldn't be in there long. After quickly shining his light around, there were so many bones, he said. He saw so many skulls and bone piles. Animals, of course. He had no doubt in his mind that this was indeed the den of some large predator, probably a wolf or a pack of wolves. He said he was the only one in there for a handful of seconds because, besides the smell, he had this horrible feeling like he just shouldn't be in there, and that he should leave now. Quickly exiting the cave, he made his way another 10 or so miles to the designated coordinates he was given, but said he was followed the rest of the way there. He said he could feel the presence of something quickly growing around him. It felt malicious. It became apparent more and more that he needed to get out of there, and quickly, and reach his coordinates. He explained to me that whatever it was following him, was tracking him like prey, but wasn't coming in close enough to reveal itself. He thought that to be odd, considering whatever it was clearly possessed enough strength and stamina to pounce on him and take him down. He believes that whatever it was also lived in the den that he had discovered, and that there were multiple of whatever this was following him wherever he was going. This went on until he reached his coordinated points where a helicopter had come to pick him up after using a special signalized device. Upon being picked up, and as he was going up in the air, he said he looked down and could see these tall, what he would describe as werewolf-looking beings standing and some were crouching just beyond the woodline, invisible if you were on foot,
but totally exposed once you were in the air. Because of how spread apart the trees were in this clearing, since it was obviously big enough for a helicopter to land, he was able to see these beings very clearly. Said there was probably about 7 or 8 of them, and that they were pitch black, and instead on 2 legs, and resembled that of what you would see off of a Hollywood horror movie. Frightened, he did keep it to himself, but he told me that this wasn't his first rodeo, since he has had other strange encounters with weird beings like Bigfoot and other stuff. I'll be sure to send you that story about his diving experience and encountering something unknown. I need to start with telling you that I am a no bullshit kind of person. I don't like to lie or make stuff up, and because of my job, I have to be as honest and credible as possible and maintain somewhat of my integrity. I knew that if I told anybody besides you, and maybe a few other people who are open to this, I would probably be mocked and called crazy, so I figured I would give it a shot by telling you this. You can tell me what you think. You seem to know a lot about it, so maybe you can give me some pointers. I truck for a living, and a couple of months back, I hit and killed an animal that I couldn't identify. I did not stick around long enough to truly get a great look at it because I got the feeling that there were potentially more around the area, and that I may have pissed them off by killing one of their kind. I want to say I was somewhere between Illinois and Iowa, and I could tell you it was a long stretch of road, flatlands, and I was the only truck on the road at the time. It was early in the morning, and it was pitch black outside. I'm driving, and all of a sudden, this large black dog steps out on the road and looks right in my direction. When I say steps out, he steps out onto the road as close to where I was that I did not even have time to stop the truck at all, and all I could do was honk the horn. He was standing on 2 legs. It was too late for that though, and I ended up colliding with whatever this 2-legged humanoid dog thing was. I heard the thud and had to pull over immediately to see what happened. So I pull over to the side of the road where there is barely any room to begin with and put my hazards on and grab my trusty flashlight. I run back there, and lying there on the road is this ugly looking thing. I'll tell you what, I ain't ever seen anything that looks like this. This animal was ugly. It reminded me of a dog but looked so human-like it was startling. It wasn't too big. I would say maybe 5 feet high if I had to guess when I saw it. My initial reaction was that it was a child or a teenager in a costume, but that just wasn't the case. This thing was maimed up pretty well for my truck, so I did what most people would do, and kicked it off the side of the road, not thinking too much of it. When I say this thing was ugly, I really mean that. When it died, part of its lower jaw was broken open, exposing all of its sharp, rigid teeth. I remember I gasped at how many teeth that it had, and it was like I was looking into the mouth of a shark, minus the serrated edges on the teeth. It had a shorter snout, but piercing, dull, now lifeless eyes. I sat there and crouched over it, shining my light and scanning over its body to see really what it was and to if I could properly identify what it was I had killed. But I could not. Maybe it was a mutated coyote, or possibly a wolf, but all of its sizes and dimensions were just wrong. Then again, it was maimed pretty good from the truck, and that it was a big, bloody mess. I would say the head was the most intact, and was really the only thing I had to go by trying to figure out what kind of animal this really was. When you and I had spoken about this previously on the phone, you had mentioned to me that it sounded like a dogman to you, or a juvenile dogman at that. See, I know virtually nothing about cryptids, or cryptozoology, or creatures that aren't supposed to exist, I should call them, but I can tell you I've never seen an animal that looked this way. The best way I can relay the feeling to you and your viewers, since I'm sure you will be reading this to them, is that it's kind of like seeing a dead lion for the first time if you've only ever seen house cats. You would be confused, amazed and terrified at the sight of this massive dead animal, but you could tell by somewhat similar relation in size and shape that it was related to a familiar animal that you kind of knew. I think in the moment I probably chalked it up to just a mutated coyote or something, even though it walked out onto the road on 2 legs. I don't know. I think I was overcome by so much shock about what happened, I didn't really spend too much time with critical thinking. Tried not to get my boot covered in blood, and there really wasn't a good way to push it off the road, so I kinda just left it there. I know, I'm an asshole for that, but what am I supposed to do? I got back in my truck and left, and that's pretty much the end of that. To recap, I would say that when it stepped out onto the road, it seemed startled that my truck was there, and possibly did not know I was on the road so close when he had stepped out, like it was an accident. I maybe got a second to look at it before it looked right over at me, and then BAM! My truck hit this thing, collided, and I assume killed it on impact would be my best guess. A few years ago, in the fall, I had one of those dogman sons of bitches steal a buck from right outside the back of my truck. Long story short, because I'm not going to feed you a 7-page encounter story, so I'll keep it really brief. Long story short, I got me a 4-pointer, tagged it, and stuck him in the back of my truck. This was a good-sized buck too, and I was going to bring it to my friend who's a taxidermist, because I wanted to keep the hide intact. But I guess that son of a bitch made sure that wasn't going to happen. I'm about 50 feet away from my truck, dealing with my tarps and getting them ready to cover my kill, as I hear my truck sitting down and what sounds like a boulder being thrown onto it, and I turn around and this dog-looking person, a dogman, reaches down from jumping up in the truck, grabs onto the buck with one hand, pulls it up and throws it over its shoulder in one fluid motion, all while turning and jumping into the trees with my kill. I can hardly believe what I just saw, so much so that my mouth was practically on the ground in sheer disbelief. This thing has never looked over at me, and it just grabbed its prize, or, well, my prize that it stole, and bolted into the woods. Of course, I screamed and hollered, but by the time I went to go get my gun out of the cab of my truck, it was long gone. This thing was fast, and I wasn't even afraid of the sheer size and speed of this thing, just pissed the fact that it took all my effort away. A month ago, I went over with my friends to some state gameland area that's near their house to walk around in because, well, we were bored and we're in quarantine, and there's not much else to do. We just wanted to explore miles upon miles of dense, dark woods. I'm 18, and I thought it would be a fairly good idea if I brought weapons with me, and any sort of supplies in case anything happened, because we were just wanting to explore, and also wanting to do it at night, where everything is in the blackness. I would like to think of us as a group of avid explorers. I, personally, love the thrill of being in danger sometimes, and wanted to make sure we were taken care of in case we ran into a cougar or some sort of predator. We got out there pretty far, and we were doing just fine with flashlights and the equipment that we had. We wanted to keep a lookout and make sure that we wouldn't run into any nocturnal animals like skunks or anything like that. The woods that we were traversing through were dense and covered with foliage and short-cut trees, but we were determined to get as much out of the night as we could. And the further we went into the wilderness without anything happening, the braver we became and the hungrier we got for a thrill. At one point or another, we came to a dead deer, a buck at that was partially eaten. It looked fresh too, and we were amazed at the size of this buck and how it was torn open. We got creeped out because that meant there was either a cougar around or a bunch of coyotes, both being something we weren't really wanting to deal with. As we were checking out this carcass with our flashlights and looking at it a little more, we hear a crunching of leaves behind us, and we all shone our lights. The first thing we saw is huge white teeth glistening in the light, and a gaping snout full of dripping saliva. That's when we quickly noticed the glowing amber eyes shortly above it, and that these teeth belonged to whatever it is we were looking at. We were looking at a real-life werewolf in front of us, and we didn't stick around to see what was going to happen. I think we all booked it out of there so fast we probably made a dust storm. We booked it so fast and never looked back to see if this thing was following us, but I don't think it ever did. We got back to our cars and floored it out of there so fast. I used to think that monsters didn't exist, but I feel like that night I was proven wrong. I don't know what the hell is out there that looks exactly like a werewolf, but whatever it was we ran into, I'm sorry this encounter is so brief, but there's not a whole lot to it other than what we saw and that we booked it. I can't give you more specific, exact details because it was just so quick, but I can tell you confidently that all four of us saw exactly the same thing, and we collectively speculate that whatever we saw was in the process of possibly eating this dead buck, or was coming upon the corpse to eat since it was still fresh. I believe it growled at us because it thought we were coming to take its food, or even posed a threat, and we weren't about that life, so we ditched. I was driving home late one night when I saw what looked to be like a large dog or canid-like humanoid thing run across the road in front of me and jumped off the guardrail. The first thing I noticed was a large shape that was standing upright and running on two legs in front of my vehicle, just outside the limits of my headlights. It's been cleared, the road, in only a matter of seconds and leapt off into the night. It was dark and I couldn't make out a fur color, but it looked to be a smoky charcoal color gray, if I could put my best guess in. The first thing I noticed was it to have pointed ears in the snout, which is what ultimately gave it away as canid. The disturbing part was that it was running on two legs, and just like a dog would, bound off the side of the road, off the guardrail, like it would if it was on four legs. I know there is such a thing as wild dogs and all that, but something in my gut just tells me this wasn't a wild dog. It also looked nothing like a wolf or what a wild dog would look like, and it was much larger. Plus, the fact that I don't think any breed of dog can walk steadily on two legs for really any amount of distance, at least not comfortably, without shaking. It freaked me right the hell out, and I kept driving, keeping to my own business, hoping it wasn't planning on coming after me. Never ever ever saw it again after that. So, I've been listening to scary stories and cryptid encounters for years now, and my family has never really believed me, because I myself am a big believer in them, even though I've never had any personal accounts, thank you God. But just recently, my good mate's brother told me about that he ran into one of these dog werewolf things, whatever the hell they are, when he went hunting back in the fall. He told me that he must have got to this buck first before this dogman did, because, coincidentally, he thinks both him and the same creature were hunting the same buck. He claimed that it was pissed off and showed itself after he killed it, and even tried to go as far as attack him with the intent to kill. He let it take his kill and said he didn't want any part to play in fending that creature off. When I picked his brain about it for proof that he wasn't lying, he got really emotional and started freaking out, and his whole tone of voice changed. There's just a certain genuine and sincerity in somebody's tone when they're recalling a past traumatic experience that you can tell they're not lying. When he described it, he said it was hairy and had a longer snout, and it resembled the werewolves from the Underworld movies, is what he told me. Then he says it couldn't have been that though, because he knows that werewolves are fictional creatures and don't exist in the real world. So, what is it that he ran into? I think he ended his speculation with it with some sort of mutated or damaged or deranged wolf, or possibly mange, or even a hybrid. He doesn't know. Okay, I know you know a lot about dogmen, so I'm writing to you, asking for some help, and maybe even your viewers can help me. I have a barn, probably about a quarter mile away from my house, and for whatever reason,
Stray cats love my land, and it never fails. Every spring, there always seems to be a new litter of kittens and cats that show up, so I always make it a thing to go out to the old barn and lay out some food and old blankets so they can make themselves a comfy home. I use some of the leftover straw and hay to kind of make it their own. Well, one night it was particularly windy and raining really hard, so I worried about them and wanted to make sure those little guys had plenty of food for the night, since it had been a few days since I checked up on them, and I didn't want them to go hungry or cold. I grabbed my flashlight and I walked out there, and as I get close to the barn, I'm hearing the cats start to go crazy, and I'm thinking to myself, what on earth? As I reach close to the barn, the door of it flings open, and this short, stubby little dogman, no more than 4.5 feet tall, runs out and stares at me right in the face like a deer caught in the headlights kind of look. I noticed immediately the dead cat in its mouth and 2 more in its hands. It just stares at me for a quick second, not moving a muscle, as if frozen, like caught up doing something that it shouldn't. While holding on to all 3 dead cats, it flies down onto all 4s and sprints off into the darkness far beyond the barn. Without even hesitating, I run into the barn to make sure the cats are okay, and there are a few missing, which wasn't too abnormal. They come and go at night and day, but in all, there is around 8 or so, and I was only seeing about 4 during this time. Usually, this time of night is when they all congregate in the barn and sleep, so I don't know if they're from the same litter or what, but either way, their numbers continue to shrink after that. The lowest the number got was probably 1 or 2 cats that I ever kept seeing, and the other ones kind of just disappeared after that. But like I said, there was always at least 1 or 2 cats around no matter what. I don't know for sure if that dogman saw that it was a free meal and broke in or what. I want to hunt that thing down, but if it's a young one, that means there's probably a mom and a dad somewhere close by, and I really don't want to feel parental wrath because I obliterated their child with a 12 gauge for going after my cats. Anyway, I want to mention to you that I've had a few other encounters with dogmen, which is why I know about them, and for whatever reason, there's this connection between me and them now, to where I encounter them on somewhat of a timely basis. It's very strange. It's like once you see one or have an encounter with one, or more than encounter, it's like once you see one or have an encounter with one, more encounters will follow suit, and I'm not sure why that is. I had an absolutely terrifying dinner over at my girlfriend's parents' house just a few years ago. My girlfriend's parents live out in the high desert, and near their house, there is a large canyon that feeds into a smaller river down at the bottom. Since it is high desert, there's lots of locust trees, mild brush, and it's fairly open with only minor tree coverage. I know sometimes they will get coyotes and possibly even mountain lions, but I don't really know what else. I mention these things to you because I'm not exactly sure what we encountered that night. Whatever it was spooked the hell out of my girlfriend and her parents and I. It hasn't happened since to my knowledge, but either way, it was quite the experience. So, we are over for dinner, having a great time socializing with her parents, and we had just finished having dessert. We're sitting around her living room talking when we begin to hear coyotes off in the distance. We all just sit there quietly, and I mentioned to her father that, wow, the coyotes are really acting up tonight, I see. And he just kind of chuckles and says, yeah, you'll hear them quite often, and they'll usually yip and yap from time to time. About 3 or so seconds later, we all heard the most powerful and horrific wolf howl we have ever heard. Or at least that's the closest animal we could attach it to. It sounded like a wolf howl, but on steroids. It was so loud. We all looked at each other confused when her father and I both, at the same time, said, "What the hell was that?" And we get up to try and look out the window, but nothing. It sounded so close by, but it's so dark outside, and her parents only have seldom lights around their property. I
asked him if there's any wolves around here, and he said there hasn't been any for a long time. But he said that howl sounded like it came from something bigger than a wolf. This is where things get even creepier. We continue on with the night in conversation, and probably a good 15 or 20 minutes later, that pack of coyotes was much closer to the house. This time, they started to go off in a crying, crazy frenzy, whimpering in a giant chorus of coyotes. Her dad and I were bamboozled at what the hell we were hearing, and so both of us stepped outside to see if we can get any sort of clue or inkling to what was going on. But nothing. We could tell that these coyotes were often in the woodline, whooping and hollering and making all sorts of racket. We figured that they had gotten a kill, which is why all the commotion was going on around the distant. But this sounded different than your typical coyote whooping and hollering. They were afraid and crying, yipping and yapping and whining. It was strange and very disturbing to say the least. Her father and I stood outside listening for some time, with my girlfriend begging us to come back in, and that she did not feel safe, while me and him tried to comfort her, telling her it was all right. It went quiet after a while, and we sat there, talking, trying to speculate what it was we were hearing exactly and what was going on. I found it fascinating, even though I was a little creeped out, I'm not gonna lie. That's when all the hairs on my head and arms started to stand up, like I felt like I was in danger. Once again, her father broke the silence and said, "Do you feel that?" And I said, "What?" He said, "We need to go inside now. We're being watched." Without hesitating, I took both steps inside the house and asked him, "By what?" And I'll never forget the way he looked me in the eyes with the most stern and serious expression, and just told me, "I don't know." The rest of the night, my girlfriend and I just sat down and watched some Netflix to try and forget about the whole thing. I'm not too sure what her father and mother did, but I'm assuming they kept busy inside, because neither of them went back out. I think things quieted down or so, I think. The next morning, her father woke me up in a daze and said, "You gotta come see this now." Still dazed and groggy from waking up on a funky REM cycle spot, my girlfriend and I stumbled up out of bed to see what her dad was talking about. All along the large pasture, just a little ways out from their house in perfect view, was a clear view of this coyote bloodbath. There were dead coyotes strung all throughout the field. We all said a few choice words that I'm not going to repeat, but you can guess them. We ran out to the field to properly assess the damage, and we noticed that these coyotes had literally been torn to pieces. I'm not talking about just one or two coyotes. I'm talking about at least a dozen or so, it looked like. There were more chunks of flesh and meat than there were whole coyotes. I don't have an explanation for what happened, but I know it really bothered my girlfriend's father, based on his reactions and him kind of shutting down for the rest of the day. I had to pitch in and give him a hand on cleaning up that mess, and what a shit show that was, but we got it done. I really don't have an explanation for what happened, and I kind of just like to play it off as an overly aggressive mountain lion that got too close to those coyotes over food or something, but I'll never really know. Plus, there's really no explanation for that loud howl that we heard. I'm just thankful that I don't have any of that where I live, and I don't have to deal with it.
I was busy doing dishes late one night when I happened to glance out my window right above my kitchen sink. I had to adjust my eyes and squint at first because I wasn't exactly sure what I was seeing. Once I was able to make out what it was, the sight before me was truly terrifying and frightening. I thought it was a man at first, except he looked like a dog, had a long snout and pointed ears. They reminded me of a German Shepherd's ears, and I had a hard time understanding what I was looking at. But then, my eyes continued to observe the rest of its body. It had a torso like a man, with human-looking arms and legs. This thing was covered in hair or fur all over its body, and it appeared to be a dark brown or black color. It was one leg, stepping over our old wooden fence with what appeared to be a dead cat in its arm. As soon as it lifted its leg over the fence, it quickly turned its head back toward the direction it was coming from, as if to make sure it wasn't being seen. I got goosebumps. Bad. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. As soon as it lifted its leg over the fence, it quickly lifted up the other leg and was gone in a flash. I threw the dishes down and ran to go wake up my wife to let her know what I had seen. She said to me in a groggy state that I shouldn't stay up late anymore and do dishes because clearly I was seeing things. I still don't quite understand what it is that I saw, even though my wife doesn't believe me. I've looked on Google to see if I can find any images close to what I saw, and I guess it's a rougarou. I believe that is French for werewolf, although I'm pretty sure that werewolves are fictional. But I can't deny what I saw that night, so I really don't know what it was. It was so scary and so human-like. The only dog-like thing about it was that it was covered in fur, and that it had a large head of a dog. I'm convinced that I saw a wolfman of some kind. I'm just thankful that it never turned back and looked at me. If it wasn't for the full moon shining at the right place during the right time, and having virtually no clouds, and having not looked up when I did, I would have never ever known it was there. It was maybe only 30 to 40 feet away from the window. I used to live in a neighborhood in eastern Pennsylvania for about 12 and a half years. Pennsylvania is the witchcraft capital of the world, so all sorts of freaky stuff goes on. For the record, this neighborhood was a little bit smaller. We all kind of knew each other. I lived in that neighborhood on and off for 12 years, but we had what we'd like to call the neighborhood creeper. We all kept tabs on what this thing was, but we believe it was some sort of monster. Look, I know that sounds silly coming right off the bat, but let me explain. This creature would steal our cats and dogs, and it tried to break into our houses. Only sometimes, though. It wasn't around all the time, and there never seemed to be a rhyme or reason for it showing up. But it was primarily active during the early morning hours and at nighttime. It would come and go, no matter what season or month. Unfortunately, I got the chance to see this thing nearly face to face through my window. It had a very scary wolf-like face, pointed ears, and very human-like hands, but they were pressed up against the glass, so I couldn't see them as much as I would want to, or not want to. Judging by the size of this animal, it could have very easily just pushed my window through and gotten to me, but it didn't. It was like it was reminding me that I was its prey, and it wanted to keep me in my cage until it was ready to feast. I know deep down that this thing could catch me and put me out of my house and eat me if it wanted to. There is a very old sweet lady that lived just a few houses down from me. God rest her soul. She passed away a few years before I moved out, but she described it as looking like a werewolf. She said it was black and gray in color and had very large teeth. She said it would always steal her cats and eat them. She was one of those elderly ladies that kind of let it go with having cats. I mean, her cats were always having kittens and having more and more kittens. She never really took care of them, and it really got out of hand. I guess you can say she was the crazy old cat lady, but she wasn't a crazy lady, she was actually a very sweet, loving lady. Anyway, maybe that's one of the reasons why this thing came around. There was free food supply. I'm not exactly sure. Most people in the neighborhood were terrified from what I recall, and nobody tried shooting at it or calling the cops because, come on, what are they going to do? Last I heard when I moved out, there was still activity because I still keep in contact with some of my neighbors. I had developed close relationships with some of them, especially the ones close to me, and to my knowledge, this thing still lurks around the neighborhood from time to time. To answer some of your questions, to my knowledge, it has never broken into anybody's house, although it has attempted. It's never attacked or hurt anybody, other than household pets, but it has scared the pants off many. The neighborhood kind of goes down on an unofficial lockdown at night, and you really don't see anybody out after dark. It's strange because you can go a few neighborhoods over, and people are out walking their dogs at night. But in the evening, not in this neighborhood. I'm glad to have been gone, and honestly, I have no desire to ever return. I was up in the Pacific Northwest and hunting during doe season. I had my tree stand all set up, and I got up there early as I could, waiting for deer. Luckily for me, I was on a friend's property, in which he owned about 30 plus acres. I much preferred hunting on private property, so I didn't have to try and compete with a kill. What happened to me this day made me take a hiatus from deer hunting. So I'm sitting there, waiting in the stand, and I hear something big coming at me in the woods. My first instinct was that it was maybe a large buck, just because of the large sounds and how fast it was traveling. I looked off in the distance where the noise was coming from, and just out of the trees came this massive wolf-looking creature on all fours that just seemed to be passing by. It walked off up into this small hill and vanished again in the trees. I was speechless. I didn't know creatures like that existed out here in the woods of Oregon, and decided it was time to hang things up for a while. Not my story, but a friend's information that I am sharing. I grew up and lived in Colorado for a long time before moving out of state. I have several close friends that are Arapaho, and have a lot of stories about encounters with creatures they dealt with years back. Not they specifically, stories passed down from their tribe. I don't know if there are any other major native tribes other than the Arapaho that primarily lived in the Colorado region, but it's the only ones I'm aware of. Many probably know that the Rocky Mountains hold a lot of mysteries. Some of the stories that were shared with me was information dating back to the early 19 and 1800s. Fur trappers and tribesmen alike were captured and devoured alive by these werewolf creatures. I can't remember what the Arapaho called them, but they had a name for these things. Trying not to convolute the situation, these same werewolf-like creatures would wage war with these other beings that we know called Bigfoot. The Arapaho also had a name for them, but I can't remember that either. These werewolf creatures would storm into the villages at night, steal children and smaller little kids. They were stealing these little children to eat. They would send the tribe warriors out to go hunt these creatures down, and when the tribesmen would find them, or what was left of them, it was just bones, far, far away in the nest of those creatures. Many tribesmen and fur trappers alike died at the hands of these beings. Bow and arrows and muzzleloaders were no match for a 9-foot-tall beast of the night with superhuman strength. Going back to the werewolf creature waging war with Bigfoot-like creatures, it was believed by my friend's tribe that they were waging war over who got to eat and prey upon the tribe. Many of the tribe's fiercest warriors at the time witnessed the battles between these two creatures, and oftentimes would result in either both creatures dying or leaving the battle severely injured. The creatures, not the warriors. My friend told me that his tribe describes these creatures as much taller and larger than some of their greatest warriors, and gray to dark gray in color. The Bigfoot-like beings of the tribe were talked about were also very hostile, and would come to capture and steal their women and children at night as well. It was a dangerous environment, and a constant territorial war between the Arapaho, Bigfoot, and Dogman. There are different sectors of the Arapaho tribe, and one particular tribe, or village, moved around in fear that these creatures would keep stalking them. It became a relentless pursuit, until the village was successful in killing a small handful of these werewolf creatures, severing their heads and putting them on spears, placing them all outside the village to ward off other dangers. Their claim was that these creatures lived in this large underground den deep in the mountainside that they would drag the captured children, women, and tribesmen to and eat them. From what I was told, this den was never expunged because they couldn't match the firepower of these creatures, only ward them off from their own territory, which means that this den is probably alive and well today, and is still very active from the sounds of all the other dogman encounters in the state. I'm sure it is one of the many dens. Just the thought of that sends shivers down my spine. There's a couple times that tribesmen had ventured into this same den when there were no other dogmen in it, mainly during the day, and would find tons upon tons of human bones and skulls. I thought you might find these stories interesting. Feel free to share them with your audience if you would like to. One night, I got up from sleep and was leaving my bedroom to go get some water downstairs. I saw something behind the curtains in my living room that looked big and black. I could see the shape, and it resembled a strange werewolf silhouette standing close by the door, when suddenly it turned onto its hands on all fours and ran off towards my neighbor's house in the opposite direction. I was scared out of my mind just seeing this tall thing right outside my house. My curtains are so thin, and the moon cast a perfect silhouette of this thing. I wanted to scream my lungs out. My neighbor is a strange guy who has been a paranormal researcher for years. I have never taken him seriously, but maybe I should. Although, I don't think he will ever believe me if I told him a werewolf charged at his house. But there is no denying this creature really exists, and it scared the hell out of me. The next day, while I was walking around the neighborhood, I saw strange shadows lurking around during my night walk. Gave me the creeps, so I came home early. I couldn't help but shake the feeling that these things are real. After I went back home, I kept thinking about it more and more, and finally said to myself, Did I see a werewolf last night? And I went online to research it. There is a whole community of people online who share the same beliefs of having an actual werewolf sighting, which surprised me. A lot of people that claim they saw them, with having near accurate descriptions as to what I saw that night. Now, there are so many places online where people like to talk about their encounters. Vitkundev's forum, website. I know about the North American Dogman Project. Your channel. There's so many. There's just something about watching a dogman encounter on YouTube now that feels so validating. I feel like I'm not crazy. I know I may be older and getting gray, but I'm not insane. These things are real. I grew up in California. In my 20s, I moved out to a place in rural Idaho where my girlfriend's family lived. I only lived out there with her and them for about 6 years before her and I split up. Actually, it was a really rough breakup, and when people always talk about the one that got away, well, that was her. However, I'm not here to bore you with lost romance. I wanted to write to you because of the things that I saw while I lived with her family and her during that time. To protect her family, because I still respect and built those relationships, I'm going to keep where they lived privately. I can tell you it was southern Idaho, and it was a very, very rural area. The Snake River wasn't extremely far away. There's some hints. Now, nearby where her parents lived was a medium-sized farm. Maybe not even a farm, but I know for certain that they raised livestock. I can't remember if I saw many cows, but I do remember seeing a ton of goats and pigs, so who knows what kind of operation they were running. Never saw the people, nor did I meet them. This is relevant and important at the time. I was working at security at this nearby company, doing the night shift gig. Sometimes I wouldn't be there till 11 p.m. Other nights it was 2 a.m. My schedule varied on and off. There were a couple of nights that I remember seeing this tall, super skinny dog walking on 2 legs coming out of this old fence from that farm with a dead pig or goat in its arms. It creeped me right out. The first time I only ever saw it from the back when my headlights hit it. As soon as they did, it took off even faster into the woods nearby, but I saw the dead pig it was carrying. First time I said a few choice words, and I didn't know what kind of animal it was. It sure was freaky looking. I don't know what kind of animals lived out here. I don't think I ever really once thought about werewolves or Bigfoot or any of that. I didn't believe in that stuff. I'm also not a country boy, so the wild is an unknown area for me. I just stick to what I know. And I tell you, I have never seen such a slender dog-like animal walking on two legs like that. It was also very tall. The first thing I noticed was the cropped ears. For the first second, it honestly looked like how a dog does when it stands up and puts its two front paws on you. Same tapered waist and hocks like a dog. But this thing was walking and then running on two legs, like it was comfortable doing so. It strongly resembled a German Shepherd from behind, but it was a dark brown color, just from what I saw. The second time I saw it was shortly after the first, and it was facing me this time, going towards the area that I saw it last time. This time it was also empty-handed. That's when I saw it from the front, and when I say freaky looking, I mean freaky looking. It was very lanky, skinny, but didn't look starving. Also not very muscular at all either, but fairly lean. It had extremely long arms and legs, and a very unnaturally large head. It was again walking on two legs. I never once thought werewolf, because it didn't resemble a werewolf or anything that I'd ever seen. Just a freak of nature. My head spun around again when my headlights hit it. I immediately recognized it as the creature that I had seen previously. It had a very angry, pissed-off look on its face. Its face was stuck in a snarl position, revealing its massive canine fangs that were protruding down like a saber-toothed cat. Didn't get to look at the face much, because my lights were only on it for a few seconds as I passed by, and it paid no attention to me or my vehicle. It was clearly on a mission to get to wherever it was going. It was walking just like a man though. Super freaky, like I said. Gave me the creeps. I didn't see it again after that for a while. Not until the following summer, where I was still working the same job and the same varied schedule. I saw it a few more times that same year, all throughout the summer and fall. I never saw it facing me like I did that one time, but it was without a doubt the same animal. There's no mistaking it. Nothing looks like that animal did, nor is tall or walks on two legs like that. Each time I saw it, the thing either had a dead pig in its arms or a dead goat. One time, it had a goat's body with no head, and there was dried blood all over. I wouldn't see it every night, but just here and there. It really freaked me out enough that eventually I would start to think about it and hope not to see it again. I worked security at that job for a total of 2 years, and then got a different job with a totally different company on the opposite side of town, resulting in me never driving around that road again. I never told my girlfriend at the time or her family about what I saw during my time there as a security guy. I spent some time years back in my small travel trailer, being out on the road, enjoying seclusion away from people and things. Since I primarily work from home, and only really need the internet a couple of days a week, I spent most of my time in the middle of nowhere, enjoying the solace of the wilderness around me. At night, I would start fires, have a beer or two, and crash out in my small bed in my trailer. Because of the experiences I had, on 2 separate occasions, I've certainly slowed down on my camp rendezvousing for the time being, and just learned to settle with a piece of property to call my own. Thankfully, I have not dealt with anything as I did in my trailer here, which is nice. On 2 separate occasions, I was parked at different national parks, one in Oklahoma, the other in Kansas. Both times I heard the same really low rumbling noise. It was like a growling outside of my trailer late at night. My trailer is very small, so there ain't much to protect me if, say, a bear wanted to come and charge me and eat my face off. I didn't have any real forms of protection on me either, other than a large hunting knife. Not near enough to ward away any serious predator or threat. Stupid me, I know. These low rumblings would grow in volume and then decrease in volume over and over. The intervals were random, and they'd be going on all throughout the night, all around my trailer. It sounded like a big wolf, but it was also so loud and powerful that you could feel the bass vibrations through your body. Whatever was making those growling sounds had to possess a massive set of lungs on them and be far larger than any bear. It made me get out of there real fast. The second time it happened, I didn't waste any time. I heard that same growling noise in the middle of the night, and man, I got up out of my sleeping bag and just ripped it out right out of there. I don't know what kind of animal it came from, and frankly, I didn't care long enough to stick around. What I do know is that of all the animals it could have been, a bear and mountain lion do not exhibit those behaviors like that. The first night, this animal stuck around most of the night and circled my trailer. I'm certain wolves don't even behave this way. Besides, it was so large, the only thing I could think of that would have given it justice would have been a bear. Again, bears don't behave like this either. The energy I felt was extremely hostile, as if I had encroached on this thing's home. If you're ever out touring the wild or national parks of states, be careful where you park your camper for the night. There are things that you don't want to encounter in the dark. This story involves a bit of tragedy, so I'll just come out and say it. First, I was never close at all with my grandfather. He was a very wicked man to me and my family growing up. Extremely cold, so we never had a close relationship. He was extremely verbally and physically abusive to my mother growing up, so again, no real relationship ties or anything there. Just this last month, we were alerted by another family member that a wild dog broke into his house and he apparently died of a heart attack. When police showed up at the house, there was definitive signs and evidence to support the break-in of a large unknown animal. Everything pointed to a canine. My grandfather was found on the living room floor, dead. He had died with a horrified expression on his face, and it was later revealed that he passed away from cardiac arrest. A family member found him and called the police, and they investigated. My family and I didn't find any of this out till recently, when the family member who discovered him called us to tell us personally. He lives in an entirely different state, so again, we have no real ties with him, nor have we seen him in some time. I do know that he lives alone in a small house with no neighbors. I don't know where he lives geographically speaking, but I know it's not in town. Anyway, this family member told us that whatever broke in broke down the side to his house, the back door, I guess, into the kitchen. It had been ripped off or broken off entirely off its hinges, and large muddied canine-like tracks and marks were all over the kitchen and floor. Whatever dog or animal this was never touched any portion of the house besides the kitchen and dining room areas. It also never touched my grandfather or touched him when he was deceased. While my family, who was close with him, is dealing with the mourning, the thoughts of a dogman being the only one responsible is the thing that's really sending chills down my spine and haunting my thoughts. I'm obsessed with cryptids and channels like yours, so as soon as this happened, I wanted to get your opinion on what you think. The family member who told us called my mother and told her, and then she relayed the info to me. None of my family knows or really believes in any of that stuff, but when I was told all of this, it rang a huge bell, a huge red flag. It screams Dogman. I believe a dogman killed him, broke into his house, and scared him so bad he had a heart attack. I've listened to plenty of Vic Hundiff's dogman encounters, and yours, so I know a dogman encounter when I hear one. I'm still trying to register the craziness of this. I never thought it would happen to my family out of everybody. I'm almost certain this was dogman related. I mean, really, what large canine-like animal breaks into a house with as much force as this did and not attack my grandfather? What kind of canine rips the back door off a house completely off its hinges? There's no bear, no wolf, no animal that can possess that kind of human-like intelligence or strength. Maybe as time goes on, I can get some more answers for you, but for now, I can at least relay this info to you. Wish me luck as I go and dig for what else more I can find. I'll let you know when I do. Hi. I saw a dogman, a black wolf face, standing up on 2 feet, hunched over, about 6 feet tall, standing straight up. The dogman would have been about 7 feet tall. I am 5'9", so I could tell after I went back about where its head was compared to mine on the trees. I am a registered nurse, so I am used to weighing people and asking their height, etc. It was tall and skinny, with a hump or mane on its neck. It was standing slightly turned to its left, my right. The hair was short, smooth, well-groomed, like a beagle or a Labrador dog. Its eyes were white, like they glowed or self-illuminated. At 3 p.m. on a hot sunny afternoon, 90 degrees, August 20th, 2019. I was in Freedom, north of Pittsburgh, about 30 minutes. I am a Bigfooter, ghost hunter, UFO alien pursuer, paranormal investigator. Took classes with cryptid director of the U.S.A. at Eastern Gateway Community College in Ohio. The dogman held its paws up to its chest, limp-wristed style, with the elbows sticking out. It looked uncomfortable holding its elbows out. It did not move. It just stood there. I was in a rural area outside of town. Reports of Bigfoot activity in the area. I am slightly telepathic, psychic, whatever you want to call it. I had a feeling that Bigfoot had been in the area recently on the property, so I said a prayer. I come in peace and light and love of God. I mean, no harm or disrespect. Please show me a sign of your presence or show yourself. Please do not hurt or scare me. Later, when I am leaving in my car, driving down the gravel road to a paved road, there was the dogman standing by the side of the road, about 3 car lengths from the road in the bushes and trees. I could not see it from the waist down due to the bushes. Normal dog paws, like a pet dog. They were not typical dogman hands, like a raccoon or human with hair. Mouth closed the whole time, which was weird. It was not panting due to the heat of 90 degrees. It was next to a small stream. Was it drinking water? Did it hear my prayer to Bigfoot and show up? It was in the shade of a grove of trees, so the white eyes were not sun glare. It was really weird. I felt like it was waiting for me. I backed my car up a few feet to look at it from a slightly different angle. Went forward a bit, backward, forward. The last time I went backwards, it seemed like it stood up a tiny bit straighter. The first time it moved. Scared the crap out of me. I floored my car and drove out of there. I forgot to take a picture. I was so mad at myself. When I got home and realized I forgot to take a photo. Now I understand why a witness to a strange encounter forgets to take a picture. I was in shock, disbelief, perplexed, happy, scared, mixed up emotions. I thought that it was a Bigfoot at first when I was driving down the gravel road and I saw the big black creature standing there. I thought it was a Bigfoot until I saw the ears. Then I pulled my car up in front of it and I was like, what? That's a dogman. That's not a Bigfoot. I actually was kind of disappointed it wasn't a Bigfoot. I was told by a psychic it was a skinwalker, Native American warrior. They want to be remembered and not forgotten. She said leave a Native American offering of tobacco, whiskey, and apples. She also said to pour salt around my house so it doesn't look in my windows at night. Pray to God, Jesus, to protect me. She said I will see it again. Another psychic I know said that they are interdimensional, and she has seen a dogman twice not too far away from where I saw that dogman, but on the other side of the Ohio River in Hopewell, Center Township, Pennsylvania. The dogman I saw was in Freedom, Pennsylvania, which, if I drove from that location, I saw the dogman to the road the psychic saw it on twice. It would take about 20 minutes. This happened just last month. I'm a broker for a local real estate firm around the area. I'm gonna keep my identity concealed in case I risk anyone I know or work for hearing this. You know how things just happen to leak out. The area I operate in is a very small old farm town. With that brings a lot of the retirement community and people looking to escape insane housing prices from larger cities all around. So they come here. The terrain is high desert, lots of shrubbery, but still lots of pine. We got rattlesnakes, tons of deer, skunks, the whole gamut. Lots of cattle, lots of agriculture, lots of farming, you name it. The plus side is there are many properties out there for those looking to escape, for the folks who wish to remain out of town, secluded in complete privacy. That's what my story is about. I had gotten a call from a lady and her husband about wanting to view an older manufactured home that was an owner-carry contract, and they were interested in viewing the property. The property itself sits out near a bunch of timberland, owned by the timber company, and sits on a hilly 5 acres. The property has been on the market for some time now, I want to say a year, so you can imagine the owner was more than thrilled to have somebody interested in seeing it, even if they didn't exactly have the 20% down they would need. The owner would be willing to work with them. All the more reason for them to come out and see it. After speaking with the lady on the phone, we agreed upon meeting at the property the following morning. The following morning came, a beautiful sunny day in June, and I made my way there. It's off a major interstate, about 10 minutes down a winding gravel dirt road, and near the very end, up a small hill. Tucked away in the trees. As I'm pulling in the driveway, I see what clearly looks like somebody in a large werewolf costume, or a Hollywood prop, just above the back part of the house in the trees. It was there clear as day. I glanced at it, and kind of chuckled to myself that the neighbors must have stuck up a prop for fun and giggles. I pulled into the house, not thinking anything about it, and gave the folks a call. Fortunately, there was enough cell service to get a hold of her. They were running a tad bit behind and would be there within 10 minutes. No problem. I sat in my car and waited, double checking I had everything I needed to give them if this was a property they wanted to pursue. Fast forward a little to them showing up. Lovely couple. We took about 45 minutes in total, checking out the whole property, the inside, the outside, you name it. When we got to the outside and were walking around, I immediately noticed the spot that I saw what I thought was an elaborate costume or Hollywood prop was now gone. It made me feel funny. Nobody is around us. The nearest neighbors were down the road, and they wouldn't have been able to get over here without us seeing them. Besides, why would they be walking around in a large werewolf costume on a hot day in June? That's when the husband, who was walking in front of me up the incline, exclaimed and asked me if there was large wild dogs living out here. He was pointing down at the ground, right where I had seen the prop beforehand. In the dirt were these incredibly large dog prints, larger than my hand. I had never seen prints so big before. He says to me, "Wow, the neighbors around here must have some big dogs." They just continued on as if all was normal, exploring up the hillside as the property reached out further and further. I couldn't help but feel so shaken about it, although I hid it. After the couple came back down, they spent a few more minutes taking quick last-minute looks all around the premise. They ended things on a, "Well, we'll discuss it more and get back to you if this is something we want to purchase." They drove off, and I was going to give the owner a call and to let him know how it went. Right as I'm pulling up his contact info on my phone, the nearby neighbor comes walking up to me from the road and starts a conversation with me about 30 feet away. He tells me if there's people moving in. I explained that I just showcased this property to that couple. He was disappointed they left when they did. He wanted to meet them, thinking they were going to be his new neighbors. That's when he started talking about large wolves in the area. That caught me off guard. I had to ask him what he was talking about. He was so calm and dismissive about the idea of giant wolves that walked on 2 legs. I asked him, "You mean like a werewolf?" He denied that, but said these were just large predatory animals that roamed the area. They've made several attempts to get inside his house and go after his cats and dogs. He wanted to thoroughly inform his new neighbors of this nuisance around the neighborhood, if this is where they were going to settle down at. He didn't leave much room for conversation, just kind of walked back to where he came as he waved and told me his goodbyes. The whole thing was just weird. I got back in my truck and drove away. The whole time I'm thinking that son of a gun, he's pulling a prank on me about the whole wolf thing. But my mind kept going to those prints in the dirt. There were no other prints. No boot, no feet, just extremely large dog prints. They were indented into the dirt too, pretty heavily. There's no way those could have just been put there easily. And they were fresh. I might be a wimpy girl, but I do know a thing or two about tracking and animal tracks, considering my daddy hunted a ton around this area, and I grew up here. People think that because I'm a woman, that I don't know nothing, but I do. You can take it or leave it. He might have very well been messing with me, but I don't know. The entire thing just felt so weird. If there is anything else that gives this wolf thing grounds to be real, is that I have some Native American friends from the surrounding areas. All of them have told me horrific tales about being stalked and attacked by what they believe to be a Bigfoot. Each one of them, on multiple occasions. I have no knowledge if there is any truth to them. Then again, I don't go around asking people if they've had any weird encounters, so I don't really know. This might have been nothing, but I can't be 100% sure. For context, I'm a 19-year-old male living in Canada. This incident that I will be talking about happened last year in September of 2019. Now, I haven't shared this incident with my family or even some of my friends, since they will say that it's a bunch of hogwash and that I was making it all up for the attention. So, back to the incident at hand. At the time, I was doing a program in cadets, many called it the psych hike, where cadets would be sent deep into the woods and would be required to find a place to stay for roughly 50 minutes to an hour. Mind you, the psych hike occurred after 9 p.m., so we're pretty much sitting in the woods in the darkness with only starlight and moonlight. Another rule for the psych hike is that you are not allowed to talk or make any sound. Also, we are not allowed to walk to other cadets during the psych hike. It was roughly 8 p.m. The sun had already disappeared behind the horizon, leaving a reddish-pink color in the sky. We were instructed to line up in alphabetical order. Then, we were given 2 glow sticks. One was red, and the other green. The red one was to only be used in emergencies, and the green glow stick was supposed to be used for the all-clear signal after the time was up. You were also given a whistle. It was also used to be in an emergency. So, after everybody's names were called, the supervisor asked any of the cadets participating if they would like to walk away now. One cadet, for privacy reasons, we will call him M, walked back to his cabin. The supervisor then told us to get behind him and follow him out to the campsite. I will explain the layout of the camp, as this will help the story make more sense. The cabins and the canteen are located at the center of the campsite. If you keep walking southward from the campsite for a mile, you would eventually reach an airfield. The airfield was surrounded by dense forest. Even in the daylight, it's hard for the sunlight to even get past the branches to the forest floor. Now, imagine the forest at nighttime. Daunting, right? Even the most brave captains wouldn't even venture into there. So, they decided to send us cadets in. Interesting. So, we were marched off to the airfield and were ordered to stand at the edge of the forest. And then, the supervisor started to send each cadet into the forest. We were told to only walk 25 paces into the woods. When it was my turn, I started walking into the forest. The only light source from where I was standing was the stars and moon, and even that wasn't even strong enough to light up my path. After 25 steps, I found a comfortable place to sit behind a tree.
I sat down and listened to the cadets in front of me march off into the woods. As the last cadet marched into the woods, everything fell silent. The only sounds were a couple of the animals in the forest running around. I honestly had no idea what I was truly getting myself into, and thought this would just be an innocent experience that I could happily recount to friends and family. Boy, was I wrong. I think it was 15 minutes later when I heard a sound. Snapping. The sudden break in silence startled me. At first, I thought the time was up, and that the cadets before me were making their way back to the airfield. I checked my watch, but we were only a couple of minutes in, and that we still had a long time before the supervisor came and got us. Then, I heard it again. Snapping. I looked around but saw nothing. The moonlight illuminated only a bit of my surrounding. I could see only a couple of meters in front of me. For the next couple of minutes, I was fiddling with the glow sticks in my hand until I heard this low rumbling noise. Within seconds, this low rumble turned into a very deep and guttural growl that sounded like it came from something very large with a massive, massive set of lungs. I was freaking out at that moment. I didn't know what to do. If I tried to run away, I worried that whatever was making the noise would appear and rush me, and I'd never be seen again. Maybe that was my paranoia. Maybe that was my fear overtaking me. And then, it hit me. A scent of wet dog and rotting meat came wafting over to where I sat. When I smelt it, I retched and coughed a little. The smell was almost overbearing, so I held my nose tightly. Suddenly, in that moment, a feeling of dread and fear washed over me. I was suddenly paralyzed with fear. I started sweating, and my vision turned blurry. This is when the growling started to move around me, and not just stay stationary like before. It sounded demonic and raspy. It moved closer to me. I could hear it behind me. I was scared by this time, but I managed to look behind the tree. From the tree, at least 20 yards away, I could see a silhouette of something lumbering in the woods. It was tall, and when I mean tall, this thing had to be at least 7 feet tall. It was radiating that horrid smell of blood, wet dog, and rotting meat. At first, I thought it was just a man, but when I looked closer, it clearly did not fit into the category of human. I guess the 2 cropped ears on top of its head gave that away rather quickly. Having hocks just like a dog does, with thick muscled legs and a torso the size of a ripped weightlifter, this thing could tower over me, even from a distance. This thing looked like it could bench 300 no problem. It was covered in long dark gray fur from what I could see in the minimal light, and it had large hands that held onto the tree next to it, that kind of resembled raccoon hands, but with long claws on the end of each fingertip. It was standing perfectly erect, puffing at its chest almost, but what really made my heart stop was its head. The head looked similar to a wolf, but its snout was long, full of teeth that stuck out of its snout, just like a crocodile's does. Long, sharp, jagged teeth that didn't fit at all what a canine should have looked like. It had deep sunken-in eye sockets and a very strong brow bone. The eyes glowed a very dull yellow. It looked very unnatural. The entire thing looked incredibly evil, and just looking at this thing was paralyzing. The head was also humongous, like it wasn't proportionate to its body either. I tried my best not to scream, fearing that I would draw unneeded attention. It stood there and continued to watch me closely, almost as if it was observing every move I was making, and eventually walked back into the darkness. When it walked back and was out of eyesight, I still kept silent, fearing it would still be able to hear me. I sat there in silence for a while, praying to God that whatever I had just seen wasn't planning on charging out of the woods at me to take me away. I wasn't even really sure what to do. I decided my best plan of attack was to just lie in wait for my supervisors to come back, because I was far too afraid to get up and move. That thing couldn't be too far, and maybe, just maybe, it was waiting for me to get up and make a move, so it could trap me. I didn't know what it was or what it was planning, but it didn't feel right. I had to do my best not to have a literal mental breakdown right there on the spot. It's funny, growing up as a kid, when you hear about things like this that look like this, you're always told, oh, those don't exist. That's only in your imagination. All that's doing is setting somebody up for when they actually have a true encounter with something that isn't supposed to exist out here. I wasn't prepared mentally in the slightest. I had no way to handle it properly, and I still don't. It seemed like forever until the supervisors finally came and picked us up. I didn't talk for the rest of the night. The supervisors tried to talk to me, but all I could really do was nod and shake my head to questions. I was too overtaken by complete fear to accurately even process their questions, let alone give them all the information they wanted out of me. I felt like a little kid who had just experienced a trauma or an abusive situation. My brain was still trying its hardest to process what had just happened. Is what happened to me reality? Or did I just dream it all? Was the fear I experienced even real? Next morning in the cafeteria, I was talking to some of my friends about the psych hike when one of my friends asked, "Hey, did any of you guys smell that last night?" Everyone looked at him and started to talk about how they had smelled that horrible scent and felt the sense of dread and fear wash over them. I was the only one that was silent. When I went back home, I did some research and found nothing. Nothing concrete anyway. Everything led to creepypasta and scary stories, which is not what I'm about. I want to be taken seriously. I need somebody that I can talk to and tell my story. Desperate, I have now reached out to several people who are supposed researchers and investigators, hoping to get some potential answers. At least they believe my story, and I can have some resolve and ease of mind, knowing I'm not crazy. In a weird, morbid way, it's comforting to know that there are other people out there with experiences that closely resemble mine. What did I encounter that night? What was that thing in the woods that I saw? And I hope that I'll never see it again. Years and years ago, I volunteered to do some local Forest Service work when one day, I was 17 or 18 years old at the time. I was asked to clear some thicker brush in this remote area for trail development. Because we had so little volunteers, I was the only one working this shift this day. I was by myself entirely. Because of my youth, I was very arrogant and sure of myself and my surroundings. How wrong I was. I hadn't even been clearing the brush for more than an hour when I started to see the tops of these large ears in the trees near me. These massive pointed ears that were bigger than any ears I'd ever seen. Then, whatever it was looked up at me through and behind the trees. I just saw these glowing yellow eyes looking back at me. From where I was standing, whatever I was looking at appeared to be well over 6 feet tall. The eyes were almost hypnotic. It was almost like you got sucked into them. They pierced into my soul. I felt as if the energy from the eyes hit me, and I felt a pull to run towards them. Like I was being lured away from my task to come towards whatever these eyes were attached to. I felt like I was in a trance, being controlled like a puppet to a puppeteer. I found myself almost beginning to walk towards them and not realize it before I snapped out of it and turned away. In that moment, I felt the gripping trance on me had faded and just felt total fear. So much so that I was too afraid to move. I regained control and turned and ran as fast as I could to go tell my supervisor what was going on. I ran back to the main part of the trail, which in the area I was in was a dead end, when I began hearing something really big following close behind me. I stopped dead in my tracks and listened.
That's when I heard a howl yell sound. It was powerful enough that I actually felt it, as if I was made of metal, and if I moved, I would have been destroyed. It felt very close, and I could feel the presence of something approaching me from behind. I turned around to see what it was, and there, just having stepped out of the woods behind me, stood a monstrosity of a being. It was taller than a man, had a larger head than I imagined, and the most evil-looking eyes. It was the same creature that tried to lure me away, and it didn't look remotely happy that I broke away, broke free from its trance. It followed me up this trail and just looked so angry that I didn't come to it. It had long upright ears, just like what I saw initially behind the trees, hands with long claws, and a face almost like a wolf but uglier, if that makes any sense. I knew I was now fully seeing this thing in the flesh, whatever it was that was masked behind the trees trying to pull me in. This was the creature. It stood there, looking me up, sizing me up, eyes scanning my body up and down, as if waiting for me to make the next move, when this thing takes a step towards me. And just in that very moment, I hear the sound of somebody coming towards me. My supervisor in a golf cart. She was coming down the trail and headed this way, just around the bend. This thing turns its immediate attention to the sound of the golf cart, and then turns and looks back at me, looks back again at the approaching sound, and then in a split second darts back into the woodline on the other side of the trail, creating a massive crashing sound. I pretty much soiled my pants, and not even 10 seconds later, my supervisor pops into view. She had this surprised look on her face to see me on this part of the trail, and even stopped to ask me what I was doing here, and why I wasn't down on the other part, finishing clearing the brush. I didn't say much, but I told her I think I needed to leave, and wasn't feeling well. I could tell she wasn't buying it, but she kept telling me, "Are you sure? You do look really pale. Are you sick?" Safe to say that I left and never volunteered for wildlife services ever again after that. One night, when I was around 10 years old, my dad came home late, about 11 p.m. at night. My mother, who had fallen asleep, was lying on the couch and waiting for him to get home. My dad, upon walking up to the house, noticed something looking at him by the side door of the house and the side window. When he turned on the light on the front porch, it quickly moved out of view. I shouldn't say turned on, really. We have a motion light detector on the front porch, so when he stepped into view, this thing must have moved from the light. My dad, being on high alert, thinking it was an intruder coming into the house, and before he could say anything, my sister comes running down the hallway, white as a ghost, and said, "Dad, Mom, there's a large monster outside my window." Her bedroom window is on the far side of the house, right where the thing supposedly was. That is exactly where my dad saw it. My dad told us he was getting his rifle and grabbed it out of the closet. He opened up the back door and walked out into the darkness and screamed and fired off a shot into the sky, demanding whatever this was to show itself, or he was going to make it look like Swiss cheese. Incredibly corny, but my father gets this superhero complex about him sometimes, where I feel like he has to recite cheesy action movie lines just to quelch his fear. He shined his flashlight around, but couldn't see anything. My sister, my mom, and I were all on high alert, freaking out. My sister and dad genuinely saw something. While my dad was outside investigating the back, we heard something moving around the front yard. My mother somehow had the courage to look out in the window, and we saw it was not a person, but a large wolf-like creature that was staring right back at us through the window with these dirty, ambery yellow eyes. It looked emaciated and lifeless, sunken in face, and very slender, like it hadn't eaten in days. It looked kind of deformed and broken, but it didn't look like it was in any pain. My sister and I began to scream, and my mother rushed to the back to yell for my dad, saying it was in the front of the house. My dad comes rushing back into the house, all the way to the front of the house, and the damn thing is gone again. My sister and I ran and hid in my parents' room with a giant comforter underneath it, just like little kids. It was horrifying. My mom was freaking, and my dad probably spent the better half of the next 2 hours patrolling the entire perimeter of the outside of our house, searching for this creature, shining his flashlight at any given moment, pointing his gun. After a while, he gave up because we hadn't seen it anymore, and he went inside but kept the gun close by, just in case that it came back. He and my mom hardly slept, but they did sleep in the living room, or tried to. My sister and I fell asleep at some point, holding each other under the comforter. The following morning, and the time after, we just didn't talk about it, and I've never brought it back up as a family. My sister, however, kept asking my dad the next day, "What was that last night, Dad? What did we see? What kind of monster was that? Where did it come from?" My father refused to answer. My mom just kept changing the subject and suggested that we shouldn't discuss such things. We never had an experience like that ever, and we moved out about a year later. It's a scary memory to think back on, actually. Shortly after I had turned 21, I believe I saw a dogman. After a long weekend of partying with some friends outside of Cincinnati, I don't remember the exact location, but it was along the highway near me, and probably right along the railroad tracks adjacent to it. It was on all fours, looking over at me, and then it stopped in its tracks. It seemed like it was looking directly into my eyes, but there was this overwhelming feeling when it looked at me, a fear that took hold of me. I couldn't break away from its gaze. It really did look grotesque looking. After about a few more seconds of looking at it, I determined that this was a creature of sinister intention, a dogman. It was very humanoid looking in the face. I had to slow down to observe this thing as it stared back at me, like we were meant to make eye contact. Then I sped up, and this thing gave chase after my car. I was scared that it would catch up to me and pull me out of my vehicle, so I pressed on the gas hard until I was doing around 80 to 90 miles an hour, with this thing running behind me, nearly catching up with me. Then it just stops in the middle of the road, stands up on 2 legs, and then watches me as my car gets further and further away, creating more and more distance from this thing. I watched this all happen in my rearview mirror. Honestly, one of the freakiest things I've ever had happen to me in my entire life. I didn't know creatures like this even existed until I learned about Dogman later on in life. It's left a lasting impression on me. When friends joke about folklore and Bigfoot, I can't help but know now that there are things out there that do exist that society somehow deems as non-existent. Whenever I see creatures in the movies now, I kinda want to believe they exist, just like werewolves or dogmen. Call it whatever you want. Even with the faintest hint of a connection, I can't shake the feeling that this thing was trying to kill me. I was so scared that I still have this memory constantly. I've just accepted that it's a part of me now. Listen, there ain't nothing like living right on the edge of the Great Dismal Swamp over here in Camden County, Virginia. All sorts of strange sounds, sights, and what have you. My family and I have experienced a handful of spooky, unexplainable things that don't make sense. This has been going on since I was just a little kid. My daddy and I have seen beasts of the swamp come right up to our house and press their faces against the back window. Sometimes it's just one of them. Sometimes it's several of them. And they would case the house, looking for spots to try and pry the doors open to get in. These creatures are dangerous. They look sort of like wolves. The faces are dark in color. These things walk on their hind legs, just like a person, and not a dog. They have short snouts, and very human facial features. High jawbones, human-like facial structures, and sunken-in eyes that are very striking. The eyes, they had this unnatural orange glow to them, like something out of a horror movie. It's always scared us to death when these things show up. You can feel it. The first time I had an encounter was when I was a 10-year-old little girl, and I was lying in my bed, drifting off to sleep, or almost, when all of a sudden, my room got really dark. I had my blinds and curtains completely open, and my head was against the wall, right underneath my window. Something really big stood in front of my window to block the light coming through, and in that moment as a kid, I turned around, half curious and half scared, and saw the horror that stood on the other side of my window. It just stood there and watched me, and gave me a small smirk, and looked away. I was terrified. Those aren't the only other critters we got out here either, because my daddy has seen what he called lizard men emerging out of the swamp waters nearby at night. Sometimes they're drawn toward the porch light at night, so we make sure to keep all outside lights off if we absolutely can. He don't like to take any chances. One time, one of these things walked right up to our car in our carport and hid in the dark. You can hear it making this clicking noise, and you could see the glowing eyes that it had. My daddy fired his gun, and it still didn't even move. Anything that isn't afraid of a gun is something to be feared. When I say the swamp is dangerous, I mean it. Animals that are not supposed to exist thrive out there, and when they don't have to worry about being found, they can just torment those who live near the home without ever worrying. I wanted to mention this before I ended the email. Sometimes, not all the time, but sometimes, we'll find random dead animals all around outside the house. They look to be like they've just dropped dead mid-step. It's so weird. Animals that aren't even really common around here either. We found a dead coyote once by our carport that looked like it had just fallen over and died. No signs of any poison, struggle, nothing. We found a boxer dead too. A few cats, raccoons, all died the same way. My daddy thought they were getting into poison somewhere, but no one around here, nor any of us lay out poison that these things can get into. More answers than questions at this point. The worst is during the spring and fall, where at night, you can hear all sorts of awful noise. The swamp will get really quiet, and you'll start to hear either these loud dinosaur roars and screams. It sounds like something out of a movie, and it sounds big. Then other times, you'll hear this deep roar that sounds like it's coming from a huge wolf. No doubt it's the swamp creatures that paid me a visit when I was a little girl. The sounds are incredibly loud at night. Other neighbors swear they heard a car being smashed into a tree. Other neighbors claim they will sometimes hear things in their backyards and driveways. I know the folks around here are very cautious and even have spotlights all around to ward these things away. From our experience, the swamp creatures are drawn to the light, and we're not sure why. The swamp creatures are very intelligent and know how to find food without anybody noticing. Maybe this is why they come toward the light. Sorry for so many things that don't make sense. We are trying to make sense of it ourselves. All we know is we have a swamp full of critters, like lizard men, and giant dogs that walk on their hind legs. We don't know what to do. I believe my friends and I had an encounter with a werewolf, or some sort of werewolf entity. For the record, I'm a 17-year-old kid, and because of COVID, a lot of my friends and I were left with nothing to do. We are avid watchers of ghost hunters and paranormal investigations, and decided it would be a good idea to do our own EVP session out in one of our oldest cemeteries in town. So, we waited one night till around midnight, where the four of us can sneak out and go. We get there about midnight, and the cemetery has graves that date back to the early 1800s. It's not very large, but it holds about 70 graves, if I had to take a wild guess. There's a lot of trees and coverage, especially now that spring has come and everything is grown in. The cemetery has your typical black spiral fencing around, but beyond that is heavy trees and forest, so you can't just walk by on the street and look in. It might even be privately owned, so technically, we were actually probably breaking and entering. Oh well. There's a couple of mausoleums on the far side that I believe were owned by some of the original families here. We found a large gravestone that was sitting by this large dead tree, and thought it would be the perfect place and time to sit down and do our session. We began our EVP session, asking some simple questions. Being summertime, everything around us was quiet, but I've never been to a graveyard at night, so I was already on edge. In my head, I was thinking crickets should be making noise, but they weren't. My friend kept saying that he felt the energy change around us, and we were invoking the wrong spirits. I thought he was just pulling my chain, because I had not felt a thing, and I'm sitting right next to him. Then, we heard a noise, maybe 50 feet away, behind a couple of the other graves that sounded like rustling, and leaves crunching. At this point, my friend is freaking out, and thinking demons are going to come and take us. Oh, I should also mention that we only have our phone flashlights, for whatever reason. Why we decided not to grab our flashlights at home, I don't know. Maybe we were far too excited. It was a heavily cloud-covered night, lots of overcast, so there was no light from the moon. We continued our session and asked a few more questions with my friend while he is shaking. He interrupts me mid-question, says he thinks there's something over there watching us and points. I said, "You're just paranoid." So I shined the flashlight over there, and all of us at the same time, we see these tiny red orbs and these tall pointed ears coming from out behind a really large family tombstone, about 40 feet away. My friend jolts suddenly, saying, "What is that thing? Is that a demon?" I kept my ground and stood still, and I whispered in his ear, "Let's get out of here," really slowly. Where's my other two friends were huddled right behind me. We all stood up slowly and backed away to the far side of the cemetery, where this thing continued to watch us and not move from beyond the gravestone. Due to its location, we were actually backing up away from the entrance, and we needed to find a way to kind of slyly get around. So we hid behind a couple of tombstones, and each of us took turns making a beeline for the entrance. We did this one at a time, without this thing ever seeing us, or so we'd like to think. That's the only and last time I'm ever doing an EVP session in a graveyard, and it's kinda killed my desire to do any ghost hunting or paranormal investigation. Since we saw the tops of its ears and its eyes, it looked like your typical werewolf. My friend, the one who was freaked, is convinced we summoned a demon and refuses to talk about it, but honestly, I don't exactly know what happened. I believe we saw something, and potentially a werewolf spirit, or maybe a werewolf, even though I can't exactly say that's what it was. I haven't told my parents or any of my other friends about what happened, so I'm desperately looking online for answers and people I can talk to about it. We were actually planning on bringing out a Ouija board out there, but with the way the events transpired, boy, I'm glad we didn't. Who knows what else would have happened? Part of me wonders if us trying to do an EVP session called this thing in, or if it just happened to be lingering around nearby and saw us and took its chance to watch us and be curious. I've looked online a little bit, and I have seen some similarities between people seeing werewolves in graveyards, but it seems to be mainly Indian burial grounds is the common denominator. I don't know my geography terribly great, but I'm pretty sure there aren't any native reservations or anything around here, so that's checked off the list. Had we not spotted it, who knows if it was truly trying to creep closer and maybe grab one of us. I don't feel like it had the best intentions considering it was hiding and trying to stay incognito. At the same time though, it did reveal half its face and upper head to watch us from afar. I felt it was more curious, but my feelings could very well be wrong. After all, I felt that nothing would happen, so I was wrong there. Maybe it was waiting for the right time to grab one of us, like I said. I'm just glad we didn't stick around to find out. Somehow, when we made our exit out of the graveyard, hugging the outer perimeter wall, we didn't see it anymore, which was equally frightening. I don't know where it went. Maybe it was there guarding someone's grave. Maybe it was someone's pet. I don't know. People say there's a certain kind of energy that lingers around old graveyards, but whether that's true or false, I can't exactly say. I didn't initially feel anything different about the atmosphere around us when we first entered, nor did I really when we left. I was just seeing this creature. I never felt a sensation of anything wrong per se. Anyway, I'm not here to turn this into a novella. I just have no desire to ever return to a graveyard to do any sort of EVP session at nighttime again. I would have gone during the day, and it might have been a different scenario. I'll never know now, because I am staying far away. Thanks for reading.
Long ago, back in the late 90s, I had acquired this old property with a big worn-down barn on it through a short sale, and the house itself was in need of much work, a little dilapidated to say the least. Little did I know there was a good reason that this property had long been forgotten about. The property itself was not in terrible shape, but to my knowledge, there had not really been any people living on it for years. I guess that was kind of evident due to its condition. This place was actually on the outskirts of the town that I lived in, and since I'd been coming out there regularly to make this place look nice, I was planning on fixing it up and probably trying to resell it for some profit. For the record, I am a 52-year-old male and have never been involved with any sort of strange activity. Until this anyway. Every time I was near the back side of this house where the barn was, I would get this bad feeling, like it was impending doom. I would hear things in the bushes and in the trees at night when I was on the porch, and I would just kind of stop when I got closer to investigate. I would sometimes hear what sounded like a really large dog sniffing the air. It was bizarre. I would never go outside in certain areas because I would feel like there's somebody there. Some sort of presence that would be watching every step that I was making. I knew there was more to it than that though, because there had been strange noises and activity around that area, long before I ever acquired the piece of land with the dilapidated house and barn on it. I've heard multiple stories of people and neighbors in the area about weird things going on, but I really never paid attention to such hogwash. Of course, until I myself actually experienced it there. One evening, I was working late on the back porch, and it got really bad. You know that primal instinct of fear? How when it just washes over you, it grabs you, it takes hold of you. I had this horrible feeling creep up all around me. I don't have any other answer for it, but the closest I can tell you is that the thought of I'm being hunted right now by something kept popping up into my head. I felt like I was in danger and I needed to leave. I had stepped inside the house to grab some more tools, and I think I just left the door open for maybe 5 minutes while I was in there. I don't know what it was, but I began to hear something big moving towards and closer to the house, like a really big animal or something. I did hear the distinct sound of something big running from the brush towards the house that I don't know where it came from exactly, but it was coming toward where I was, just walked by the back door. I didn't know what it was or what it was planning, but it didn't feel right. I remember stopping and turning towards the door, expecting whatever was going to barge right through the open doorway. I never had fear overtake me like that, ever. Not like it did in that moment. I almost felt like I had to do my best not to have a literal mental breakdown right then and there. It sounded like a damn moose charged out of the bush toward the porch, and then all noise ceased. Every single one. I sat there listening with my hands still on my tools, listening for anything. The crickets had even gone quiet. It was total silence. I heard a very faint raspy breathing, very heavy. Not like a person, but something with a very heavy and large set of lungs.
Whatever it was, it felt like it was waiting for me to step back out on the porch where I was drilling and nailing. I fled out the front door as quickly and quietly as I could, jumping in my truck and getting out of Dodge quickly. It was weeks before I even felt comfortable returning back to the property that I had just recently acquired. In the coming weeks after that incident, I had horrible nightmares of this wolf creature breaking in the house, grabbing me, and pulling me away into the woods, never to be seen again. And then, my nightmare would end. It was the same one, reoccurring over and over every night. This creature in my nightmares resembled some hideous, upright walking wolf creature. I guess you would call that a werewolf. The sheer amount of noise it made from running over the brush to the house, the weight that it had, I knew this was a large animal. It terrified me enough that I had a hard time returning. Anyway, when I finally did return, I did it in the morning hours that were filled with visibility and daylight. The outside of the house reeked like dog urine, really strong. It was in that moment I realized my nightmares were coming to life. I just remember thinking that this can't be possible. How is it I've been having these lucid nightmares of this werewolf-type creature, and now I'm smelling a strong dog urine all around the house? Like this creature came out of the woods, and has now marked this house as its property, its territory. It freaked me out far too much to want to continue to work on this piece of land like I had been. So, I hired a small 3-man crew to go out there and finish the work for me for the next couple of months. I would periodically check up on them, ask them if they felt anything weird while they were working, and they would just give me weird looks and tell me no. Clearly, they had no idea what I was talking about. This put me on edge even more. I felt like whatever I had encountered that night was targeting me as an individual. It wanted me, whatever it was. It wasn't interested in these younger guys I had hired, nor the house. It was waiting for me to come back to show itself. Or so I believe. It isn't going to give it the benefit of the satisfaction of terrorizing me. I think I came to terms with my nightmares being a reality, that this thing was real and was terrorizing me in my dreams. I ended up selling the place shortly after I got them to finish up on the house and cut things short, in turn taking a much smaller profit. But I didn't want to deal with it anymore, if we're entirely honest. Afterward, I never had any of these nightmares again. Never felt any of the strange and terrifying sensations I did when I first stepped foot on that place. That was nearly 20 years ago, and I want to keep those memories as far in the past as I can keep them. Thanks for listening. Before I go into detail, let me explain a little bit about the area so you can fully understand how this happened. My grandfather's corn stalks lined right up against the road that ran parallel with his corn. On the other side of that road, there is a road that meets and intersects perpendicular that ran right into the parallel road. On one side of this perpendicular road was corn stalks that were owned by another family, and then on the other side of that road was heavier woods. Here, just think of an upside down capital T. The flat part of the T was my grandfather's corn stalks. On one side was the last woods, and on the other was the corn. I'm just trying to give you a visual that makes the most sense. Now, when I was really little, my grandfather owned acres and acres of a cornfield that I would play in all the time. One afternoon, I was stopping to look at a big bug that I had never seen before, while my grandfather was pulling a trailer with all of his corn stalks and grain in it. I noticed some movement coming from across the road, and I turned to see what it was. My grandfather saw it too, since he was right there, and motioned to me that he thought it was going to be a big buck and would emerge from the woods across the road. He pointed to where the movement was, and that's when we saw this large hyena-looking creature that was walking around on its hind legs, emerging out of the woodline. When I saw it, it turned its head and met my eyes. Then, it leapt and jumped and landed into the corn stalks on the opposite side of the road. In one jump, it cleared the road. As it had leapt into the cornfield on the other side, I panicked. I jumped up onto the trailer and I waved my arms trying to get my granddad's attention, who looked and saw it too. Then the creature emerged from the corn again. It stopped, looked back at me, then it turned to the side and walked off on its hind legs, going back into the woods where it just came from, instead of leaping like it did before. It looked like it was holding a small animal in its arms. Perhaps it had chased a cat or something into the corn and was retrieving it when we had just happened to be right across the road from it. This thing didn't take long to cross from one area of the corn to the woods. I knew it was out there in the open, exposing itself. It was smart. It acted intelligently. I had never seen a creature like that before in my life. Gosh, it was so giant. I've never seen an animal so large before, other than large bear and moose, especially one that was walking on its hind legs, just like a person does. It didn't act awkward or uncomfortable walking on its hind legs. It was like it was fluid and natural. I can't overstate to you how massive this creature was. When I saw it for the first time coming out of the woods into the corn, I saw that it was well over 8 feet tall and had a long muzzle covered in black. My grandfather is 6'4", and this thing towered over him. I could just tell from being how far away it was from it. I felt traumatized. I know that even if it took me a couple of years to get over this experience, I would really never truly be the same again. I was terrified. I haven't gotten over this since the day, and haven't fully processed it, even all these years later. My grandfather who saw it wouldn't talk to me about it, and he just sits in complete denial that these things exist. I don't need to see one to believe them anymore. I know they exist now. This happened to me back when I was 17. I went on a hike with my friend, about 4.5 miles down a dirt road, near the very end where there is a large undeveloped cul-de-sac. My friend jolts suddenly and starts panicking, saying, "What is that?" I kept telling him, "You're just tripping out." He kept trying to stop me and would whisper to me that there's something watching us. I told him to stop, thinking he was just trying to spook me, but he was really getting freaked out. This friend of mine is a big tough guy that's not really afraid of nothing. So it was strange, but I found it more annoying at the time than anything else, to be honest with you. After walking for about 10 minutes longer, I heard huge branches crashing and breaking near us. That's when I started to become frightened, and we decided to turn back. While walking back, I could tell that something was following us. We were both terrified. Suddenly, after a minute of calm, this creature leapt out behind us about 50 feet away and stared us down. We both took off running back down this road that led up to where there's a turn in the road. This massive 8-foot-tall wolf monstrosity just came out of nowhere. It didn't chase us, but me and my friend kept looking back to make sure that it wasn't following or coming after us. It just watched us. It looked like a werewolf right out of a movie. It was tall and very dark in color. It had long hair, long ears, and a long snout. I don't remember seeing any eyes or teeth or any of that stuff. I was so scared that I probably blurred a lot of that out anyway. We made it back up the road, and my one friend had urinated all over himself. It was funny in a way, but we were so scared that neither of us were laughing. He never talked about that day ever again, and I don't think we told anybody else. Who would believe us anyway? I was alone in the woods with my dog one day, just listening to Spotify, admiring the beauty in the trees. I and my dog decided to go have a look around for any cool pine cones or even arrowheads. You never know what you can find when you're out in the woods alone. My favorite is finding bones of animals, skulls, ribs, anything I can collect. I was in this huge backlot area to this large apartment complex that stretches way out,
and there's a segment of woods, a very large segment that goes on and on. For how long, I'm not sure. I was walking around this back lot and was about to head down further to look at more cool stuff when I began to hear sticks breaking in the tree line down further from me, about 30 feet away. I turned around and looked in the direction that the sound was coming from, and then I saw some huge branches and brush moving. I could clearly see something really big was behind the tree and in the brush next to the tree moving it. The grass and weeds that were right beside the tree line were also shaking violently, as if something was rattling around in them. It freaked me out, honestly, so I decided at the time to hastily head back the way I came, out of there, quickly. I'm walking back, and the rattling and rustling is going crazy in the bushes, and my dog is now terrified and was whimpering. As I'm walking quickly back, I'm looking down, and I make a very unnerving discovery. I did indeed find tracks. Since I did not come in this way, I never saw them originally. 2 sets of tracks. Both very large tracks that I found were much farther apart than the first set, and were only about 20 feet apart in total. The tracks were huge canine tracks, and they switched back and forth from 4 tracks to 2, meaning that they were walking bipedally for at least half the time that they appeared on the ground. Both sets of the tracks were like this, and they both led directly to where I was hearing the shaking, and they led right in that direction of trees. I'm not about to get eaten by a large ravenous wolf. No thanks. I went hiking out in Southern California last summer, and I saw this thing that looked like some kind of wolf or big German shepherd. I never saw one before, but I hear them sometimes around here. I've heard people refer to them as wolf head men because they have this wolf-like head. I don't know if that's actually what they're called, but my family and friends call them that. Most of my family knows about them and has seen them tons of times. In fact, I even heard some howling just before sunset a few weeks back near a cabin that I frequently visit with some friends. I've heard plenty more howling since then though. They seem like they're all over the area I live in. I try to stay out of specific wooded areas around me and hear as much as I can, but I always feel like they're around me. Like maybe there's a large pack of them. I hear them at night sometimes, howling really loud. It reminds me of wolf howls that you hear in the woods, except these howls sounded much deeper and louder. You can tell the volume alone that it came from a bigger animal. Much larger lungs, guttural, a much deeper growl. They are very disturbing howls. I fear it will show itself more and more the longer it hangs around in the area. They get braver, like most animals do. Take a cougar, for example. They hunt until all the food is gone. Then, they come into contact with humans in search of more, and they get brave. Then, they start attacking people. Anyway, I come from a small town where everybody knows each other, so my reputation is a big deal. I don't think I'm ready to publicly speak out about it. Even my family keeps it incognito, but they're bad in this area. People think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I know I'm not crazy. I do know there is something strange in the woods, and I'm not going to be afraid of it. If I'm just going to avoid going to certain spots in the woods where these things live, I certainly don't want it to run into such creatures being out there, and you can't tell me that they're not around. In fact, one time my friend was telling me about how he saw one of these things walking up near his place just outside of Santa Barbara, up in the hills. He took me to his house. It was a newer house that he had just bought, and the spot where he saw this thing, about a week after he originally saw it. I don't know if he's told anybody else about this, but I believe him. He told me when he saw this thing, walking up on his property, he went out to see if he could track it down. He probably could track it maybe 50 feet up a steep rocky hill, but then he heard this loud howl, and a smell accompanied it by rotting meat. He thought it might have been an overly large coyote or dog, but when he got closer, the tracks turned and walked off into the forest bipedally, where he couldn't track it anymore. I don't know if it was the right call for him to try and track it down, but maybe he was curious. I thought he was crazy for it and should have stayed away, in case it was close by. When he described the howl to me that he had heard, it kind of wigged me out because it was the same howl that I had heard, down to the T of the description of it. He talked about how loud and ear-shattering it sounded. A lot of people stay pretty hush-hush about this kind of thing. They might be scared as of what they hear, but they're more terrified of what they don't know is going on. The area in which I live and he lives isn't far apart, but it's pretty densely populated around here. But I seriously doubt that my family and friends are the only ones around here hearing these things, these howls, these noises, and seeing these things. We have to do something quickly before these things start coming out into the public. There's an area beyond my house that has a ton of old deer stands. I've never seen anybody hunt back there, ever. It's got an eerie feel to it. Every time I've ever wandered back there, I get the creeps, and I just imagine a big predator walking around back there. People being afraid to go out at night back there because they're gonna get snatched. Maybe that's just my inner horror movie talking. Well, originally, until my thoughts became a literal nightmare. I used to think I was just overly afraid because I had watched too many horror movies. And then I saw the largest upright walking coyote that I've ever seen. It was massive, and I could see the tops of its ears over its head. It was radiating that horrid yellow glow from its eyes. I honestly thought it was some sort of werewolf or wolfman to me, until I saw it in full view in the open, eating the deer. It's hard to comprehend what it was exactly, but I can tell you that whatever it was looked much larger and angrier than a typical coyote. I think this thing came from the nearby creek, where there are a lot of deer that like to congregate and drink water. Initially, I first saw it when I was back there exploring, thinking about all the creepy Silent Hill-esque things that happen in this part of the woods, with the abandoned stands in them. I heard a bunch of commotion coming from the direction where the creek is. So, I was curious and went a little further to investigate. That's when I saw it for the first time. This massive coyote-looking creature attacking and killing this deer as it was drinking at the creek. I was stunned at what I was seeing. Not even more than a few seconds of staring at this monster, I could hear it making this clicking noise as it was chomping down on this dead deer. It had probably been there for maybe 20 seconds. Then it stopped. I was frozen in complete and utter panic and thought it was going to kill me next. But it slowly looked up at me. I heard it let out this nasty, god-awful growl. I turned and ran as fast as I could to get up out of there. It was almost as if this thing had read my mind and my thoughts. Judging by its expression alone, I just remember thinking, werewolf. It was so tall and intimidating looking. I didn't know what to make of it at first, but then I realized, if I don't leave now, I'm going to be its next meal. God, it really did resemble a large upright walking coyote. Very shaggy and matted fur. It was so huge, and a gray-white color, but off-white, with a long snout. It was wet too, looking like it just crawled out of the creek and attacked this poor doe. The whole experience has left me freaked out so much that I don't go back there exploring anymore, at least like I used to. Then afterward, I started to really think critically, and maybe there's a reason people don't hunt back there anymore. I don't know. There are many areas with abandoned tree stands, but I can't accurately describe to you the feeling that that part of the woods gives you. It really just makes my skin crawl being back there. And then I go and see that coyote thing, and that just sealed the deal for me. Do I think there's a large werewolf-type creature ravaging the lands back there? Not quite. Do I think there's a large unknown predator that looks and resembles a werewolf back there that I want to avoid completely? Yes.